I will lay me down to sleep and I will awake again because the good Lord sustains me. Hello, good morning, and many thanks indeed for joining us today on the last day of January. It is January the 31st, 2020, and I'm glad that you've woken up and you've joined us today for a very interesting show. Of course, you know, every Friday what really happens here on AM Live. As always, it is the Leadership Forum, which is up next. So yesterday we had a very interesting headlining story on the front page of the Daily Nation, which is here for you. And it was asking a very probing question that should act as a pulse giver for every Kenyan. Why do Kenyans vote for clowns? And this is in light of what's really happened this week with the impeachment of Governor Waititu. And of course, you can see him there with a chapfallen face. But that should be really the question that should be hanging on the rafters of Kenyans' minds as far as how we elect our leaders is concerned. And we should not just gloss over this particular question because it really showcases who we are inside. So what really motivates our electioneering process? What really motivates us to wake up early in the morning to go and vote for a particular leader? This is what we want to be focusing on this morning with our panelists today. How do we elect our leaders? And why do Kenyans have, of course, this fetish of electing leaders who do not really pass muster as far as integrity is concerned? We have a whole chapter in our Constitution on integrity. We have a whole Article 10 of our Constitution, which also really espouses the national values that we should be, of course, inculcating in our lives as Kenyans. But do we even know or have any sort of idea what really is encapsulated in Article 10 of the Constitution? We have many institutions that are meant also to streamline national values in the country as well. We have even the Directorate of National Values in the Office of the President. But why do we remain none the wiser when it comes to election and electing our leaders, right? They are really, of course, disparaging the integrity, the image of the country, the branding of the country as it is so fast. Two governors now are in the spotlight. We have Governor Waititu is out. Also, we do not know the fate of Governor Sonko as it stands right now. Many of them also have been arraigned because of issues of integrity, impropriety of public offers, and there's always a debate as well that they want also, some leaders are saying we should extend the terms of some of our leaders in this country. But what does this portend? We want to pick the brains of our panelists this morning who will try and help us understand what really is happening with our psyche as Kenyans as well. As you saw from my long shot, we have already in studio with us Dr. Oliver Kisaka, who is the Managing Director of Corat Africa. And many are joining us this morning, and we shall be discussing this momentarily. So you get to drive a show with me as well. Hit us on Twitter. Live NTV is a Twitter handle. Live NTV, your profile name on Facebook, and 20686 our SMS portal. So it is desirous of me, or I desire you also. I desire that you maybe also tweet, ask questions that we can paper them, or we can paper our panelists with the questions and they will be able to answer them as far as leadership and integrity is concerned. So why do we as Kenyans vote for clowns? That is a probing question, and that is what was headlining the front page of the Daily Nation yesterday, and supported by power barons because of the crowd-pleasing theatrics. Social misfits such as Waititu, Sonko, and Babu Wino have taken society hostage. This story continues on page 10 of the Daily Nation today. This was yesterday. Let me show you today's, because I was just teasing this out for us to discuss this morning. So at least if you didn't see there or actually look at yesterday's headlines, you can get a glimpse of what we'll be discussing much later. But this is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation today. Anatomy of power struggle is the headlining story today. Catfights in presidency. And on top here we have the Flagger reading revealed how Murkomen gave away DP's game and dug Waititu's political grave in war with State House. Catfight in presidency. Uhuru and Ruto have hitherto hidden the fierce fight for the control of the country behind Bohemi bear hugs and smiles with clenched teeth, but in the impeachment of the former governor of Kiambu during which the leader of majority voted against his own conference, the masks were pulled off Miguna style. This story continues on page 5 of the Daily Nation today. And this is the order of the battle. The eyes, they're all listed here. I can't actually read all of them because of interest of time. Beginning with Charles Kibiru Rubenson, Jubilee Kirinyaga, all the way to Irungu Kangata, and the nays as well. This is how they voted. From Samson Cherargei, Kiprotich, and Moses Masika Wetangula as well. So you can read the rest of the story inside the Daily Nation today. Still, we're putting our tails on what is happening with coronavirus. Kenya could be caught napping. This is what it says on page 7. On coronavirus, Kenya could be caught napping. Also, the woman who felled Babayao, this is the first here. It's sweet justice for Miss Cecilia Mbugua, the widow whose land was grabbed and given to Waititu's woman. This is a story that continues on page 6 of the Daily Nation this morning. In a moment, I will be showing you also what we have on the front page of the Standard as well. And that's the Daily Nation for you. Make sure you grab a copy of the Daily Nation. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Star. And this is what we have on the front page of the Star this morning. Let me try and lift that quickly for you. And this is all about sports pesa. Why states refuse to renew license. This is an exclusive there. And we reveal how betting has ruined youth and homes. MPs propose radical tax measures as government cuts number of betting farms from 117 to 65 in 1 year. And the story continues on page 4, 5, and 6 of today's Star. Also, Kenyatta is not sincere. This is what Kinjuri is saying. The story continues on page 8. Former Agriculture CS Mwangi Kinjuri has accused President Uhuru Kenyatta of insincerity in his push for national unity. In the boldest criticism of the president since his sacking on January the 14th, Kinjuri said Uhuru was sacrificing some politicians in the process of courting new allies. The politician was referring to Uhuru's handshake with ODM leader Raila Odinga, which has left Deputy President William Ruto and his allies isolated in government. Kinjuri spoke in Kiambu on Wednesday when he promised to stick with Ruto. The story continues on page 8 of the Star this morning. And you can see this is a standalone picture fighting back. Kiambu Governor Ferdinand Waititu at the Milimani Law Courts yesterday when he challenged his impeachment. You know the outcome of this particular court case. And actually, yeah, we will know the outcome of this particular court case as it is right now. And you can read all about coronavirus. Scientists race to find vaccine as deaths in China reach 170. Waititu challenges removal as Nyoro swearing in is postponed. The story continues on page 7 of the Star this morning. People Daily is up next, and this is what we have on the front page of the People Daily this morning. Where's the People Daily? It seems to be eluding me, but I'll show you what we have on the front page of the Business Daily before we go there. On the front page of the People Daily. Failed banks hold 13 billion shillings in customers' cash. This is what the Bretton Woods Institution, IMF, is saying. The 17 lenders went down during the Moi era, leaving their distressed customers counting huge losses. It says here, just to read a snippet of it, customer deposits worth 13.7 billion shillings are still held up in Moi era banks that went bust up to 3 decades. A new International Monetary Report has shown, underscoring the high cost of liquidating banks and selling off assets to settle liabilities. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Also, Kenyan exporters are cautiously hopeful on Brexit. This is what is also another story here. Kenyan business leaders were cautiously optimistic about deeper economic ties with the United Kingdom, even as it formally detaches itself from the European Union today. Remember, today is the D-Day. And this is how it looks as well. Kenya's trade with Britain. Kenya has enjoyed a surplus trade position with Britain for the last 4 years, as shown here. This is from January to November, and this is from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Read the rest of the story on page 4 of the Business Daily. KQ to hire 30 pilots in deal with staff. National carrier Kenya Airways will now hire 30 direct entry captains, both local and foreign, following a compromise deal aimed at reducing an acute shortage of pilots to handle its large fleet of Embraer 190 aircraft. The rest of the details we have on page 4 of the Business Daily. On the ticker here, EABL acquires Serengeti stake for 300 million shillings. East African Breweries Limited spent 300 million shillings to acquire an additional 4% stake in Serengeti Breweries Limited, raising its ownership in the Tanzanian subsidiary. The brewery is today set to announce 7.2 billion shillings after-tax half-year profit. The story continues on page 8 of the Business Daily this morning, and today's digit is 160. This is the number of people who have died from the deadly coronavirus outbreak in China. The story continues on page 6 of the Business Daily. Logistics tech firm Sandy gets 2 billion shillings for Africa growth. Logistics firm Sandy, which operates an app linking delivery drivers with customers, has raised 2 billion shillings in funding from a group of institutional investors, including Japanese conglomerate Toyota Tsusho Corporation. The story continues on page 9 of the Business Daily today. Kenya set for March talks on standby loan. Kenya is set to hold discussions with the International Monetary Fund from March about a cautionary facility. Read all the details on page 19 of the Business Daily, where it is tucked away. And Kenya-Pakistan trade ties. This was happening yesterday, and we can see Mr. Abdul Razak, the advisor to our Pakistan PM, incoming Trade Cabinet Secretary Betty Maina, her Foreign Affairs counterpart. This is Rachel Omamo, and her Pakistan counterpart, Mr. Shah Mohammad Qureshi, at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, where the Pakistan African Trade Development Conference is being held. Right, it ends today. The story continues on page 5 of the Business Daily. Remember, it is Friday. We have also the weekend magazine, that is the BD Life, that you can read the rest of the lifestyle story there. That comes in as a pull-up magazine in today's Business Daily. That's how it looks. Let's move on and see what we have also in other dailies as well, as I try and retrieve also the Business Daily, not the Business Daily, but the Standard and the Star. We can cross over now to Tanzania and try and see what is on the front page of the Citizen. Then we'll come back and see what the Paper Daily is holding for us. Resilience pays as bank profits grow. Resilience pays as bank profits grow. That is another story that you want to follow inside the Citizen this morning. 11 of the 12 most profitable commercial banks in Tanzania reported increased profits in 2019, according to the recently released financial statements. You have the story continuing on page 2 of the Citizen this morning. Now, during the year ending December 31st, 2018, the 11 lenders' combined net profit stood at 62.778 billion shillings. And you can see the CEOs of different banks there, how it went up from, this is profit, from Stanbic, we had also DTB, Stanchart, we have also CRDB, NMB, NBC, amongst others. And you can read the rest of the details inside the Citizen this morning. Lugola under siege. That is another story that you can follow on page 3 of the Citizen this morning. And government reacts to 1.2 trillion shillings World Bank loan delay. This story continues on page 2. World Health Organization intervenes on virus. Find all the details on page 3 of the Citizen. Still, let's linger there a bit and see what we have on the front page of Mwananchi, still in Tanzania. And this is what is a splash today. The Swahili version of the Citizen. Lugola hapumui. Sasa abanwa kila kona, abebeshwa sakata la ununuzi sare za polisi. It's all about tenders as well. And this is a man under siege. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Mwananchi today. And World Health Organization, it says here kujadili kwa dharura virusi vya corona China. You can follow the story on page 4 of Mwananchi. So what is happening in Uganda? And we can head over there quickly and see what is on the front page of the Daily Monitor. This is our looks today. Kagame, this is what it says. We shall not open border now. There's a contention. Rwanda's Paul Kagame says he has a bone to pick with Uganda, even as President Museveni tells Ugandans not to worry about the border closure. Just to read a snippet of it, it says here, Rwanda's President Paul Kagame has said the causes of the icy relations between the two countries are much deeper than just the closure of the common border, and told Rwandans to stop coming to Uganda. That story continues on page 4 of the Daily Monitor today. Also, US blocks visas for women on bath tourism. That is inside the Daily Monitor today, just in a segment called In Brief. Drivers to pay 6 million shillings fine for drink driving. That is according to, of course, the Ugandan shillings there. So that could be an eye-popping figure for you. But the story continues on page 8 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Also, government abolishes end of term exams in schools. That is on page 6 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. And what is Rwanda saying? Let's see if we can try and retrieve the New Times as well this morning and see what it is holding for us. A lot of this are eluding me this morning. But nonetheless, I'll show you the hard copy. I don't have the hard copy or the soft copy of the New Times as it is right now. But have you grabbed your copy of the East African? Just to show you also what is on the front page of the East African this morning, briefly. I'm trying to retrieve this so that you can see what it is holding for us. And this has been the copy of the East African this week. Inside UK's post-Brexit plot for Africa. 21 African leaders meet in London as a former colonial master seeks new trade ties after EU market exit. Of course, that's really happened. You can see the flagger on top there reading "Scramble for Continent." And also, Waigoro responds to Karua at EA Court. Kirinyaga County Governor applies to join case filed by rival at the EACJ. That is a story you can follow also inside the East African. Also, Kenya, Uganda in horse trading to host EACJ as well. The story continues on page 7 of the East African this week. While there, I can also show you what we have on the front page of the recent copy of This is the recent copy of the Nairobi Law Monthly, and this is what it is holding for us. So this is the February edition. How top judges criminalized our rights to assembly and protest. That is the copy of this is the latest copy of the Nairobi Law Monthly. Also, there is a special report there on BBI, Necessary Evil, the bridge from Uhuru Ruto to Tingahuru. You can follow the story on page 18 of the Nairobi Law Monthly this morning. Let's move on and we see what we have also in other international editions as well. Swiftly, this is what is on the front page of the week. If you're interested in what is happening on the international affairs as well. This is a royal escape. What drove Meghan and Harry to flee the House of Windsor? Follow all the details in the recent copy of the week. Ukraine scandal deepens. And will Boeing's 737 MAX ever fly again? That's another question. All that is tucked away inside the latest copy of the week. All right, let's just bring this to a close finally by looking at also what we have on the front page of the latest copy of the foreign policy. If you're interested also in international affairs and diplomacy, this is the latest copy there. Socialism, why it's back and what it means. This is the latest copy of foreign policy. There you go. I think we'll leave it at that. For now, let's see and what our cartoonists have prepared for us in laughter and levity, which is up next. All right, this is what we have inside the Daily Nation today. According to Victor, what could possibly stop reggae? And there you go, getting jiggy there. Also, you can see the Deputy President there singing hymns from the 2022 hymnal. And you can see what can really actually stop the reggae could be the locust invasion and the coronavirus as it is right now. But the music goes on and on and on. That is what we have as an editorial cartoon today inside the Daily Nation. Let's see what we have also inside the People Daily. And this is what Stano has drawn for us. It's drawing a blank. Let me try again. It's drawing a blank there. So I'll come to the Standard and see what also Gado has drawn for us. This is what we have inside the Standard today. It's all about planet Earth amongst many planets. You can see Satan there, and how also the coronavirus is spreading across the planet as it is right now. So every person is taking caution of this, and also the international agencies are coming with speedy interventions to make sure that this is being contained. This is all about the coronavirus. We're keeping our eyes peeled on this, and of course spinning back our ears for any news about the development of the coronavirus. Let's move on to see what we have also inside the Star, and this is what has been drawn today by Ozone. It's all about YT2. It's no longer anchored anymore. It wasn't smooth sailing for YT2, and we can see now the MV Senate is sailing away, having yanked YT2 as the governor of Kiambu. Remember, this morning we were talking about leadership, and the probing question is what was on the front page of the Daily Nation yesterday. Why do Kenyans vote for clowns? This is what is on the front page of yesterday's Daily Nation, and this is the editorial cartoon also that Ozone has continued with this particular story inside the Star today. So those are your dailies as it is right now, but let me just show you also the copy of a Standard. This is a hard copy. Dirty tricks in YT2 ouster. That is what we have as a splash here. Behind the scenes, the scramble for magical 24 votes needed to send Babayao home sparks accusations of engineered walkouts and cash for votes. Inducements as maneuvers in Senate proceedings, and we have the stories on page 8, 9, and 10 of the Standard this morning. Also, the Kenyan-Ugandan men who fight for breast milk. Stranger than fiction, little was known about the practice of men drinking their partner's milk until a Ugandan broke the silence in 2018. Now a study bears it all. You want to read all about this on page 3 of the Standard today. Also, coronavirus, how Kenyan left epicenter of outbreak. And also, inside the sports segment, Sports says Amina ends FKF elections impasse, and Kenya risks AU wrath in trade deal with US. This is on page 38 of the Standard this morning. So those are your dailies today. Make sure you grab a copy of the Daily Nation, which is showcasing or really detailing the anatomy of power struggle, the toing and froing between President Uhuru Kenyatta and his Deputy President William Ruto, and how that also is affecting the structure of Parliament as it is right now. Let's also hark back into a bit of history. I'll be remiss if I don't show you, just briefly, I had forgotten that we have also the Daily Nation way back in 1961. This is from our archives. Odinga suspended. He wants to wreck KANU, says Gishuru. That is President James Gishuru, KANU president that is. James Gishuru yesterday suspended Vice President Oginga Odinga from office, alleging that he was determined to create disunity and wreck KANU. This dramatic move, which will have to be approved by a special meeting of the party's governing council on Friday, brings to a climax the long smoldering feud between Mr. Odinga and the party's general secretary, Tom Mboya. And that's how it looked, yes. I mean, way back in 1961, that was January the 31st on Tuesday, and it was going for a song only 25 cents, right? A catch penny for, maybe it was actually a lot of money then, I would imagine. It was, of course. And money, or man 60 slashed and trust on bed is another story that was there as well. You can see this picture here. A bit grainy, you can see it very clearly because of technology then, but this is the Nairobi game park warden, Stephen Ellis, found this baby Kongoni less than week old at the weekend on the point of dying from heat and malnutrition. That is way back in 1961. That is how the Daily Nation looked. Right, also let me take you 20 years back from our news archives, and this is the story that we aired for you 20 years back on the Newseum.
It has never happened before. For the first time in Kenya's history, demonstrating university students were able to meet the head of civil service. Observers feel that this is a sign that the reforms are bearing fruits. Before, the authorities would have unleashed riot police on the demonstrating students.
This is the memo containing all those grievances, and he has come here to acknowledge the receipt of this memo and to give you his word that he has received it and that he's going to act on it. And give us.
I'm happy to receive you. I have received the memo. Give me 14 days to investigate. Nothing will happen. I will communicate with your committee or your representative, and I will then arrange another meeting. On the basis of this, we will find out the real position, and I will communicate openly with you. I have nothing to hide. I want fair treatment for everyone.
After their reassurance, the students resumed their peaceful demonstration along Harambee Avenue aboard the university bus. Police watched the proceedings far away and restrained. The students, however, destroyed some concrete slabs along the way. They proceeded to the Ajib petrol station along Haile Selassie Avenue for refueling of the bus. One of the station's attendant was shoved aside and they undertook the refueling themselves. At one time, a suspected thief escaped narrowly the students' wrath. This man was also spared. The students then stopped a Kenya Bus Services vehicle number 40 as passengers hurriedly got out of the bus. At the junction of Kenyatta Avenue and Konenga Street, they got into another KBS vehicle, and minutes later, the third KBS vehicle along University Way. The three KBS vehicles were commandeered up to the junction of University Way and Harry Thuku Road, few meters from the Nairobi campus. Riot police were conspicuously absent during the demonstration. Norman Mudibo reporting for The Nation.
Our reporter then, Norman Mudibo, 20 years back, reporting with that particular, of course, protest from the students. You can see the Kenya bus service, and it brings back memories of what we really had then as Kenyans. What really happened to the disposal of these assets? These are questions that sometimes you should be asking, you know, the government. What happens to the many telephone booths that we had with the Kenya Post and the telecommunications then, the Kenya bus services? Where are they? How have they been accounted for? We have the Public Procurement Act right now in place, and Disposal Act, which streamlines how we shall actually dispose of all these assets. So these are problem questions that actually should be asking also the authorities as well. Where are the assets? How have they been accounted for? Right. We want to buckle down to our discussion this morning. Is all about we Kenyans and how we run our affairs during the election time. That was a probing question that we had on yesterday's Daily Nation. I just want to show you what it had. If you missed it, it asked a very poignant question. Why do Kenyans vote for clowns? Why do we vote for clowns? Right? Why do we vote for clowns? So we have our guests with us already. They're here in studio. But let's see also what happened last week on the Leadership Forum. The Soapbox is up next.
What are you doing to really feel alive? Are we caught up in the planning of life, planning outcomes, trying to control outcomes, many of which are actually an exercise in futility? How many times and how many of us took time to say, this year I'm going to be happier. This year I'm going to seek balance. This year I'm going to seek to serve. This year I'm going to try and get closer to that connection for the purpose that I came on this earth.
If we are able to live with meaning, every day is filled with purpose, every day is given to something that's really important or significant, then I believe that we'll be able to finish well.
Life is too short for you to give up. The fact that you're alive today means that God has a plan for your life. You still have another day to make it happen.
We have the power in our hands to make decisions between life and when we go.
Right, those were the guests last week. But today we have this guest here. The guest profiles is up next. Our guest today in studio, and of course the topic of our discussion is how we elect our leaders. You know the drill of how it happens. Every Friday, of course, they are on the lectern to make the presentation, and already we have with us Dr. Oliver Kisaka, who is on standby at the lectern right now to also tell us on this particular story and the probing question that was on the front page of the Daily Nation yesterday. Why do we vote, or we as Kenya or Kenyans voting for clowns? Dr. Oliver Kisaka, you've got 5 minutes beginning now.
Thank you, Dibal, and my fellow panelists this morning. Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to you, Kenyans. It's a great privilege to be discussing this morning, although the subject of our discussion is something that causes great disturbance as we reflect as a people. Why do Kenyans vote for clowns? It's amazing that in the journey of our growth from our individual ethnic communities in pre-independence Kenya to a national status where we are together, a nation state, living together, working together, there needed to have been a transformation in our way of thinking and operations that seems to have stalled somewhere in between, or that seems to reflect that some people are much more ahead of others in the game. And so the question of leadership in Kenya is a question which divides Kenyans, because some see it as an opportunity for personal gain, others see it as something to look forward to for hope for their future. A few people have found the opportunity, understood the game, are ahead of the rest, and are playing it in a way that is surprising Kenyans who have not taken time to reflect and think on what needs to happen. For example, the gentlemen and ladies that are called clowns today if you are to reflect back and think how they came into public limelight, you will see it was out of taking amazing radical actions in society, like banging walls, throwing stones, and the rest. And that's how they came into the public limelight. Kenyans began to see them as people who hold hope, people who can fight for them, people who can actually dare anybody and stand against them. And if you are to look at most of the leaders that are in power today, you would see that they are there because their communities see them as the people who can dare the rest of society on behalf of the community. So I would like to look at just three things. First, what I consider the ethnic problem. We are in a situation where ethnic communities go into the public space to seek benefit for their ethnic community. And when they are choosing leaders, they discriminate on the basis of who best can go into the society, cut out profits for us and bring them back to the community. These profits are reflected in terms of how many of our people can be employed, how many of them can return to the community. And so ethnicity becomes an agency that we use to try and get as much as possible from the common nation state for our people. If you don't have your person there, you probably will get nothing. The second one I call the values problem, and Kenyans are aware of values problem. They have even espoused it in the constitution in an attempt to look for leaders that are good leaders. But we fail here because those who present themselves as leaders come through the ethnic door and not the values door. Nobody is asking questions on values. We do not realize that like a farmer, a nation must think in terms of times of sowing, times of caring for crops, and times of harvest. If we don't sow what is good for ourselves, we do not expect to harvest what is good later. And the third one I call the poverty problem. I can only describe this in terms of the conflicting occurrences of situations in Africa today. Why, for example, are our African young people dying on the Mediterranean, struggling to get out of Africa to pursue a better life in Europe and other places, when at the very same time, Chinese are coming into Africa in droves, thinking that the opportunities in Africa are unlimited? There is a perception problem here. We see ourselves as poor and unable to turn our situation around, and are looking for somebody who is providing easy answers, instead of a willingness to be patient, to work hard, to define the direction we want to go, and to work at it until we get it. I invite Kenyans this morning to think seriously that leadership is not just about picking anybody who presents themselves out there as one fighting for us. It is about defining a future, working towards that future persistently. We need to be a people that add the value of sacrifice towards a common good direction. We may sacrifice our ethnicities, we will sacrifice our opportunities, we will sacrifice our fame, but we are working together towards a common good. Kenyans need to espouse a value like maintenance. We need to be aware that all things need to be maintained, whether it's a garden or a car or a bicycle or a country, all things need to be maintained. The concept of maintenance must be restored. We need to resolve the poverty problem. If you go to a buffet and you are thinking about the hunger in your head and not the size of your stomach, you are likely to serve more than you can chew and throw away the food. I think we need to shift. We are not a poor people. God has given us great resources, great ideas. We are a great people. We just need to sit down, organize ourselves, and this time go past the popularist leaders and try to get leaders that can actually work us towards a common direction. There's hope for Kenyans. Let's reorganize ourselves and move forward in a positive way. God bless you, Kenyans.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Oliver Kisaka. And we've picked some silent points there that we shall be raising during the program as well when we sit down and talk with the panelists. Up next, who's working over now there is Professor Dominic Wenja, who is the CEO of Mater Hospital. Right, let's just begin right away because of interest of time. You've got 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Dibal. Good morning, panelists. Good morning, Kenyans. Today we've been talking about leaders and leadership for a long time, but today I want us to reflect on who is that leader that I want. And looking at this headline about electing clowns, I have a few more adjectives. Clowns, we elect thieves, we elect thugs, we elect priests, we elect all kinds of manner of people into our political leadership. But then I have to ask our people, as you elect your people and you look at your leaders, we say that you sleep in the bed that you make. Did you elect a thief? Do you elect a thug? Do you elect a nice person? Do you elect somebody who cares? That is the bed that we make, and therefore we have to deal with the consequences. This is the leader that I look for. So the question I'm asking you, Kenyan, is this a leader that you look for? And I'll give you several points. 1, a leader who is fair and objective. 2, a leader who moves oneself above oneself and serves the people. 3, is not seeking fame and attention. 4, is not hiding the truth for the sake of looking good. 5, is focused on specific, achievable and measurable goals and outcomes and demands outcomes. 7, encourages people to be accountable for their action. 8, does not pay attention to be politically correct but ethically correct. 6 or 9, does not make idealistic promises but realistic ones. A leader who is honest even if it doesn't benefit him or her. A leader who thinks globally but acts locally. A leader who takes personal responsibility for everything that he or she does. A leader who has a curious mind and always want to find ways of solving our problems as a society and as a people. A leader who does not make himself look good by making others look bad. So as we look at all those qualities, what I want you Kenyans to do is, as you reflect on the leaders that you have put in positions of power, do they exhibit those characteristics? And if they did before you elected them, when they go to Parliament or the Senate or whichever political position they get into, do they change? Then we have to ask ourselves, why do they change? Because we have honest people that when they're campaigning, they're honest. People who are promising, but then they go to Aga's house and they change. The question we have to ask ourselves is why? I like to tell people, when you look at issues, look into the mirror and not through the mirror. Let me explain that again. Look through the mirror, into the mirror, not through the mirror. When you look through the mirror, you see yourself in reflection of others. When you look into the mirror, you see yourself for who you are. So when you make that decision on the ballot box, and it's coming soon, look into the mirror and see yourself and ask yourself, is the decision that I made good for this country, for my family, for myself? And is this person going to take this country to the next level? But there's a common denominator among our people when we go to the ballot box. We're looking for those who are loudest sometimes, those who will promise but sometimes not deliver. And the poverty index in this country has led us to be deceived by our leaders in so many ways and directions. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we get out of this mess that we created? It's only up to you, my fellow Kenyans. Look into the mirror and not through the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And of course, he's run us through a list of what we should be actually looking for a leader when you're actually electing a leader. Fair and objective, move above oneself, not seeking for fame and acclamation. Also, not politically, not seeking to be politically correct, but ethically correct as well, amongst others, that we'll be discussing much later in the course of the program. Right, up next we have George Njenga, Reverend John Njenga, who's a co-founder and a director, Dispute and Conflict Resolution International, is up on the lectern right now. Sir, you got 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for the chance to address this problem. Watching news every evening is not difficult to discover that we have enough clowns as leaders in this country. So I am not quite worried that somebody has discovered to make that a headline, because it is true. I think we fail to capture the essence of leadership and the impact of leadership as we elect and put people in positions of leadership. We fail to accept, appreciate, acknowledge that leadership is the most important ingredient in any human endeavor, and what you put in there will determine failure or success. And because we have chosen to put more and more clowns in leadership, it is no wonder, therefore, that we don't seem to be getting anywhere. We keep to be going round and round in circles. So why is this state of affairs a reality? Firstly, I think we have trivialized leadership. I think we have trivialized leadership and moved away from developing useful leadership. We have equated leadership to friendship, that if you're my friend, then you can be a good a good leader. Not necessarily so. We have also glorified thieves and charlatans and busybodies. We have picked people who did not lead anything in particular and given them the crucial role of leading the nation. We have decided that leadership is about family lineage, that if my father was a big leader, I too, I have the genes to lead. That is not necessarily true. Again, we have made leadership a quick avenue to instant riches. And therefore, anybody who wants to be rich quickly without necessarily working will be attracted to leadership. We've also moved away from long-term in thinking about leadership to short-term mentality. And that short-term mentality is the province of politicians. A politician thinks about the next elections. It is no wonder, therefore, that as soon as we close one election, we are thinking about the next one, because by nature, that's how politicians think. Now, if you have enough clowns, then you have muddied the water big time. Statesman, in contrast, a statesman thinks about the next generation and therefore will invest for the long term. In this country, we have tended to blame the masses for electing the kind of people we have. I don't quite subscribe to that thinking wholly, because we are dealing with vulnerable people. A person in Baba's bedroom, living in there, 500 shillings is a matter of life and death for him. 100 shillings is a matter of life and death for him. So when clowns go to dance there and give 100 shillings, people will flock there and elect them. We need to re-educate the masses. We need to reach out to them and help them. We've moved away from a leadership on merit. We've moved away from electing people who merit. And therefore, we've allowed the bottom to come to the top, because, you know, we are looking for the roughest, we are looking for the loudest, and the bottom has obviously come to the top. My colleague has talked about tribal thinking, which I believe is a threat to devolution. If in the devolved units, all we are thinking about is our people in that region, we will destroy what I believe is the best thing that has happened in this country, devolution about our people. And finally, I think the ruling class simply does not care. I think they are so caught up with the living for today, their power and glory, they really don't care. They don't quite want to understand that leadership is about making tough decisions. It's about loneliness, even betrayal. Are we willing to pay the price? And obviously, we have abandoned ethical leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend George Njenga, who's also listed some of the things that we do as Kenyans. We've trivialized leadership and moved away from, from actually streamlining leadership with people with credibility and ability of character to equating leadership to friendship. So if I'm your friend then and I come and ask for that particular vote, on that basis then I will vote for you, amongst others as well. Quick avenue to instant reaches, that is another one. We shall be also looking at this much later. Let's hear from Dr. Frank Njenga, who's already also on the lectern. He's a consultant psychiatrist. So you got 5 minutes beginning now.
I have just 3 things to say this morning. The first is that even the devil is entitled to a hearing. The secondly, I would like to say that in my experience, the majority of the leaders that we have in Kenya are good men and women. So the question before us is, why does a small number of buffoons make so much noise that they appear to be the only people in positions of leadership? I recall, since independence, every parliament has had its own share of clowns. Famously, Charles Njonjo talked about the 7 bearded sisters, Georgia Nyona, James Orengo, Koigi Wamwere, among others. Every leader who has been capable of being described as a clown has had his own noisy contribution to make. The one common denominator that in my view defines these so-called clowns and the reasons that we vote for them, first of all, is because the clowns present themselves. Good men and women are reluctant to present themselves. And a good question we should be asking, and John Kamau should have asked this, is why do good men not present themselves to be elected in sufficient numbers to outshine the clowns that come before us? Now, I will continue to muddy these waters by saying the following. In Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom, there is a minister, at least in the previous government before Johnson's, there was a minister in charge of suicide prevention. The minister for suicide prevention was put in place because it was recognized that in Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom, about 35% of the members of parliament had very special mental health needs. This is Her Majesty's government, not in Kenya. Kenya, I'm sure, is better than that. A friend of mine looked historically at all men who had been presidents in the United States of America since the beginning of the presidency. To his shock and horror, mine as well, 50% of all the men who have been presidents in America have had diagnosable mental disorders, from alcoholism, depression, and so on. The same fellow, friend of mine, looked at all the British prime ministers until Blair. To his shock and horror, the British were doing better. There are 70% of prime ministers who have had a mental health need of one sort or another. What does that tell you? It tells me two things. One, that presidents and prime ministers are human beings, which is an important point. Secondly, that people who present themselves for positions of leadership perhaps are more prone to various mental health conditions than the general public. In recognition of this, Her Majesty's government, the Parliament, has a special unit, just like you have in university and in schools, that gives counseling to the members of Parliament. And I can assure you, it is a very, very busy unit. In a recent study, again, in the last Parliament, large numbers of people have been found in that Parliament to have various forms of illnesses. I'm a historian of sorts. Did Adolf Hitler, the Third Reich, have a mental illness? I don't know, but he certainly was an exceedingly paranoid individual, a man who showed hysterical blindness, and a man who perhaps did suffer from one form of illness or another. Sir Winston Churchill clearly won the Second World War in a state of mania. He suffered from a bipolar mood disorder, which was well recognized and for which he received some treatment. Abraham Lincoln, the greatest American president of all time, suffered from such severe depression. Now, what point am I making? I am making the following point, that this devil that we call clowns in leadership possibly require the care they do not receive. Perhaps this is a time for us as Kenyan, and now I speak as a leader of the mental health task force, took a look at our leaders and humanized them and said, these ladies and gentlemen who present themselves for leadership positions might be like other presidents or other parliamentarians we have seen in other jurisdictions, and perhaps are not as bad as we think they are. Let us put this case on its head and say, it's just possible our leaders are human beings and you must treat them like fellow human beings. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank Chenga. Our leaders are human beings that we should treat them as human beings. But, they present themselves for elections, and that's why we also elect them as well. We want to take a short break right now. When we circle back, we'll hear from Mary Mukindia, who is already on the podium as it is right now. And remember to hit us on Twitter. AM Live NTV is the Twitter handle, AM Live NTV, our profile name on Facebook, and 20686, our SMS portal. So a lot of issues coming to the fore, and we've picked on some of the salient points they've raised that we shall tease out on the other side of a break. Don't go away.
Enroll now for professional qualification whose entry grade is C+, Diploma in Credit Management or Accounting Technician Diploma course whose entry requirement is a C- in KCSE, or for Certificate in Accounting and Management Skills comes with a minimum grade of D plain. FASNEB, be empowered.
Welcome to our big family. You see, in this family, we have fun together and we look out for each other because we care. We share whatever we have. We protect and support each other. Welcome home, where we love and care for each other. We're so excited that you're joining us.
Welcome to the new member of our Nivea family. New Nivea Petroleum Jelly Essence, enriched with glycerin for long-lasting moisture and protection.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies.
The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's LAPSET corridor boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
You know very well that I don't need Samantha.
Then why on earth did you abduct her?
Because I failed to kidnap you.
Please don't do this. Let's talk about this, okay? Take me to my son right now. Because if you don't, I won't hesitate to shoot you in the head. He's in here.
Is the yacht already here?
It's on its way, Governor.
What?
I'll take care of JR.
Hillary! Don't you dare touch him!
Samantha, will you marry me?
How to use our e-levy portal. Click Sign Up to begin the registration process. Once you have filled in all the necessary information, click Register and complete the registration process.
Welcome back. You're watching the Leadership Forum here on AM Live, and we're using for subject this morning, why do Kenyans vote for clowns? This was the headlining story on the front page of Daily Nation yesterday. We've heard from a few of our panelists so far, and standing by also is Mary Mukindia. She's an executive leadership coach, leadership trainer, workshop facilitator, amongst others, and she is on the radio right now. Mary, good 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Debal, and good morning, viewers. How we elect our leaders, as I understand it, that is what we're discussing this morning. How do we elect our leaders? How do you elect your leader? And how do I, as Mary, elect my leader? It's a very interesting question, and I've been trying to read about it and also think about it. How do I elect my leader? What is interesting is that it's prefaced and it arises out of yesterday's headline of why do Kenyans vote for clowns. So maybe I'll tackle that a little bit before I go into how I think we elect leaders, myself, yourself included, and say that I think I take exception to that headline. And I'll go against the grain here and say, we are then the clowns. Because there's a saying that you get the leaders you deserve. Our leaders, as one of our panelists said, they are a reflection of us. Therefore, if we are electing these leaders, we are the clowns. Nation media is a clown. We're all part of society. We're part of each other. And I think I started to look at what is the definition of a clown. It's a comic performer who employs slapstick, rough, similar types of physical comedy, often in a mime style. And I don't really think that's who we are or what we are. I think that we perhaps need to understand, go back to how we elect them and how we elect our leaders, those who represent us. And I would say that, and thinking about it, in the 1960s, 70s, it was very much party politics. People, there were big parties, there was KADU, there was KANU, and so on. And people actually genuinely believed in parties, believed in what one party propagated against the other, the style of how we wanted to live. Was it a socialist kind of style? Was government going to take care of everything? Or were people going to have self-determination? That was we talked about African socialism. And it was very much people identified with parties, which of course later became very much ethnic based. I'm not too clear, I'm not a political historian, but I think in the 80s, 90s, particularly after 24 hours, probably 15 years of Moi rule, and seeing the paternalistic and the tribal politics in terms of dividing resources were being played, there was a lot of fight for ideals of democracy, and civil society really rose up to talk about democracy because the country was failing, and we thought that having enough democracy and space for the private sector would lead to improved economic living. And that was the real fight. I remember Ford Asili, I remember all these people who had, ideals. We used to have the vote, the suit, and we believed in a particular individual who would bring this new paradise, Canaan as it were. And from the 2000s, we really started seeing group interests. And I think there are more economic interests. I know we talk a lot about ethnics, but I'm seeing it as a rich and poor, the haves and don't have it, those who want to consolidate power, those who think that power should belong to them, and those who believe that this is our lot, these are the people to rule us. And you're seeing that the tribal politics, as people move into cosmopolitan and peri-urban centers, as people start to intermarry, I think the tribalism and the ethnic factor is being used by politicians to drive our decisions, but it's very much a question of the haves and the have-nots. And I think that one of the mentalities that's allowing us to vote the way we have is we seem to have an overall message, a simple one, and I don't know where it began. We as Kenyans believe that government exists to bring development. Whether it started from the pre-colonial times that government, serikali, itusaidia. Serikali is the one that brings development, because we even saw it practically played. So with that idea of government brings development, then what we do is we send people, we look for people to go and secure our position and bring us our portion of development. And this is, I think, what is happening more and more. And whether I see people now moving into groups of where maybe we're coffee farmers. So we want to send people who bring us coffee, better coffee prices. Or we are a milk person, Eldoret, we want people who look at subsidies or maize to bring us what we want. So it's about our small groups of where we are. And they're usually now breaking into economic groups, not so much in terms of the ethnics. We want these people to bring us the development. And because we are sending the best person to go and nyakua our piece of development, I sense that then the politics becomes a very high-stake game. And I remember reading this article actually in The Nation that was run in 2017, and I started coming to this school of thought that it is do or die. We're sending you, go get our portion, bring it to us so that we can develop in our own little subgroups without looking at the history of the tour. And therefore, voting has become, you bribe me, that's what I want, but first you bribe me. And the population, I think we're very clear. We're being bribed. You really are not interested in me. And I want you to go, and you don't even ask me what I want. So it's I bribe you, you bribe me, it's a time for eating well, and then I will be able to vote you in. And actually the population is leading this. In fact, they force the politicians, you must bribe us. And this kind of politics now are bringing more division instead of unity. Because they're do or die, it is, we vote somebody who is bribing me, I hope you go and bring us a little piece of ourselves of what we want. And unfortunately, I think it's a catch-22. We are actually coming to each other. So I think what is important is we need to understand is how does development happen? What is the role of government? If we can start to understand how development takes place, and I think part of it is civic education and media. I truly, honestly, I'm standing here in Nation House, but I would say the media is dumbing down the population. The kind of headlines we see, dirty tricks in Waituto ouster, autonomy over power struggle, why do Kenyans vote for Clark? We are lacking somebody to, as you report news, also educate us, tell us the values and what we want to have. Because we come from an origin of a culture of consensus of the big man syndrome, instead of saying we need to start taking ownership of ourselves, of what we want and responsibility. Because unless we do that and fundamentally change the way that we run politics, we actually risk completely dividing this country, which politics has done. And unless we fundamentally change the way we play our politics, then we are not going to unify. And that is my bit to say that when I vote for somebody with a head who is reasoning, who I think, despite the ethnic, will bring me understands economic prosperity and economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Mukinde there, who's taking, of course, a different tangent from what others are saying this morning, and we shall also be accommodating her and, of course, evaluating some of our comments as well. Reactions I can see on Twitter. I have with me here Ahmed Mohammed Aden saying, when we elect our leaders, it's a result, or clown for leaders, it's as a result of societal decay we all face, and if the system fails, false leaders become alternative solutions to problems, and we get whole concepts wrong and having wrong people for the wrong job. It's a bit static here. Also, we have we don't vote for clowns. We are carried away with the clowns' money due to hard times. This is what Marvin Ogada he's saying. Also, we have Harry Karuri Bazenga saying, hope corruption is so high among our leaders. This is what really drives them. Also, Griffins Omwenga saying, majority of the elite never vote. The exercise is usually left to the burgesses who only vote. As the Daily Nation put it yesterday, with half their minds wallowing in political ecstasy. And we have also Augustine Kimutai saying they're elected based on their wealth, useless high educational levels and oratory skills. Leaders should be selected from a group of wise men. This is what Chinese party do, and they advance profit. That is what some of sentiments that you're sending via Twitter. I shall be reading also from Facebook as well. But now let's just buckle down to the discussion, and we begin where Oliver Kisaka started off. And you actually predicated all this to the issue of values. That we have a value or a values problem as a nation. Would you mind expounding on this?
Thank you very much, Dibal, and I've been enriched so much by the sharing of fellow panelists this morning. Dibal, values are no good if they are written in the Constitution or in other books and yet are not part of our makeup as a Kenyan people. Yes. I think it is important to recognize some of the valuable sayings among our communities and in the Swahili language. For example, mtaka cha mbinguni sharti ainame. You need to bend, you need to work hard in order to be able to establish the kind of things you are looking for. The kind of effort we put in the farms to produce crops is the same effort we need to put in our country. We need to sow good seed. We need to sow a good vision. We need to work at that vision. We need to persistently keep working at the good goal until we get it. And we in the public, and very interesting to listen to Dr. Frank Jenga this morning, because of just that concept of the possibility that to be able to go into politics and offer yourself at the risk of failure, you need some level of mental limit so that you really can dare. But you see, it is those who dare present themselves that then finally get elected. But the common people must be thinking that we are going towards a particular direction. The vision that was espoused by the 2010 Constitution was that we wanted to reorganize our country to be a fair place for everybody. How are we still working towards that? Did we go further than that to ask who are the people that can actually help us achieve this? Or are we just choosing people on the basis of how they have thrown a few stones around or defended our community in some tricky situations? it does seem to be like the concept of we have sown the vision of a new country needs to be accompanied by the fact that you need to take care of that vision, to weed, to water, to nurture, and persistently nurture until the crop gets mature and ripe for our harvest. Otherwise, we tend to imagine that we wanted a new country, now it's not happening, and we are struggling to look for other visions which have not been tested. I would just invite that dimension of internalizing the values. And here I'm talking about values like persistence, like patience and sacrifice towards that same goal, like maintenance. Do we maintain our country? Do we think of it in terms of something we need to nurture? I'm thinking about going beyond a poverty mentality and beginning to think that we are human beings endowed by God with gifts and capacities to construct and to work together and to push until we achieve what we are working for. So I'm just thinking we need to shift from short-termist approach to issues to long-term, persistent, sacrificial working towards a common goal.
Right. So is it when you talk about we shifting from a poverty mentality? How will we say this is a mentality and yet the reality of on the ground is a poverty around us?
You see, Dibal, it is human beings who turn poverty situations into wealth situations. It's human beings. A man who is given a piece of land can decide to work on this piece of land and plant some potatoes, keep some chicken, keep some potatoes, and work on them. He will be struggling in the few months when these things are growing. But if you meet this person 5 years, 10 years later, you will see somebody who has completely changed his circumstances because they are working at it. To sit back and to say, I'm poor, therefore life is impossible for me, is to fail to understand the opportunity that God has given humanity. There's a lot of resource around us. Just this past week, I was in Angola. Angola has had 40 years of war, and yet they are Africa's leading country with diamonds. They have among the leading producers of oil. They have gold. And you see a sense of defeat in a country which is endowed with so much. I'm just saying, to sit back and say we are poor is not an option. It's not the description of what God made human beings to be. God gave human beings the capacity to be creative, to change their circumstances, to think about what can be done, to bring solutions to situations. And every Kenyan has got that opportunity.
All right, let's say from Professor Dominic Mwenja, you listed some of, maybe what we could call values that a leader should espouse. We can actually try and pick some of them, but also you mentioned that we sleep with the leaders or we sleep in the bed that we make. Yeah, just continue with that particular line.
Yes, Dibal. The first thing we need to look at and pay attention to is the poverty index. When we have such high levels of poverty, and I'm talking from a perspective, I deal a lot with the youth, and we can see the chronic unemployment where our youth have given up, and these young people are the majority. So it has to be us in leadership to find ways of reducing the poverty index in this country. Otherwise, we will not be able to get the kind of leaders that we want. And there is the reason. My brother Reverend here mentioned about the 500 shilling conundrum that we see during the elections all the time, where leaders, they go to the banks in the morning, they make change, they have 50 shillings, 100 shillings, 200 shillings that they go dishing out during campaigns. And because we have these very many very poor young people in our villages and our towns, they start to identify with that person, and when they see that convoy coming, and if you've been in campaigns, you've seen this, you see that convoy coming, they're all running towards there and they're waiting for Mheshimiwa to give them something. They don't expect those people to say anything, because when you start talking sense and they're hungry, they're not going to pay attention to what you're saying. And I've been in campaigns and I've seen where people literally, and you get upset when you see young people who have problems that can be solved through political leadership and otherwise, but they are not paying attention to those. That is all because of a poverty index. We need to find ways and programs that reduce our level of poverty in this country. And that's why you see these clowns. When they come with a ton of money, and some of them have even confessed being some of the biggest thieves in this country.
Right.
And they will come and they will get voted over and over again. But then we ask ourselves,
But I would disagree with
then,
some of the things.
hold on, then we ask ourselves, then how do we get out of this? We have to find ways of reducing the poverty index, of getting these young people to get employment, to get empowered, so they have the courage to ask a question without expecting anything. And that's the issue that we have. If you ask that Mheshimiwa a question when he's coming for campaigns, most likely he's not going to give you 500 shillings or 300 shillings. But if you're just there and waiting for him to give you or her to give you that 300 or 200 shillings and clap and go on, that will not stop until we address the poverty issues facing our youth and our young people in this country.
But you know, the leaders also, as it seems, or in its entirety, really want to subject maybe the populace to that particular index that you're talking about, so that we, in the next cycle, will lead them.
It's in their interest.
The promissory notes as well, you know, so they subject you to, you know, a very needy, so to speak, place that you're always looking for them to bail you out in situations. So they are panaceas, as it is, or so to speak, from, you know, the kind of situation that we're in. But Jesus said that we'll always, the poor will always be with us.
But I think also the leadership cannot solve the poverty problem. The community in itself has to solve that leadership problem. That's what I agree with Dr. when he was saying. It's a question of values. How come we don't see women running around, or girls? What are they doing? There are places in my area you cannot find tea pickers. We have to go to other districts to find tea pickers. What are those values that we've inculcated in people that development has to be brought from you? The solution comes from the people. The leaders will not bring them jobs.
Thank you. You say we've trivialized, we'll come to you. We've trivialized leadership, Reverend.
Yes.
Would you mind just also elucidating on that a bit?
Well, assuming that most of our leaders are not mad, I think if we got good people who are able to do what needs to be done, we could make lots of progress. I am not too sure about people finding a way for themselves. I think this is the province of leadership. A few years ago, I saw a lady, a very determined lady, who was out to transform Kibera. Is it called Kibra? And my heart was glad because I saw her go there, try and do many things to change the ecosystem and help the people in Kibera. It was all it got into a quagmire, and I think she gave up. She went to lead elsewhere. A few months ago, I saw her dancing with people in Kibra, a place which is in desperate poverty. What do you expect those people to do? Those people are unlikely to lead themselves. They're looking for someone to show them the way. But what do we do when we go there? We dance and we tell them stories. The people who go to dance there, their natural habitat is not Kibra. But they go there because people are vulnerable. Why don't they go and get people to dance in Karen and Runda and other places? These people are vulnerable, and they're looking for that lady who a few years ago began to organize them and give them hope. To tell people to lead themselves when they are in abject poverty is to make a serious mistake from my point of view. So we have trivialized leadership because we have made it appear like it's a friendship thing. That lady now came to dance in Kibera to support her friends. We decided we are happy to live with thieves, even though some of them are confessed. I saw it on national television, a student leader dishing out money to bribe to be elected. I've been watching. That leader now is in national politics, and recently we know what happened to that leader. We are promoting busybodies. We are looking for failures. There is no way we are going to get anywhere as long as you look for failure and put him in position of leadership. Leadership is not about families, and I said so. The fact that my father was a great leader does not mean that I can make a great leader. And we need to come to realization that we need to develop meaningful leaders. We need to, and I agree with Professor Kiseka there, we need to plant, we need to mentor good leaders, we need to train good. It doesn't happen by chance.
It doesn't happen by chance. And so the clowns, they present themselves. This is what Dr. Frank Njenga was telling us. So they'll come, they'll present themselves, we'll elect them, because the middle class, so to speak, that we normally also talk about so more oftenly, never present themselves for, this leadership force. So what choices are we left with, right, Dr. Frank Njenga?
I like to put two disclaimers on the table, and I like that to be put on record. I continue to hold the following view, that the majority of our senators, the majority of our governors, the majority of members of parliament, in my very, very, very humble view, are good men and women who enjoy perfect mental and physical health. Really? The following I would like to say also, that a small number of empty debates make so much noise that it appears to all of us as though all our governors, all our members of parliament, all our senators are that way inclined. I would ask after this conversation here for us to go through all those 47 and whatever number it is. Our problem is that the loudest debates are the ones that make the most noise, and the media picks up on those ones and goes into a process we call in psychology generalization. I don't hold that view, and I continue to hold that view. Secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, the fact that one has a mental health need does not make that person an invalid. The following people, all of them had mental health needs: Albert Einstein, J.F. Kennedy, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Isaac Newton. So the fact that you have ADHD or depression or bipolar, it doesn't mean that you're an invalid. It means that we now, the experts, need to be allowed the opportunity of reversing that. And thirdly, and perhaps finally, and I'll continue to say this, being a political leader in an African country is a very difficult job. So if you are elected and you become what is called a political leader, the demands that are placed upon you by your family, by your wife, by your children, by your constituents are so hard and heavy that it's very easy for you to tip and actually go into alcoholism, shoot people in the street, and portray symptoms that make you appear. And I will continue to say, I follow what I call the Goldwater rules, which do not allow a psychiatrist to make any comment on a person they have not examined, and a person who has, no, it's true, or a person who has not given their consent for me to speak about them. So I am not speaking about anybody I have not examined. But the impression I have from reading the newspapers, the impression I have from just watching television, we have some of them young men and women who need help. And they make a lot of noise, and we assume that all our leaders are the same. I don't think they are.
You don't think they are? And Mary Mukinde, actually, you are picking up on the media that is really dumping down the nation, just as you say.
Yeah.
And you think also this was a fair assessment, maybe from also the headline? Did we use maybe a broad brush stroke to just paint all the leaders as clowns as it is?
I think you did, because I think what is the purpose of the media? I think what are the three things? To educate, to inform, and to entertain. What is your responsibility as a fourth estate? But that is already you've drawn a conclusion that they are clowns. So you're now asking, why do we vote for clowns?
It is a question mark that we're ending with there.
I fully agree. If this was an article, if it was an editorial, an opinion piece, I would have said yes. But this is a national headline in the biggest and really most prestigious paper. So it's, for me, is to say now we have actually presupposed something. We've actually drawn a statement that the people who vote for are clowns. Then now we are asking, why are they clowns? So already we've made a basic supposition. That is what I take objection to. But you're not the only ones. You report a lot of good things inside. My question is, as a young country with the divisive politics that have become what they are, and for the headlines in almost every single day, we seem to have more than an abundance of focus. So much of politics and the shenanigans that are coming in, and big headlines, you know, of there's a power struggle, dirty tricks. So we are always living in this state of agitation that something is happening, tomorrow it will collapse, it won't. While majority of the country are going ahead with their life quite normally. So I don't know if it's a tail wagging the dog, because we really need to focus on what are the core issues. For example, let's talk about Kibera. And that's why I agree with Dr. Rijenga that let's talk about the majority, the 80-20 rule. Majority of our leaders, we know them, went to school with them, or they went to school with your sister or your cousin. Most people when they're elected are very sensible people. And it is the game that the way it is played. And the population expect that. How do we start changing the people to educate them, of which the media is part of what actually their own responsibility is? If you go to Kibera, they are actually community leaders. Leadership is at every level: self, community, teachers, businessmen. And in Kibera, because there's a foundation I'm involved in, and we sponsor some young entrepreneurs, and have then come to know more. There are so many fantastic businesses going on. There's so much leadership that's happening. There's so many very good young leaders that have been voted in as MCAs and so on. Look at Kivutha Kibwana. His first time he had that near riot where that mentality of poverty and wanted to take money, and they wanted to oust him. He was very clear as a leader of what he wanted to deliver as an agenda. And he took them to court. They took him to court. He took them to court. He refused to budge. What happened? They were all voted out. He got a completely new team. Only few remained, and now he's one of the best performing because he has stuck to his gun and he's teaching his people. So I think it's both ends. Society starts to change and learn, but some of the more upper senior leaders also help change that. But I think leadership is at every single level. That's why I say even those who's unemployment, they have to take ownership.
Thank you. Dr. Oliver Kisaka.
In a democracy, by its very nature, Aristotle actually said that democracy is the worst system, but it's the most popular. Because it's popular, it then becomes the way you choose your leaders. Let me tell you, Dibal, in Kenya, in our cities, we have a lot of young people who have a lot of land at home, a lot. And we have defined poverty to mean absence of shillings. I don't define poverty that way. I define poverty to mean I have no food to eat. I don't have food to eat. I don't have a way of taking care of my family. Money is a secondary issue. It comes in as a medium of exchange. I want to access certain services, and so I need money. But if you have your 100 chicken, you can actually sell 20 of them and get money and access what you want. This question of following examples of people who take what is not theirs from the public trust that they have been given, accumulate a lot, and then present the picture of success, which is based not on hard work but on theft, is the culture that is destroying our country and causing the young people to misunderstand the giftedness in themselves given by God. The young person who works very hard for himself, he will be able to generate his food and will, by virtue of that food, actually determine what else other people do. A person with oil will plead with a person for food, with food, because he can't eat the oil. But if you have the food, you can actually eat. That's why I say that in our villages today, back home, you don't see anybody with the ribs sticking out. They have food, they eat, when they are sick, they go to the forest, they get certain plants, they rub it on themselves. There is a whole system out there. But the new system that has come has taught us to say power is at the top, money is at the top. Unless you go to the top, you not get it. So many young people have flocked into the cities. They are living in very difficult circumstances, and yet if they were living in the village, there is a mentality that they are living better in the city, but actually those who are living in the villages are much better. So the only place I would blame leadership for is that they are responsible for organizing the fundamental rules that govern the way society operates. They are the ones who determine where the roads are going, where the piped water is going. I mean, His Excellency Kibaki declared that there will be electricity in every factory and in every school. Just by that fundamental declaration alone, electricity went into corners of this country that nobody ever imagined electricity would be.
And has changed the society.
And the society changed. So I think about leaders in terms of the management of our infrastructure. Otherwise, all these other flashy things is an impression that is being communicated in a false way to young people to see themselves as failures, as poor, as incapable, when they are sitting on the very things that other people are crying for.
Yes. Right. So we have also a few minutes remaining, but I want us also to plumb deep and look at solutions as well. Now that we're in this morass, how do we try and pry ourselves from this particular morass that we're in? Let's just begin with you, Dr. Dominic Monja, but you had something to say before we look at some of the speedy resolutions that maybe we can bring to bear in the forum.
Yeah, Dibal, I just wanted, and I do agree with my sister, and I also agree with my brother and Daktari. It takes leadership to find solutions, and we cannot leave people who are in poverty to necessarily find solutions that will take them out of poverty. It will take leaders. If you go to Kibera today and other poor areas of this town, even the rural areas, they will have solutions that are localized, that are not going to empower them because that's the environment that they're used to. That's how they grew up, and so the solutions that are envisioned by these leaders in the local community are based on their experiences in that local community. Okay. Now, will that necessarily take them out of poverty? And most likely not. It takes leadership from higher level with a vision to be able to envision solutions that will make it possible to get these people out of poverty. I do agree. There are young people, and I see a lot of young people in this country. I say they came from distant counties. They are here in this city. They left a piece of land, and most likely the market mechanism back in the home village could not allow them to make a decent living out of the piece of land that they have. So we have then to ask ourselves why, as leaders at this level, so that we can help those leaders in the local level find solutions that are sustainable. So it's incumbent upon us as leaders to find solutions that are sustainable, to find solutions that will take our young people out of poverty, our rural communities out of poverty. That includes infrastructure development, using agriculture as a linchpin to eradicate poverty. That will have to come from us in higher levels of leadership than the local person who has been toiling and toiling for decades. The solution will not come from there. It will come from somewhere else. Then we empower those leaders to enable them to change the lives of the individuals. And therefore, leadership has total responsibility in making sure even at the local level our people understand what the problems are and we find solutions for them.
Yeah, these solutions is what we really want to find out, because I think sometimes we really talk abstractly and we don't have, when we come out from that discussions, we wonder, okay, what are the solutions that we've had this particular forum, we've talked about us electing clowns, but what is the takeaway from that discussions that we've just had? But
well, doing real things. I look at the Komba market. We run there when it burns, and we, for a week, we condole with those who have lost their loved ones, and we take blankets and food. But what would it really take to organize the Komba market? What would it take to organize Toy Market? What would it take to organize Kibera? For sure, to get those roads working, to put people in meaningful housing. We would definitely not need World Bank. We don't need a grand loans. I mean, of course, those who are building dams may tell us otherwise.
We said it wasn't happening well.
Well, I don't know. All I'm asking is, why should it not happen? I mean, if we are coming to say it's not doing well, then get someone to do it and do it well. For me, from where I sit, it will take negligible, 1 to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, 18 years, 19 years, 20 years, 21 years, 22 years, 23 years, 24 years, 25 years, 26 years, 27 years, 28 years, 29 years, 30 years, 31 years, 32 years, 33 years, 34 years, 35 years, 36 years, 37 years, 38 years, 39 years, 40 years, 41 years, 42 years, 43 years, 44 years, 45 years, 46 years, 47 years, 48 years, 49 years, 50 years, 51 years, 52 years, 53 years, 54 years, 55 years, 56 years, 57 years, 58 years, 59 years, 60 ye amount of money to organize the Kombo market and give people a better place to be. What would they take to jail the thieves we have, so that we move away from the culture of corruption, which is stealing so much from us? I think I sympathize with the Chief Justice when he says he needs money, but surely we can jail a few and show that indeed we care for this country, and move people from thinking that there is money and merit in stealing. In this country, the solutions are not complicated, but we are not willing to go there. How much does it take to build a water pipe? To think about those things which have everyday use and value for the people. Now, the media. I think the media is in catch-22 because you claim to report what is happening, and I think nobody can begrudge you. However, this is not all that is happening in this republic. This is not all that is happening. Watching news in this country is a painful encounter. You would see one quarrel after another, just like a party after party after party. Can't we get another offering? Can't you help us to nurture this country? Must we be bombarded with all these threats and failure and everything that is going wrong? My appeal to the media is to look beyond all these quarrels and give us hope. This country needs hope.
All right. Let's hear from Daktari. Do you think in any way then, as a media, and you're talking about the mental health state of the country, are we also vicariously maybe subjecting Kenyans to situations that they're going through, just vicariously?
Yeah, I just going around the country recently, in this mental health task force, Kenyans have told us some very, very interesting things. Number one, they've told us about the mental well-being of their leaders, and they would really like us to ensure that their leaders are properly and adequately looked after. Secondly, they have said, generally speaking, that politicians are a contributor to the poor mental state of our country, because they are always fighting, they are always causing insecurity, they are always causing us to brother to go against brother. So the
media reports.
With the media reports, of course. So they are really pointing at the political leadership of this country and saying it is time we took stock of who we put into positions of leadership, number one. Number two, there are a number of leaders who currently are alleged, I don't know, to have done things, and some are before court, others before the Senate and so on, and they all, the number of them have unusual names. And the first thing these so-called unusual men and women do is to change their names to Sonko, Babayao, Bobino, like that, unusual and strange names. And then they dress differently. And I think Mary's talked about the definition of clowns. They actually do appear kind of. This is what I see in the newspapers. Yes. This is what I see. And I think when we come to electing positions, people into positions of leadership, it's necessary and appropriate for us to wonder, why do they wear baggy clothes, like our children, our grandchildren in my case, baggy trousers, and what are they telling us about their own personal inadequacies? Because I think that is what they are saying. The second thing I want to say is this: we are all sitting here very happily because we've got jobs that we hope will continue for another 10 years. A politician job is one of the most insecure jobs in the world. You can be impeached, you can be voted out, you can. So
with a pension and one of the highest paid in the world.
But I'm telling you, it's not just the money; it is the position and the status that comes with. Yes. And the third pertinent thing I want to say is this: these people, actually, we don't vote for them. This is an anti-establishment vote. We are saying, we as voters, we don't like these fellows with suits and red ties and so on, well dressed. We want people like ourselves, because these tired people with clean clothes have failed us. They don't understand us, they're not part of us, and so on. So I think there is an additional responsibility for these people who wear suits, a nice clothes, to actually identify with the needs of the people. Otherwise, we'll continue getting what I call the anti-establishment vote. And finally, there was a study recently that shocked me. The Western world, in majority now, in America, in Britain, Germany, and so on, more than 50% of the people in those countries do not believe that democracy is the best way of government. The world is losing confidence in one man, one vote. And I think as we continue wearing ties and wearing this and talking here, a time will come when we go beyond today and start asking ourselves, is there an alternative? The answer is probably yes or no. And I think we must elevate our conversation to the level where we are talking about, is this system that we have here today the best system for our young democracy? I thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mary Mukindia.
I didn't realize that definition, a comic performer who employs slapstick or similar types of physical comedy, often in mimic style. And when you talked about how they dress and their names, it sounds very much. But I would say three things, Debal.
But they want to actually relate with, the voters. Maybe there's
yes,
a young
absolutely.
populace.
No, I fully
So you have your monikers as well,
yes,
the bayous and the senses
exactly,
as well.
and that comic style, we enjoy it and it reflects us. So that's why I say maybe we're all clowns. But I would say three things that honestly, in terms of moving the agenda forward, I would suggest that we go back to the past. We used to have civic education. We were taught from very much school, including we used to have that creed, that we used to repeat about national. I think civic education from when we were very young in primary, all through university, so that we start teaching people what government is about, the role of government, the role of citizenship, the responsibility of citizenship, good voting, right through, so that we are inculcating a real education. Number two, I would say the government itself needs to take ownership and responsibility for creating the conducive climate to be able to uplift our people so that they can then employ different tactics. And I love the idea of agriculture, because what I was going to say, that agriculture is still the biggest source of employment of food, creating an enabling environment so that people can be able to exchange agricultural produce. There's been talk of having a commodity, a food commodity exchange market. There's so many mbogas here, there's so that if you organize that, you create the infrastructure, like we've created roads, we've created electricity, create the system around that for a commodity food exchange or growers exchange. All these things will go there so that people can get the value for it, and you will see more and more being put into place. Then the last one was a point that Dr. Jenga has said. We must fundamentally change the way we conduct our politics, because the elections has become a do or die, zero-sum game, and therefore they are creating division, not unity. How then do you put a new election or a new way to be governed together that is more equal? And the West is struggling with the same thing, that we have to change the order of elections, of how we want to govern ourselves. What is that model?
What is that model?
Yes, what is that model? And there are different ways and things we could chat next time, but there are definitely models there. You look at different countries, you look at the Norwegians, you look at Finland, you look at the way people actually have become wanting to be modeled, because this way is not working.
All right. Maybe also we prepare our headline thoughts. We begin with you, Oliver Kisaka. So what are the solutions moving forward, each of us, as we prepare to wind up?
Mary just talked about civic education. I think for me, the greatest education that every individual Kenyan needs to know is that they are endowed with God, with capacity, with abilities. They are solution providers. They must begin to create their own solutions. As soon as you realize that you can create your own solutions, you will have the power to choose who you want to lead you or not to lead you.
Right, thank you. Dominic Mwenge, Professor?
Solutions, I do agree, they are in us. But as we look for solutions, we need to do three things. We need to have targeted, very deliberate, and very methodical ways of executing the strategies we put together for those solutions. If we look at agriculture, then we look at the sector in its entirety, from the rural areas to the cities to the little towns, and see how we can use agriculture as the linchpin for economic growth and development in this country. That's our only hope in this country. Agriculture, the approach that we have has to be a totally new thinking in how we have approached agriculture in the past. That, Dibal, is the only way that we are going to be able. And I usually say that sometimes when you have an agrarian revolution, it's a precursor to industrial revolution. We have to feed our people first before we can think about bringing the other industrialization that we are looking at. Once our people are fed, once our people are able to eke out a decent living out of the land that we have, then we can start all these other things that are coming our way.
Right. Reverend.
Well, I agree that we need grand projects. I think our hope is in helping the people from where they are to deal with their everyday reality. Clean up the marketplace, because it makes it easier for the buyers to come in and buy. Those who are selling don't have to carry all their goods and take them home and bring them tomorrow because there's no security. How much would they take to clean up some of those markets, some of those business premises, the Wakulima market? It's a mess, and we want people to have a decent life. Let's support them where they are. Secondly, I think we need to revisit the whole question of developing leadership in this country. Take it back to merit, take it back to investment. Let's invest in good people and also highlight the good things which are happening, so that we are not in this desperate, depressed mood, because all we see are failures and problems and people who are not helping us. We must, as a nation, love this country. The people out there, and I'm glad somebody talked about the Chinese, believe this country has everything it needs. The people in here do not believe that. We are trying to get out there to get opportunities while they are here.
Thank you.
We need to help our people.
Right. Dr. Fangchenga.
The BBI, funny enough, has one of the solutions in my view. It recommends, among many other things, that we develop a national happiness index.
Right.
That for me says that the people who are visited by the BBI team realize that this is a deeply unhappy nation. And I think we should hold a conversation about a happiness index as a nation. Secondly, this is not in BBI, I really want to advocate for our brothers and sisters that we call clowns. I want us to bring them back home. They are our brothers, they are our sisters, and we love and care for them. We cannot be seen to be pushing them away just because they seem to have special needs. I refuse to condemn any political leader for the things that they do before I am convinced that they do not need help of one sort or another, either from their parents, from their neighbors, from their pastors, whoever it is. Thirdly, and terribly importantly for me, I refuse to subscribe to the proposition that we don't have good leaders. We have exceptionally good leaders. If I am to fault them, I will fault them for not speaking out. But I think they are there, and I think this very thick middle group of good leaders should speak out in support of their own brothers and their sisters.
Thank you. Mary?
I think for me what I would say is to tell Kenyans and even ourselves, and for me I always say, no one is going to change Kenya except you, except me, except us. Nobody. And I think the sooner we realize that and start getting involved in whichever way. Some do entrepreneurship. I know many youth communities that have come together, women groups, young people, and starting to help solve their own problems. And I like what IT and all this Wi-Fi and the internet has produced, a fintech, industry where the Silicon Valley, there's a lot of opportunity. That's why I agreed, Saka, that there's a lot we can do. So I would say is that we have to vote. That's why I get up at 5 and line up every time. But let's start saying that these people are a reflection of us. So if they're clowns, then I'm a clown. If they're bad, then I'm bad. And it's only through that with time that we can really say that we've taken our own future into our hands.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
A rich stream of information from your panelists. We hope also Kenyans are listening to this as well. And this is a conversation that is bound to continue. So we don't stop it here. Let's continue. You've all raised the issue of civic education, which is very pivotal in driving this conversation ahead as well. So we hope also Kenyans are taking these silent points as well, and we shall try and inculcate them in our lives as well. We have reactions on Twitter. Kelvin Kerr is saying leadership is important, but the attitude of leaders and the masses is everything. Tokenism, handout and laziness culture is all over our country. When you listen to some leaders and the masses talk, you wonder the lethargic mindset and attitude in them. We have the Governor, the Dreamer, saying the youth have the power of the social media, which they can use to bring a complete positive revolution in the country. The power and importance of social media and its ability to unite crowds of people in the shortest amount of time, no matter the location. And it goes on and on and on. Because of interest of time, I just take those two for now. But we want to see also how the day will pan out. We have a True North, which is our diary, just to show you what is also in the pipeline today. EABL half-year results to be released today. Also, Interior CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i will visit Vihiga County for a security meeting. Deputy President to lay the foundation stone of Langata Technical and Vocational College. That is the diary today. I wonder if we have more. Oh, that's it. That's it for now. MLab continues, and before we go, also we have the quote of the day, just to give you a pulse giver, and we have Simon Sinek saying, "Don't show up to prove, show up to improve." Are you showing up to prove or to improve? Of course, this is also cognating very well with our discussion this morning about leadership, right? Are they showing up just to prove or to improve? Thank you very much. Right, we have Olive Barros with us here this morning. Olive, good to see you.
Good morning, Dibal. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
All right, AM Live Plus is coming up next, and we're discussing tattoos.
Tattoos?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you for or against them?
Tattoos, for me personally, I think the way God made me, that's perfect. I don't need to add anything else.
All right, that's Dibal's opinion. Hashtag Just Move. We'll be coming back with AM Live Plus after this break.
Fantastic. See you on the other side of a break.
Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Registration for January, May and September 2020 intakes is ongoing. Apply now. Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Growing reputation.
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces will take that in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies. The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's Lapset corridor, boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa, and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society, since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
There's always crazy excitement when you join us each and every Saturday, and this Saturday
So if you look clearly, what's happening here is
kama uko hapa na ujaoa bado, wacha leo tusaidiane. Inafaa utafute wachana bibi kwanza, tafuta Biblia.
Maisha yangu mziki, kipato changu mziki, nikipendacho mziki, kipawa changu mziki, maisha yangu mziki.
This week on The Trend, Tanzania's Omi Dimples will be live on The Trend.
Kuna watu hawajali.
Justin Mzungu. Mose Dramist.
The rich also cry, but so far ni sonko moja nimesikia kipiga nduru.
Teardrops and Capedo with some intriguing poetry.
Saa hii ukiuliza kesi ya Sharon iliendaje, utasikia oh bado.
All this and many more only on The Trend.
Who are you, Carrie? Why do we look the same? Do I have a twin sister? Agatha! I'm 26 years old. You wouldn't know because you've been gone for so long. You are a worthless mother! Oh my goodness! I'm really sorry. Who are you? Why are there three of us here?
I think now is the time to tell her the truth.
Wait, what is she saying? I will look for my other sisters. From the picture, one of them looks rich. She's my twin sister, so I think that I deserve a part of their family's fortune.
Top spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team.
Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu. Sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimasai? But good to see you there. Tuimbe kaimbo kamoja tu mfurahishe.
Mummies and daddies are advised to engage with their babies while they are still in the womb.
Sunana na chesa. Sasa zingine tunamwambia ukifika umechoka, hata unaweza mwambia mzee akushike. Learning starts from home.
We introduced the womb classroom so that we can focus the holistic development of a child.
Brain development happens in the first 2 years of life.
Kujeni tuangalie.
From 4 to 8 p.m. on the Nation Drive. More music.
Haya, ngeni muangalie.
You people have been found guilty of listening to Nation FM. Anto Naubina. On that note, everybody in this matatu is being paid for fare today.
Tunakemea January.
Just move to more music and less talk. Nation FM will be rewarding all Mathris tuned in to Nation FM. Watch out for the team as we visit various parts of the county. Nominate a Sacco that tunes in using the hashtag JustMove. Tag us and we will pay your fare. Kenya in January, only on Nation FM.
My God,
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
Wale wanaohusika pia wanajulikana lakini hawashikwi.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
how to use our e-levy portal. Click Sign Up to begin the registration process. Once you have filled in all the necessary information, click Register and complete the registration process.
Good morning, it is Furahi Day, and not only that, it is the 31st of January, which means the long month and the long drought is finally over. Joining me this very happy morning is Melita Oletenges, who is in Nyeri. We're also joined by Janet Nyamwamu, who is in Kisii County, and we also have Martin Maura in Murang'a County. So let's start with Melita Oletenges. Melita, let me ask you first, because we're discussing tattoos this morning. What is your view on tattoos?
Olive, I don't have any, so I think my view on tattoos is that probably I won't get them in the near future. So that is my sentiment about tattoos. But I have no problem with people who put tattoos. Maybe you would love to do that yourself. But away from that now, today, Olive, in Nyeri, is that we are expecting the launch and opening of the Riamukure water project. It's an irrigation scheme that the government has implemented here in the outskirts of Nyeri, about 2,000 acres, and is expected to benefit about 2,000 farmers from the area. Remember, an irrigation project in Nyeri is something, it's a first actually, and this is something that is expected to go a long way in benefiting farmers, especially planting their crops all through the year. Remember, an irrigation scheme also allows that you may, provided you have water, you may plant crops, different crops all through the year. So this is a project that is expected to benefit not only the farmers but the people from Nyeri County, economically empower them, ensuring that the county is food secure, and even the neighboring counties, ensuring that we have enough food here in the county. So today we are expecting officials from the National Irrigation Board, of course also officials from the Ministry of Agriculture to grace that event. And remember, Olive, we also expect the Member of Parliament for Nyeri Town, that is Ngunjiri Wambogo, the project is in his jurisdiction, so he's expected to be also in attendance among other leaders from Nyeri. Also, we expect the governor, the deputy governor, perhaps to also grace that event. Only remember, the Riamukure water project is where a while ago there was a clash between the Tanga and Kieleweke people there, because the then agriculture CS Mwangi Kiunjuri made his appearance there. He was actually attending a function there, but the meeting was disrupted by goons, alleged goons from the Kieleweke faction. So there was a clash back then, but it seems today there won't be any, because of course the political temperatures have come down, and we don't expect anything of such anything like that to happen today. So of course we'll be keeping our eyes there just to look at how the meeting will transpire. Of course, speaking to some of the farmers there, it's a big project. Of course, they will have something to say about it, and of course the leaders also who will be gracing the event, just to get their views on the project itself, and also just to maybe see if there will be any political utterances there that maybe will make news later in the day. But of course we are expecting quite a lot from that event. But for now, over to you, Olive.
It's like a big story. Should we expect a report at 7 and at 9 p.m.? Melita, I'm saying sounds like a big story. Should we expect a report at 7 and at 9 p.m.?
Yeah, no doubt, Olive, about that. We will be preparing and compiling a report for 7 and 9. Of course, this is quite a very big project here in Nyeri. As I mentioned earlier, an irrigation scheme here. Remember, this is an area that is predominantly known for coffee, tea, and its dairy. But now having an irrigation project that costs about 256 million just to put it up and running. This is a big project, Olive, and of course that this is something that we are looking at not just today but also what may come out of it in the days to come, because very soon perhaps you'll start hearing that Nyeri is a producer of a certain crop in large scale, and also this of course will add to the cash crops that are already in the region, and this of course means an economic value and a change of economic fortunes for the people of Nyeri.
Right, thank you very much, Melita. Now, it's not only Melita who's up and Adam this morning. We have Janet Nyamwamu. Janet, it looks like we are color coordinating this morning. How are you?
It's a good morning here, Olive, and of course I'm colorful. I'm in orange today in Kisii, and people have woken up, but some are having trouble. They didn't sleep well because of the rains that are continuing to pound these regions. Like on Monday, I reported about the landslides at Manga in Sensi Ward, and the people today are reporting that the rains that have been pounding, like yesterday night, it caused some landslides and the water levels rose, and the people, all the homes around that village called Nyaboroba and Nyabotenene, they didn't sleep because the water is in their houses and it's making contours everywhere. That's one of the stories that you are going to follow today from this region of Kisii. Otherwise, it is a good morning from this region, Olive.
Oh, well, thank you, Janet. The flooding, of course, is unfortunate, but always good to hear from you in Kisii County. Let's move on to Murang'a County, and we have Martin Maura standing by. Martin, how are you this morning, and what are you looking at?
Good morning. From County 021 Olive. As you have said, yes, we are up and running, ready to give our viewer what is actually happening or what is expected from this county. Now, today being on a Friday, we expect Murang'a Governor Mwangi wa Iria, together with the CS in charge of roads and infrastructure, James Masharia, ICTCS, Joe Mushero. They will be here in Murang'a, where they expected there is a group or an event dubbed Ufundi kwa Vijana. There is going to be a graduation of over 10,000 youths who have undergone various courses from various technical colleges from here in Murang'a. That include plumbing and other manual jobs. Now, at the event, which is supposed to commence from 10, it is expected that there will be also issues to do with BBI. There will be a professor by the name of Professor Kameri, who will be here to give the youth views about the BBI. She will teach them about BBI. Something else that we are keeping tabs on here from County 021 is the issue of locust invasion. Yesterday, in our bulletin, we saw that the locusts have invaded Murang'a from the neighboring county of Machakos. They were spotted in various areas of Kiharu constituency. That is Gitungano, there is Merira, sorry, not Merira, there was just a second. The invasion was reported in Kamuiro, Merira, Gekuo, Gitungano, Gadukine, and Mudigiriri. Today morning they were not there, and it expected that they might have fled to other places. So the local county government and also the locals, they're asking the government to kindly send a chopper so that they can be able to be sprayed from the top, because the moment they detect somebody coming, they just fly away. So it will be easier for them to be sprayed from the top and very early in the morning before they fly. All of those are some of the few stories that we are following up on, and we'll give them at our subsequent bulletin at 7 and 9. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Martin Maura speaking to us from Murang'a County. He says he's following up on BBI. There is some awareness raising that's going to be done by Professor Patricia Mbote, and he's also said that he's following up on the locust invasion that's plagued the country. Now let's take a look at the diary, and Dr. James Nyoro is expected to be sworn in today as the new Kiambu governor, and that is after the Senate voted to remove Ferdinand Waitito from office. Nyoro was earlier scheduled to be sworn in yesterday, but the ceremony failed to kick off. Following his removal, Waitito petitioned the court to have Nyoro's swearing in halted, but the court declined to issue the orders. Also in the diary, the East African Breweries Limited is expected to issue its half-year results this morning. The company says it has posted a 9% growth in pre-tax profit to 10.6 billion shillings. Interior CS Fred Matiang'i will this morning be in Mbale, Vihiga County, to attend a security meeting at the County Commissioner's office. He's also expected to attend a function at a school thereafter. And the Postal Corporation of Kenya will today commemorate its 20th anniversary and unveil a stamp to celebrate the 20 years. Deputy President William Ruto is today expected at the Madaraka Primary School to preside over an event to lay the foundation stone for the proposed Langata Technical and Vocational College. Langata Member of Parliament Nixon Korir will also be in attendance. All right, and now for the stories we are following up on, and they include the swearing in of the new Kiambu governor, and that is James Nyoro. Some legal experts have termed the event an illegality because it does not adhere to the terms set out in law. We're also keeping an eye on the coronavirus, and the latest is that the World Health Organization has declared the novel virus a global health emergency, and Kenya is yet to release the results of the student who is suspected, or rather who was quarantined after being suspected to have been infected and is at the Kenyatta National Hospital. And now let's take a look at what happened today in history. And in 2014, a flamingo named Greater died at the age of 83 in Adelaide Zoo in Australia. The flamingo was believed to be the oldest of its kind and still alive on Earth. Greater had been put to sleep after suffering complications from old age by arthritis. Greater, the flamingo, was a member of the greater flamingo species. The flamingo, named after its species, arrived at the zoo in 1933 and was a popular attraction. Okay, closer then, Australia on the 31st of January 1985. State President P.W. Botha offers Nelson Mandela, the leader of the banned African National Congress, conditional release from prison. And the conditional release from prison, he'd been serving a sentence since the conclusion of the Rivonia trial in 1964. The condition of his release is that he renounces violence and violent protests as a means to bring about change in South Africa. Mandela communicates his refusal of the offer through his daughter Zinzi Mandela, who reads his statement to this effect at a rally in Soweto on the 10th of February 1985. Also today in history, Justin Timberlake's birthday. He was born in 1981. So Justin Randall Timberlake, occasionally known by his initials JT, is an American singer-songwriter, actor, and record producer who was raised in Tennessee. The American pop singer-songwriter has won 6 Grammy Awards as well as an Emmy Award. He has a number of hit singles both in the US and around the world, including Crying Me a River, My Love, What Goes Around, Comes Around, and Rock Your Body. Well, today marks his 38th birthday. Happy birthday, JT. Well, as promised, we are discussing tattoos this morning, and joining me to take that conversation forward, are you for them or against them? By the way, the hashtag is JustMove or NTV. Our handle on Twitter and on Facebook is NTV Kenya. Do share your thoughts on this particular subject. You're watching AM Live Plus, and joining me, as I said, to take this conversation forward is John Thoya Jugoda. He is the proprietor of Ink City. John, where is your studio exactly?
Behind Nation Center. Behind Nation Center,
so at least you've not come too far.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you, how did you get started in this trade? Is there like a trade school? Is it just an artistic ability? How did you get started?
First of all, I'm an artist, and then now from there, I used to draw. I used to do like all the wall paint and also like canvas. So from there was someone who saw my work and he was so happy. Then he said, I think we should work together. Then he came with the tattoos machines and he opened a shop, so he employed me.
So how long have you been a tattoo artist?
From 2007 December.
Wow,
yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All right, I did ask people what they think of tattoos. Let's hear a couple of views from some Vox Pops we conducted.
Put on your body that you'd have to live with. So I don't think I can take that risk with my body.
It does not mean that when one has a tattoo is a crook or is evil or has done bad things.
Tattoo kwangu sioni ikiwa kitu noma. Juni just a drawing.
Personally, I wouldn't put a tattoo to avoid people getting an opinion about me.
I've been doing tattoos since 2012. When a client walks in the studio, the first thing we do is like confirm they want a tattoo to be done. You know, like they have to confirm they are sure they want to get a tattoo. So after that, now we move on to like what design they want and where they want to put it, and then what size they want the tattoo to be, what details. Those are the factors that now determine the pricing of the tattoo, the time it's going to take, the designing process. Hygiene is number one paramount in my studio. With every client, there's always a new needle. Everything is sterilized. Everything is new and clean. For a big tattoo like this one, like the full like a sleeve, it might take a bit longer to do. Like for this particular one, maybe it has taken like 2 weeks, on and off. You know, like we do part of it. My client goes and it gets healed, and then comes back again. We continue like that. It's a process. The culture is now changing, and at the moment I'm kind of receiving more older people because they have gotten to understand that, you know, tattooing is just a form of art, just like any other.
They can be destructive. They can change your personality. When you go for an interview and you have tattoos, it gives a different meaning.
Imagine banka hapa amejaza tatu hivi, amedunga short sleeve, unaenda withdraw do hapo. Sasa unaweza hata mshuku.
I think, you know, people have different perceptions, but I think they're just for beautifying the skin.
It does not mean that when one has a tattoo is a crook or is evil or has done bad things.
I like tattoos, and my music models have tattoos. I don't see it as a big deal according to the African society.
All right, do you prefer me calling you Johnny? Because a lot of people know you that way, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, one of my directors tells me John T. Is that?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
John T.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So I'll stick to Johnny.
Yeah.
You've been doing this for 13 years.
Yeah.
Have you found that the perceptions around tattoos have changed?
Yeah, of course. And you see, like most people, they think that tattoos are evil, and also we are advancing in artwork. And now, to shock you, I am born again. I'm a pastor. I preach the gospel as I do the tattoos.
Really?
Yeah.
But so, I mean, you know, there's like some of the views we had,
Yeah.
you know, the people who view them with suspicion.
Yeah.
Did you get some of that?
Yeah, of course. Okay, before I got born again, I used to do even demonic tattoos and everything. So after I gave my life to Christ, I was about to leave this job. Then at some point, God told me, just stay there. So I was trying to explain to him what the Bible says about the tattoos. Then he gave me very many verses. I was so shocked. So from that time I knew that God have already called me into this ministry of salvation and preaching the gospel, and at the same time doing tattoos.
So you
I'm reaching
minister
out,
as you do the tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the most popular designs that people come to you for?
Like butterflies, holy hands, like let's say like tribals, the design, and mostly like Bible verses. Because for me, I no longer don't do demonic tattoos, so I normally control my clients. Yeah.
All right.
Most of them they have to abide with my rules.
Oh, so you have certain rules that you apply before you go ahead and tattoo someone.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that are definitely a definite no for you? For example, tattoos, as far as minors are concerned, what's your position on that?
Okay, most likely, like for me, okay, repeat your question.
Like, is it a no-no for you? Would you not give a tattoo to a minor, for instance?
Of course.
Because, you know, did you hear about the incident in Nyeri?
Yeah.
We had 10 students who were suspended because they had tattoos, and the school said we'll only accept them back if they remove the tattoos. So would you acquiesce to giving a minor a tattoo, for instance?
No.
You would not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because you see, like, they are underage, and then the school is a problem. So you see, unless you are accompanied by a parent, I can't do that tattoo.
Really?
Yeah, unless you are 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one of the standards you've set for yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So do you is there a particular tattoo that if you do it one more time, you just feel like, come on, guys, let's get more creative than this?
Yeah, like mostly, you see, like the moment you keep on repeating the same design, you just feel bad. Or maybe you are doing like a big tattoo for the whole day. You say, like, in artwork, you just want to do like different designs. So you get bored doing one design at the same time, or repeating the same design.
So what like you said, like, for example, the butterfly tattoo is something people that is
common.
popular in the holy hands. All right. So what's the most challenging tattoo you've ever done?
Like portraits. Yeah.
That now somebody brings a picture maybe of their loved one. And you have to tattoo it on them.
Yeah.
So what makes it difficult? The intricate detail, or?
Like we see, like mostly like small children. If you bring a photo of a small child, they don't have details. So getting that artwork is very hard, because at some point you might do that tattoo and the child will look older than he looks. Yeah, you have to be very careful.
Picture.
Yeah.
So portraits are difficult for you to do?
Yeah, portraits are very difficult. So I normally take my time. I can take like 4 hours in one portrait.
4 hours? That's a long time. Your arm doesn't cramp up?
I'm used to it. Yeah.
All right, I've seen the sleeve tattoos. How long does something like that take to do?
It would depend with the design, because some sleeve tattoos can take like, let's say, like even 2 days, even a week, according to how detailed it is.
All right. So tell me, how important is hygiene? Because we had the tattoo artist we had in that particular feature, and he said hygiene is critical. So what are some of the measures that you take to ensure that there are no infections post-tattoo?
First of all, before you open a tattoo shop, you have to have a sterilizer, the autoclave sterilizer. Then from there, every tattoo you have to give the client a new needle for them to confirm. At some point, even for them even to open for themselves. So from there, you have to wrap everything with a clean film. Even where they are sitting, like where they are going to place their hands, or if you're getting a tattoo on the hand or on the leg, you have to wrap nicely so that you avoid any infection. And then after that, you have to show them how to treat the tattoo with the cream, which is called grabacin ointment. And then from there, you have to cover the tattoo for like at least 2 hours or 3 hours with the gauze. Yeah, a sterile gauze.
All right.
Yeah.
Are there certain people with certain medical conditions that would not qualify, for instance, for a tattoo?
Yeah, like those ladies who normally bleach, that is a big problem. Because the ink keeps on distorting from the artwork.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay, so once you see that, you just tell them it's not possible to give them a tattoo?
At least you will want them, because mostly they normally insist. And most of them, they normally come to cover stretch marks. You know, the moment you bleach yourself, the stretch marks will come out like no one's business. So you have to cover them.
You meet a lot of interesting people in your line of work. All right, so that's one of the medical conditions. I mean, you're saying somebody who's bleached themselves, that's a challenge in terms of getting the tattoo, because you said the color distorts. All right, how do you know? One other worry as far as tattoos are concerned is how they look when you age. We know when your skin starts to sag. Is that a valid concern?
Of course, the tattoo have to change. You see, like maybe you got a tattoo when you are fat, then the moment you grow thin, the tattoo have to change. Yeah.
So, okay, so
and most likely, maybe you are covering like stretch marks on the tummy, like those ladies who have already given birth. Those tattoos at some point, maybe after you give birth for like to a second child, it might change. Yeah.
People actually come to get ink to cover up stretch marks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. what are the most, in terms of the pain threshold, does that differ with every client you get?
Yeah, first of all, we normally advise our clients, like the position that you are going to get the tattoo, you have to warn them that this part is very painful and this part at least it is not that painful. Like most likely on the ribs, on the fingers, where there is no flesh, a lot of flesh, it is very painful. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, just repeat those body parts for me. So you said where it's fleshy, it's less painful than close to the bone.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Most painful part of the body for you in your experience?
Like on the neck, on the ribs, on the fingers, ankles, and maybe at the spine.
Okay, I'm just already getting pins and needles. Yeah. Do you get people who are afraid of needles actually and still insist on getting a tattoo?
Yeah, some even faint. So you have to relax and wait.
wait. People actually faint?
Yeah, some even vomit. So you have to be ready.
For anything?
Yeah.
So what do you do in an instance like that?
You have to give them time to cool, then you continue.
Perhaps,
and if they are not able to continue, you can maybe reschedule the appointment. Yeah.
So do you work alone at Ink City or do you have a team?
I have a team right now. I am working with my sister. In fact, I've been working with her, like I think from 2008. Then I have another 2 guys who have already joined me. I'm training them. Yeah.
Okay, so you taught your sister how to...
In fact, my sister, she just cleans the place and talk to my clients, and also she does piercings. I've trained her to do piercings.
Oh, so she doesn't do the actual tattoo work. Yeah. So is it important to have that artistic ability?
Of course. Yeah.
So it's not like a template that you use, you work off of?
Okay, what we normally do, because of time, we normally first print the design. Then now we make the design, because you see, like now designing the whole artwork from scratch, it will take time, and the clients are not ready to pay for that. So at least now we choose from the internet, then we print it, then we make the stencil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, tell me, cost-wise, give me a range. Like this, I've seen the small tattoos that people sometimes put on their wrists. So give me a range of how much it would cost, let's say, for a wrist tattoo, a small tattoo on the wrist, and maybe a sleeve.
Yeah, like most likely the small tattoos, like we can charge like 1,500, and maybe a sleeve tattoo like 30, 20. It depends.
Okay.
With the artwork, yeah.
And does the ink fade over time?
Of course, like now you see the ink I used to use before, it fades a bit. It is called dynamic. So I came to realize that there's another ink which is more darker than it. So it is called the Zappa Black. It's so dark, you can even do a Sudanese tattoo and it will still show.
Oh, really?
Not that much, but it will still at least show.
So of course, with over the years, there've been advancements as far as the ink is concerned.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the weirdest thing somebody has ever asked you to tattoo on them?
Like before I got born again, people used to come for very weird tattoos. Like ladies, they used to cover them in weird places, those private parts, and I was like, okay, it's work, I have to do it. But the moment I got born again, I stopped doing those tattoos.
So that actually happens?
Yeah.
And then what happens if somebody maybe gets a tattoo of their boyfriend and then they go and break up? Do they come to you to rewrite it?
Yeah, they come for cover-ups. I'm good on that.
Oh, so what's a cover-up? Tell me about that.
Cover-up, it is initially like someone, you already have a tattoo that you don't want, so we come with a bigger design that will cover it completely.
Interesting.
Like yesterday I was doing a cover-up.
Yesterday you were doing a cover-up.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you get a certain age range? Like mainly who are your clients?
Let's say like from 20 to like 35 to 40 there. Yeah.
So you really get 60-year-olds walking through your doors?
In fact, I've done someone who was 80 years old, but she was an Indian. She was getting eyebrow tattoos.
Oh, eyebrow. Who can get eyebrow tattoos? Maybe I should come and see you later for that. All right. So you have tattoos, I see.
Yeah.
What do they say?
Like this one is Days of Grace. This is my daughter, Susan. This is my name, John, and Esther, my wife.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's your family.
Yeah.
All right. So who did it for you?
In fact, this one I did it myself. I was training myself back into it. Yeah. and 2007.
Are you, how do you do your own tattoo?
You see, like, if you're a tattoo artist and you don't have tattoos, people will be like wondering how comes you're still doing tattoos and you don't have any tattoo. So how can you explain the pain? So I had to challenge myself. At that moment, I could not afford even paying for a tattoo because I was just starting, So I had to prepare myself at least so that I can get something to show the clients. Yeah.
It wasn't painful?
Of course it was painful.
And you still kept going?
Yeah.
So how long did it take you to do that?
This one, like, let's say like a year. Because I was doing like one tattoo, then I stay for long, then I do another one. Yeah.
A year?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time. That's commitment.
Yeah.
I see you have another one on your neck.
Yeah.
Is it an eagle?
Yeah, this is an eagle.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you definitely did not do that
Yeah,
one.
of course. It was done by another tattoo artist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you consider when you're going to a tattoo artist?
Of course, the hygiene, and also how long have I have been in the game. So I like for this I went to Steve Bally. He used to be in Capital Center. Yeah.
So he did that one for you.
Yeah.
All right. I take it that at that point you'd been in business for a while. You could afford to have somebody else do it for you.
Yeah.
All right. So I come to you and I tell you, Johnny,
Yeah.
I'm considering getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
What are some of the things I should consider?
Like most likely like the pain, and also are you sure you want to get that design? So you should first know the meaning of that design. Like for me, I told you I don't do demonic tattoos like the zodiac signs. You know, I've been there, so I know them. And at some point, even those that I don't know, the Holy Spirit will minister to me, and I'll know this thing is demonic. So I'll just tell you, let us first get the meaning of this design. Yeah. So after that, I realized that this tattoo is not nice and maybe it is demonic. I want to do it. Yeah.
All right. One long-running joke is that people sometimes print off Chinese characters off of the internet and get it tattooed on them, and then it ends up meaning something totally different, perhaps from what they intended. Did you get cases like that?
Of course, and that's why we love getting them from the Google Translator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least you have to confirm that it's really the meaning of that design.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in 13 years, how have you grown your business?
Okay. Now in fact, the moment I opened the shop, my shop was very small. So after some time now, I began to grow and now expanded the place. Yeah.
Do you think it's an underserved market? Do you think there's opportunity for others to take up the art of tattooing?
Yeah, I can advise young people to come to this industry. It's so nice, but you have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. If you're a humanizer, trust me, you'll go down there. Yeah.
Okay, because you have lots of young ladies coming to you,
Yeah.
like you said, wanting tattoos, for instance, in intimate
Yeah.
places. So what's your vision?
Okay, my vision is to expand and to teach more artists, at least now, and also then I'll have to make sure that at least they don't do demonic tattoos, because I'm telling you, I have been there and I know at some point as I was doing those tattoos, I became demon possessed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I remember the moment I was receiving Christ, the demons were coming out. And I remember a long time ago, the moment I used to do those demonic tattoos, I could feel so nice. And I still continued. And at some point I felt maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. And I remember one day I got a vision in my dream. I saw myself in Egypt, and I've never been in Egypt. And that place, there were big pillars with a lot of demonic designs. And I heard a voice telling me, you are leading my people to hell.
Okay, so you're saying it's important, it matters what you get tattooed.
Yeah,
it's important
really
what that message is, that people who have scripture tattooed on them, we have people who have faith, love, you know, those sorts of positive messages tattooed on them. Do you have people who come for removals or come to you to ask you, okay, I would like, let's say like yourself, somebody was not saved when they were younger, they got a certain tattoo with like you're saying, a demonic design, and now they come to you and they're like, I'm now a changed person, can they remove the tattoo?
Yeah, in fact I have a brother who normally does that. So I normally refer them to my brother. Yeah.
Also, how is it done, the removal?
okay, he has a machine. You can do like the laser surgery or the electrocution. There's a tiny machine which keeps on burning the tattoo and it keeps on fading. But now that one you have to go like for 7 sessions.
That sounds very painful.
Not that painful.
Not that painful.
Like doing the tattoo, yeah.
Oh, it's just like doing the tattoo.
Yeah.
So you're able to get rid of the ink.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like you said, maybe if somebody wants to do a cover up, they can come to you and you can change the design of the tattoo.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody has a fading tattoo, you're able to color it back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe redesign it. If they are bored with the design, I can redesign it to something nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you wish you knew when you were starting out, apart from, you know, being what's the word, discerning in terms of designs? We've established that already.
Yeah.
What else do you wish you knew when you were younger, when you were starting out? How old were you, by the way?
I think I was 24. Yeah.
Okay.
23, 24 there.
What would you tell your younger self?
Yeah.
What would you tell your younger self, knowing what you know now?
Of course, right now I have advanced so much. Like the moment I started the tattoos, I was so scared. In fact, my first client, I just did for her an outline. I was so scared of shading that I'm going to rip off the skin.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, because you know the machine keeps on vibrating, so you have to be very careful. At some point, you can go so deep, and the tattoo turns to be a wound. So I used to do those mistakes so much.
Oh man.
In fact, for me, I trained myself through my clients. So after now, I got it. Now I had to call some of them to come for cover-ups. The work that I've already
And they
done.
accepted?
Of course.
Oh man, I'm not sure.
You know, that moment I was doing for free. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The cover-ups I was doing for free. If I've already done a tattoo maybe and it came out bad, they had to come back. Yeah.
So did you work under the tutelage of someone?
At that moment, okay, I was employed by someone, but he was not a tattoo artist. Yeah, he was just there for the cash.
Wait, so you taught yourself?
Yeah, I taught myself.
How to
in
do
that shop.
tattoos?
Yeah.
Okay, so now there's YouTube. You'd think maybe now it would be easier for somebody starting out.
Okay, sometimes
or
we
is it
normally
necessary
try. Yeah,
that they
sometimes
become an apprentice first?
yeah, it is good for someone to become an apprentice, because you see, like for YouTube, it will not help that much. Because now you see, like now for the tattoo, you have to be very accurate. Yeah, it's something permanent, and it's something that you can never rub. So YouTube is a bit tricky, though you'll get some ideas in the YouTube. But now, knowing how to tattoo, you have to be under someone. Yeah.
Okay, so they supervise you.
Yeah.
And you said you have some 2 gentlemen who you're training.
Yeah, right now I'm training, but now one went back to school, so I've just remained with one, and also I've been training my sister how to pierce. Though she's still piercing, but I'm now affirming her on how to do it, at least.
Okay.
Even some she's a bit not that much good, so I'm still training her.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you, like, in terms of government regulation, is it the city council which comes in to check maybe the sanitation? Who is it that you fall under?
In fact, it is the city council, and they normally give us the license, though we have never seen them coming to look for the hygiene part of it. So for the hygiene part of it, you have to be very careful. At least for the moment they will decide to come, at least you are safe. And also the safety of the clients, it is what matters a lot.
So it's not like if I was to open a restaurant, because as far as food is concerned, of course, there would be certain checks. With a tattoo parlor, it's not the same.
I think maybe the government have not just understood what a tattoo is. Yeah.
So you'd say right now it's sort of an unregulated industry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what are some, if I come to you and I'm looking for a design, do you give me a book? Do you tell me to just Google? Do you ask, like, what are some of the considerations in terms of artwork?
Like, most likely, we normally use Pinterest. Pinterest is much easier because we have a lot of designs in the Pinterest. So if you keep on printing designs and giving the client the books, you'll keep on repeating the same thing. Yeah, so it's good you advise them to go to Pinterest.
Have you ever been giving somebody a tattoo and they changed their mind midway?
Yeah, some are normally very scared. Maybe they didn't expect that kind of pain, so they will tell you maybe I'll come another day. Yeah, so sometimes you get to do only the outline. Yeah.
And just somebody says it's too much, I can't.
Because for the design, before you start, you have to be very sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the people you look up to? Who are some of the inspirations? Because I'm sure the two gentlemen you're training look up to you and say, you know, one day I want to be as good a tattoo artist as Johnny.
Yeah.
Who do you look up to in terms of your professional career?
Like there's a tattoo artist who is called Newton. He's so good, and in fact, he's the one at some point he corrected me when I was doing when I was still doing the tattoos.
Oh wait, so he's in Kenya?
Yeah, he's in Kenya.
Okay.
He's in Coast. Yeah, and he has another brother who's called Abu. He's in Yaya. Yeah.
All right. So you interact as tattoo artists?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say somebody comes to you, asks for a tattoo. You say no, I cannot do that tattoo. You then refer them to somebody else.
Like now, for me to refer them to the other guys, it will be a sin. You see, like if it's a demonic tattoo, I won't do it, and I won't even refer you.
So you would talk to them first?
Yeah, I'll talk to them.
And try to change their minds?
Yeah.
And convince them that perhaps there is a better design, better suited for them?
Yeah.
All right. So what message would you have for up-and-coming or tattoo artists? You know, I mean, tattoo artistry is really not something you hear much about on Career Day.
Yeah, what I can tell them is, first of all, tattoo is good, but they have to be very, very, very careful.
Like you were saying, especially you were telling us, if you're a womanizer, then it could serve as a pitfall.
Yeah, you have to be very careful, of course, and maybe at least try to invest. Yeah.
Okay.
Try to invest, cause
invest in what?
Like buying land.
Oh, okay. All right.
Invest in real estate. So like the tattoo money, it's like that money of Makanga. You get the money daily. So if you're not careful, you'll just live a reluctant life.
You can be wasteful if you're not careful.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, there's no accreditation body for tattoo artists. Have you ever considered forming like an association?
Okay. Most tattoo artists in Kenya, we are very, very busy. In fact, we have tried even going to the events, but at that point, the day you go to the events, in that moment you find out that in the shop, you'll find a lot of clients, and they keep on calling you. So at some point, we even stopped going to for the events. Yeah.
All right. Because of your busy schedules.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But is it something you think you'll consider moving forward?
Not really, because you see, like for most of the tattoo artists, they are very, very busy.
No, but don't you think there needs to be some sort of regulation? You know, you've been there you've been doing it for 13 years.
Yeah.
You know, to keep other people from perhaps getting wounded in pursuit of the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's something you can give some thought?
I think now that one I have to talk to the tattoo artists, and we see whether we can get along with that kind of association. Yeah.
But do you think there should be more oversight, in your opinion? Because you're using needles, like you said, and you keep talking about, you know, cling film and the change of needles every time you're giving somebody a tattoo. Do you think there should be greater oversight?
Of course, it is. Okay, it will be very important. But now you see, like most tattoo artists, they normally train themselves, and now from that moment they call themselves tattoo artists. So some are so rebellious that you can't even advise them. Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. It would be good to have an accreditation body, so that if I want a tattoo, I can go somewhere and then check, okay, who's accredited and who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I think it should be.
It would be really good, I think.
Yeah, it would be very important
to keep people from having unfortunate.
And you see, another thing is, like most of the clients, they love those cheap tattoos. So even if you try to advise them, they'll still keep on going in those places. Then now they come back to you to do the cover-ups.
To do the cover-ups.
So I think it is very important.
I think it's something to think about moving forward.
Yeah.
All right, it's been such a pleasure hosting you on AM Live Plus. His shop is behind Nation Center. Which building?
Royalty Building.
Royalty Building. Which floor?
Just first floor.
first floor.
Yeah.
And Ink City.
Yeah, Ink City.
All right, so people can also find him on Instagram and perhaps get some inspiration in terms of designs if they're considering it.
Yeah.
So sometimes you do consultations and you don't necessarily have to go and do a tattoo the same day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's something to think about for those who are interested. All right, we have communication from Kenya Airways, and the communication reads, further to our prior communication regarding the current coronavirus outbreak, we have temporarily suspended all flights from Guangzhou starting Friday the 31st of 2020, that is today, until further notice. We however clarify that our services between Nairobi and Bangkok remain operational. Our consultation with the Ministry of Health and Foreign Affairs will continue, and we will provide updates as the situation develops. We apologize to all our customers for the inconvenience and reaffirm that the safety of our customers and staff remains our highest priority. I'll read that again. This is to do with the suspension of service to Guangzhou, China by Kenya Airways. They say, further to our prior communication regarding the current coronavirus outbreak, we have temporarily suspended all flights to and from Guangzhou starting Friday the 31st of January 2020 today until further notice. We however clarify that our service between Nairobi and Bangkok remains operational. Our consultation with the Ministries of Health and Foreign Affairs will continue, and we will provide updates as the situation develops. We apologize to all our customers for the inconvenience and reaffirm that the safety of our customers and staff remains our highest priority. All right, that's it for NTV. Sorry, for AM Live Plus. I'm so used to saying NTV today, but NTV Sasa is coming your way at 11 a.m. and we will interrupt your viewing should there be any breaking news. So don't worry, you will not miss anything. But coming up should be Living With Us, followed by Unscripted.
Be part of over 40,000 students pursuing and nurturing their career at Moi University. Enroll now. Moi University, the foundation of knowledge. Did you know? We operate in 12 countries within the continent and internationally, making us a leading African banking group. Absa Group, serving Kenya as Barclays.
Molfix breathable surface developed with airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Betika community is a movement. We started this initiative to support grassroots talent because we want to change and transform lives.
Ball imechange maisha yangu. Ball imefanya nimerudi shule, nimemaliza shule. Hope sana ball itanisaidia.
At Betika we saw the amazing talent that our youth have in football around Kenya, and we said, what are the challenges that these teams and these young people are facing? And the most immediate need for them was football kits.
Tumepata uniform safi, tutakuwa tunatumia kwa tournament, so tuko ready kupiga shughuli.
Every winning team will take home a cash prize of 200,000. They get to nominate a community project in their area. Our dream is to see our boys playing in those grand soccer stadiums across the world, and we'll be very proud when you see some of our Betikana community players in such tournaments.
Who are you, Carrie? Why do we look the same? Do I have a twin sister? Agatha! I'm 26 years old. You wouldn't know because you've been gone for so long. You are a worthless mother! Oh my goodness! I'm really sorry. Who are you? Why are there 3 of us here? I think no.
My best friend, whose other half isn't in the building.
Yeah, Obina is in the building.
Yeah, he left us today.
He forgot.
Yeah, let's just tell the truth.
Let's be honest. 20 is a year of honesty.
He forgot.
We're not important for him, so he forgot about us. It's fine.
I'm not kidding. He actually was like, oh, it was today.
Yeah, I think he had an appointment with the salon. He's getting his manicure or something.
And so today, as you can tell, Anto will just throw you under the bus. That's what you get, Obina. Anyway, I've got Anto here. Do you want to intro the show that you do? We're at the Nation FM studios, and what do you host every day?
Every Monday to Friday from 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8?
Yeah, 4 to 8 p.m. Just 4 hours.
Just casual
and I think
4 hours.
We speak like 20 something times, so it's not that. Yeah, it's not crazy.
Okay,
it's called Antona Obina, the Nation FM Drive Show.
Yeah, and they are a wild bunch. I love you guys. You're just the best. But today it's just me and you. Before we even get started, I have to ask: do you have a New Year's resolution that you can share with us?
No, remember last year we were talking about my word for 2020.
Okay.
Which I feel like it was jacked by whole of Nation Media Group.
Which was your word?
Because my word was move. Remember?
Oh, was it?
And then now all of Nation Media Group, they have this new campaign called Just Move. Does someone owe me
something, commission?
Something. So yeah, I think move is an interesting, I don't write down resolutions, but what I did get this year is I always like stalk these expert groups on Facebook. That's one of the ways for me, my hacking for getting like nice, interesting things, my odds and ends way of getting stuff. And so I got this notice board where I'm gonna place all like just a mood board of all the things that I want to plan and make sure happens. I get like a Forbes cover and stick it there and be like, until you have to get on that cover.
Amen.
So you gotta work. So I think that for me works better than writing down stuff and then being pressured to.
Right, and you get to see it every time. It's like, you get reminded what you're working towards.
No pressure.
No pressure, but just a casual Forbes cover.
Yeah.
So shall we jump right into entertainment highlights, which is something that we do every couple of weeks, where we just kind of go through the biggest stories that hit the newsstands or Twitter. In this case, Twitter is the new thing.
Yeah.
And so we just give our honest thoughts about it. And now it's just me and you. We've never had one with just 2 people.
Yeah, it was guys.
But I think
universe has worked towards making this happen.
We've got this. Okay, so shall we go into one of the biggest stories from the past couple of weeks, which is the Babu Owino incident where
Yeah.
he, I don't know if I should say allegedly if we have video footage, but I'm still gonna maybe say allegedly just to like make sure that we don't say the wrong things. But he, you know, video footage came out of him shooting DJ. What's his name again? DJ Evolve. And it's, you know, I mean, you've got to watch that video. But I have, what are your thoughts on that case?
I think for me, an interesting tweet that I read from, I think it's a guy from the UK, and it said that he had to be the guy who actually really put it down, and he said that a Kenyan MP shoots a DJ in a nightclub unprovoked, smoking an illegal banned substance, and everyone in the country is worried if justice will prevail. That's it. Like, you know, you can have an opinion about the person, about Evolve. I think I've seen him shut down Kiza, B Club. I have met Babu Owino. I don't have any personal, you know, relations with any of them. But then the thing is, for me, like, that just says it all. You know, if justice won't be served, then I think that's where the story will be.
And isn't that the saddest thing, that we are worried?
We're worried
kind
that,
of like,
you know,
do we know whether where it will go? Will he actually go to jail? And we're kind of having debates about it because it's not
quite
guaranteed.
it's quite sad, but also interesting enough. Like, there's a couple of things that come into play. One, by the time someone buys a gun, you have to be of sound mind. How do they, you know, ascertain that you're actually of sound mind for you to own a gun? Is it about how much money you have? So all these things, like that moment right there, if it was a set book in high school, it shows so much about Kenyan culture. You know, a club is open that was, you know, actually, you know, presumably ordered closed by a court. It's, why is it open? Selling shisha, you know, people using, but it's banned in Kenya. So all these things, and they show so much about us. And sadly enough, I think people are going to forget and move on.
That's where I'm most scared about. Because I was going to say, I'm so grateful for social media, because this is one of those things you'd have just heard about, maybe thought that it's impossible. There's no way that could have happened, and just thought it was rumors. But now, thankfully, because we get to see it, and we get to be angered by it, that there's, you know, that kind of the social justice at play. But at the same time, like we even discussed a couple shows, it must have been at some point last year, we kind of forget because there's another problem that's going to hit us next week, and then another big deal that's going to come in. And, but I'm just crossing my fingers that it doesn't. And another thought that I was kind of grappling with was, you know how King Kaka released Wajinga Nyinyi?
Yes.
I kind of want for there to be songs where I'm just wondering if it's just like we keep going down that path, and it just keeps proving, honestly, what are we doing? So that was my first question, like, what are we doing? And should we even just start changing our mindsets to be like, no, we do demand justice. Our judiciary system better act and do what it needs to do, because we will call you out. How do we start sort of
having that conversation? I was watching TV, and some very well-known lawyer said, and it ties in with this whole BBI thing and changing the laws. And he was talking and saying that the constitution and the laws of this Kenya cannot fix Kenyans' bad manners. Like, you know, the judiciary has tried, you know, even where the cases of, you know, people sort of corruption in those areas, but at the end of the day, our bad manners is our bad manners. We generally have to fix it. And then people also speaking out. Like, at that moment when things like that happen, you have to call out people for the things they do. The fact that a lot of people get away with stuff because, so mtadu, what are you going to do? And then what? Moving on. You know, the fact that people actually said, yeah, you've called us Wajinga Nyinyi, we know. So,
yeah.
You know, like, it's so sad that I think now it feels like in Kenya it's wild, wild west. The worst of Kenyan human our human nature is just out there and do whatever you can do about it.
I mean, even moving on to this other story, Moses Kuria arrested for allegedly assaulting a woman. It just goes to speak to what we're saying. When are we going to kind of snap out of it in a way that we demand more for ourselves? Because otherwise we'll just keep going down this rabbit hole of like, meh, we've seen worse. But I also have to say, I felt deeply embarrassed that this is what the world is seeing at. Like, I would be if I saw that about any country, I'd just be like,
this is sad.
How is
Manze.
that even?
And have you realized that none of us, I think I've only seen her once and on one TV station. I don't think there's anybody who could point out that lady who was allegedly assaulted by Moses Kuria. Why? Because the story now has become about Moses Kuria and not about the lady. She's a victim, and it's like nobody seems to care who she is. You know, we've just moved on. And also, everybody does deserve representation at any level. But for me, what saddens me the most is that a very well-respected female lawyer who is also a member of parliament was the first to come out guns blazing to represent Moses Kuria, while she, I feel, should have been very clear to castigate him and be like, we went to Beijing in the 70s or 80s because of this. I mean, how are you making laws and be the first to, approach a woman and assault her? So it tells a very, and the thing is, it works. This is what people forget. It works for men. It works for us men when things like that happen. Because imagine having a female lawyer represent a man who's allegedly assaulted a woman. Just look at the picture.
Oh, it looks
like I'm right.
Yeah,
if a woman can represent
because
me,
a woman knows where her place
yeah,
is
if she can
and
represent me, then it means it never happened.
Yeah.
So those small things that people feel are just normal, to us guys in the media, those semantics, we see those things, and it's nuances.
Yeah.
It's not nice. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve representation, and I'm not saying that she can't make her choice as a female lawyer and an MP. But what about the woman who was allegedly assaulted? What happened to her?
Yeah. And often we don't believe the victim.
Exactly. We're just like,
this person is
alimwambia nini?
too important.
It's like, what do you mean alimwambia?
Exactly.
She was, what? Anyway.
All right, moving on to a story that this left me like mouth open. Pembroke school students, a picture came out where it showed the students going to school but not coming out of a school bus. No, sir. No, ma'am. That was not what they came out of. They came out of an airplane.
Yeah.
Because they be fancy up in Pembroke. So, what are you... And then Kenyans are so funny. Oh, Lord.
Hey, the only... Guys, actually, this is what people look at us and they feel like we... Let me tell you, do not judge me. You don't know what I've gone through. I used to go with planes to school.
Oh, did you?
Not on a plane, with.
What do you mean?
This is how I used to. Paper planes. Anyway, let me tell you guys.
So I have comments around this. First of all, bless Kenyan Twitter, which can sometimes be a dicey space. It can be like
nasty,
but they can also be super hilarious. What for me this demonstrates is the massive gap between the haves and the have-nots, and but it also demonstrates, because I had the privilege of getting a tour of International School of Kenya, just to kind of see, and I remember walking through and thinking, this is why. This is, it's going to be so much harder to compete when you're of age and you're in the working group with people who went to this school, because whilst your children in class 3 or 4 are being taught, I don't know, what are we being taught in class 3 or 4?
Sounds,
math, sounds, whatever those are, cursive, handwriting,
and
whatever it is.
The biggest exposure is National Park.
Yeah, I went into a room that was like a woodwork room, and they had like a bionic arm that they were like, a class had just, they were trying to make one of these, like arms that kind of respond to your nerves, and I was just like, how are we going to compete with that? Because it feels unfair. I don't think it is, because I think if you can afford, if you have the privilege of giving your child that, I wouldn't be like, no, I'm not going to do this, because I understand how a parent would, but I also it just shows the massive gap. Like, it's not a joke. It's not just an airplane ride. That's what we're going to focus on. It's everything else that happens once they walk into that classroom. And they are not at any point told you cannot.
Exactly.
Because everything about that system says you may, you can, go for it. It's yours.
In fact, you have to. Like,
it's yours.
It's yours.
And I wish we had that for
like this. I've now gone to this school called Aga Khan Academy in Mombasa twice. And what is even interesting for me is the fact that these kids were able to book me to perform there. So the idea that for them it's like, okay, so what does he want? And then we're gonna do this, and then I wanna do this for you. And when you meet those kids, some of them, and the problem with being in those schools, you have to be very careful of your relationships because it's a kid, so you don't wanna. And nowadays they look like they're a bit older.
Yeah.
And then you realize, am I talking to the teacher or the
child?
The child, because this kid is in a. So this kid, for example, of the kids who's I think just come from Liberia, who now is in Nairobi en route back to Mombasa, and he's from speaking at this whatever. He's won a Princess Diana award, and this kid is 17, 18.
Oh, look at what that does for the mind.
So when you're in that school, I think one of the things I realized, and when you look at, for example, 844 system that we had, what is interesting is that I think that, the experience that the Pembroke children have around school, for example, the fancy canteen, the amazing, the gym and the swimming pool, we might not be able to give our kids that. But I think the Kenyan government, the Kenyan people can provide the same learning environment for them. Right. For example, in terms of just having stuff that is relatable, it makes sense for the 21st century, when you sort of begin to separate the wheat from the chaff. I mean this in a good way, in the sense that, if a kid isn't good in sciences, maybe they're good in the arts, introducing back arts and crafts and music back to schools, because not all this, introducing the woodwork to kids in primary school. But let me tell you, on the flip side, on a funny note.
Yeah.
Hey, Sharon. Hey, kids are living life.
Their life.
These kids. Imagine one kid sees a plane. When I was growing up, my bro used to lie to me if I want to say hi to the people, in a plane, I should do my hand like this. And then Aki used to make me do this. They'll say hi back. There's a kid going to Pembroke who's seen the inside of a plane,
of a cockpit,
like, damn it,
everything.
My God, me, I'm there in my primary school, Kanjo, trying to say hi to them as they go.
Oh gosh, I know. I think as a parent I can attest to just wanting to work as hard so that you can expose your child to as much.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Just like looking at where some people are and where you are, and what it does for the mind. That's my biggest thing.
Yeah.
What it does for a child's mind, that I can do and be anything, is bigger than taking them to the best performing school.
True that.
Like that mindset.
True that, yeah. And then also the network. The thing is, I realize apparently at time, but I know I know that now parents are investing in their kids, not even in the fees, in their kids to be in that setup. So when Sharon's kids make it, and those kids,
because you're mingling with presidents and like company leaders and CEOs, and you're just in that circle.
And foreign, expatriate kids,
But my goodness. Anyway, we've got to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to check on our kids who are.
Slices na bei ni ile ile.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Who are you, Carrie? Why do we look the same? Do I have a twin sister? Agatha! I'm 26 years old. You wouldn't know because you've been gone for so long. You are a worthless mother! Oh my goodness! I'm really sorry. Who are you? Why are there three of us here?
I think now is the time to tell her the truth.
Wait, what is she saying? I will look for my other sisters. From the picture, one of them looks rich. She's my twin sister, so I think that I deserve a part of their family's fortune.
This week on The Trend, Tanzania's Omi Dimples will be live on The Trend. Justo Mzungu, Moze Dramist.
The rich also cry, but so far ni sonko moja nimesikia kipiga nduru.
Teardrops and Capedo with some intriguing poetry.
Sahi ukiuliza kesi ya Sharon iliendaje, utasikia oh bado.
All this and many more only on The Trend.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies. The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's Lapset corridor boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
How to use our e-levy portal. Click sign up to begin the registration process. Once you have filled in all the necessary information, click register and complete the registration process.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at Nation FM. Nation FM, I was going to say NFM, NTV FM, which one? But we're at the studio, and guess who decided to join us finally?
You people thought you finished this thing without me showing up, eh? On your face!
Let me tell you.
We are the 3 escateers, you know.
Okay, first of all,
2.
No, we're 3, all of us together. All of us together.
You know?
And can I just say, I'm so happy that you made it, because Anto, let me not lie, he was really throwing you under the bus several times, or a few jokes here and there.
I'm here to fight my own battle.
That's good.
You know where he was, right?
That's good. Where were you?
No, where he was.
Oh yeah, you said it. You said it. Yeah. Okay.
We'll see it on TV.
Well, yeah, you have to watch it on YouTube. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now that we finished off the last segment talking about a school, I thought we'd talk about another school that's up and coming. I think it's supposed to be launched on the 3rd of February. I don't quite remember now from the story, but here's a quick snippet. So Nyali MP, that's Mohammed Ali, he has recently just come under fire for naming a school after himself. It's going to be Mohammed Ali Girls.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're calling it.
Girls Secondary.
Girls Secondary.
My issue with Kenyan politicians, and I always say this even on
give
air,
it to him.
is that first
I thought the one to represent. No, let it go.
Is that, listen guys, my problem with politics and politicians is that when a name is not placed, over or under whatever they are part of, then they don't want to help out. This is one of the reasons why you don't have water in your estate. One of the reasons why electricity is an issue, because
slow down. Say water because you
water.
This
Yes, water. For example, I'll give an example, and I think it's a good example. One of the reasons why your governor will not sort out your water issues is because he cannot put his name in the pipes.
Thank you.
I mean,
or on the water.
On the water. How will his name be out there? But when he probably brings you, firefighter, or probably he brings you tanks of water.
The track is
because
written well.
Every young man in this country needs to start a garage, so they always give tanks of water written, donated by, So for me, this is a problem. Like, I'm so sad that he's getting into this, and I think he needs to jichopevu his soul and ask himself, is this worth doing? Your legacy should not be a shouting legacy.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's public funds that are.
That's what I wanted to say. If it's your money, I don't have a problem. If it's public money, why are you putting your name on public money?
Yeah.
Like, let people come and say, you've really helped us. We actually did not know how this could happen. Let's put your name. Let people bring you from the lower table to the higher table. But you guys sit on the higher table. Yeah, I use the public funds. What will you do?
Was it Jesus who said, don't sit at the head of
Jesus
the table?
said you sit at the small table, then you're called to the high table.
Yeah.
It's very bad to sit at the high table, then now you remove it. Excuse me, this was Obina's table.
Yeah, it just really baffled
and
me.
For me, it shows me, like, when you do that, there's a certain thing behind your brain that tells you, I'm not gonna do so much for these guys, so at least even the day I leave them, I want to be seeing my name all over.
Yeah.
Think about it.
You see your name on a wall.
Yeah. If you generally do great stuff for people, you know that it's gonna stay in their hearts. But if you feel like, let me do this one, at least when I drive here every time, I'll see myself there.
It's really odd.
And also, the Bible also says, for the Christians in the house, what the left hand has or offers, the right hand should have no idea about it. Now you want to write your name so everybody can know you are the one who.
That's really odd.
It's like you're rubbing it on their face. You're like,
another level of narcissism that just feels. I don't know. And you better than pray that
another one falls. That's
it just
another one.
Make sense.
Another one we thought was another one.
Yeah.
All
right.
I want to see was if people write their names inside the system. But
so I want to move on to another story that just had me laughing. And I'll be honest, I missed this one. I didn't see it when it happened on Twitter, but when I read this article, I was dying of laughter. And that is when the former CS for Agriculture asked Kenyans to go online, and if you see, if you're out there and you see a picture of a locust, please take it and share it on social media so we can identify it. So when I first saw the story, I was like, that's a little odd. But when I saw Kenyans come back, thank you Jesus for Kenyans on Twitter. Because there's a way
bundles and free time. A lot of people are unemployed.
And they have
they employ themselves online. They fight the battle.
It was like, I think he tried
to washed him and hung him up to dry.
I think the thing with, because it comes from my people, like my people, I mean, like, we on TV, so we can't talk about it, but from my people, I think people get it from the mountain side. We have a way of trolling people. Where are you from? The mountains.
From the mountain.
No, I know, I mean, which area?
My shags is actually Nairobi, Dagoretti. But then originally, my people are from the mountain.
Yeah.
So, I'm a born town. I just miss Pembroke. I don't know why. So the thing about my people, we know how to troll people without really trolling them. So I feel like you're trolling Kenyans, and if you see a picture, if you see a locust, take a picture. And then Uhuru, our president, was like, hold up, hold my water. What did this dude just tell people? You're fired. Like, you and the locust, get out. You're both fired. It was so funny. I think the thing, though, is that like I was telling you before.
That's what I was going to say.
People, a lot of Kenyans don't know the difference between a locust and a grasshopper. So we used to play with grasshoppers as kids.
How?
And like you've been told before by Lina, so we used to jump on grasshoppers. We feed them grass. we probably break their legs.
Yeah, you have
so
to,
they,
yeah.
so they
don't jump.
They don't jump
That's like
all over.
Protective.
That guys, that is the getaway of getting a pet.
That's the first pets people got. Yeah.
Yes, we didn't have a
legs. I was not around any insects.
When they say the locust, sijui, guys were like, by the way, what is a locust called in Swahili? Because we don't know. As we know, dede.
It's called a dede.
We know dede.
God,
So
used to break their legs. That kind of sounds familiar, but I was never an insect person, so I would not be where that was happening.
They're tasty too.
Trust me.
Yeah, mature.
No, that part may.
Okay, we're just gonna swiftly move on to the next story. Because we're not about to
breaking
legs and eating them.
No,
sir.
People eat termites.
Sir, termites I know. My granddad does. Susan Wong, do you guys know Susan Wong? She would be like, just fry them in some garlic butter.
Yeah.
And I'm just like Susan Wong. I can't imagine. Okay, so I want us to move to another story, which has been doing the rounds everywhere, and that is Meghan and Harry choosing to leave the royal family and just establish their own family system, ways, money, income in Canada. What are your thoughts on that?
I think a lot of people, especially I've watched the white British press really gang up on Meghan, and the thing is that she's gone and destabilized what they're so used to, which is the white royal family. And although the Queen clearly did say that, she's proud of Meghan for, sort of getting into the family and assimilating quite quickly, but they've been quite unfair, with her. The press. The press, to be clear, has been very unfair to Meghan. There's a few instances that I watched. So during, what's the lady? Kate? Is it Kate? During Princess Kate's wedding, she had the same exact bouquet of flowers, and they were like, oh my God, look at the flowers, beautiful. When Meghan had the same flowers, they're like, oh, the kids around her probably are allergic. They probably, it's... So everything that she did, they were never happy with. Putting her letter to her father, and publishing it. And she's sued Daily Mail because of that. So all these instances, I think, genuinely, a black woman can only take so much. Only take so much. So I think for me, they do need to go and start their own life. That's that. Like, let them just go and start their own life. Yeah.
Just the other day we were discussing with Anto on our radio show about if marriages are meant to last forever. And one reason that we were talking about was if it's not working for you. So for them, their marriage is working, but the extended marriage, the other people she's married to by extension, the family, everything is not working because everybody is sitting down, discussing what she's doing, how she's doing. Remember, she's an actor, right? Mm-hmm. She's an actor. She's a public figure, so she had her life figured out. Then now when she was married into this family, she probably fell in love. Then now I had stories that she had to sign a prenup, and so that she'll not be able to ask for the money or stuff like that. And the family always wants her to address herself a certain way, walk a certain way, do a certain things. That doesn't sit well with her. So if it's not working for you, step. And that's what she did. Yeah. She was not there for the money. So if she decides to go, it's good. So they leave you alone. They leave you, not that, you have to walk like this because you're a princess. You have to walk in front of people.
Yeah, I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. What are your thoughts about the fact that they just had their home renovated and it cost taxpayers millions of
they're supposed to pay that money back.
Yeah, they're gonna pay back the £2 million.
Yeah. But they're not completely financially free. Like, do they, like security, for instance, are they still going to have...
So I think the biggest issue they're having now is that, one, they've dropped the HRH, which is His and Her Royal Highness. So they've dropped that. One of the things also, even when they're getting endorsements, they still have to be in line to be able to serve the Queen. I think a lot of people would argue, but this Queen thing, that's not ours to talk about. I think that's their culture and tradition, so we can allow them that. But whatever endorsements and movies and stuff that she does, for example, will be in line with at least what can be considered at least favorable to the Queen and the image of the Queen, because they're still in service to the Queen. That is something they've been very clear about, that they'll have no beef with the Queen and they'll continue to serve the Queen. What also is an interesting thing to notice is how Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, because they'll still be called Duke and Duchess of Sussex, how he has her back. Yeah, Yani, let me tell you guys, when
strength of a woman.
You know when they say when you go black, you can never go back.
Yeah, that's
Prince Harry ain't going back.
Yeah, that's why he's always in Africa.
Because he's like, let me tell you something. When it was the launch of The Lion King, and he met the CEO of Disney. Did you see the conversation? Was very clear. When Meghan was busy talking to Jay-Z and Beyonce, Prince Harry was telling the CEO of Disney, do you know that she does voiceovers? Like
no. And she got a job.
And she's very good at it.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, really? I will look into it. That's a man saying, me,
no matter what happens later, she was given a job.
And she's done the job for wildlife conservation, I think, story, and, thingy. And she did it for free, for charity. But the fact that he continues to put her on. But also, again, another lesson is that a lot of times, men decide to not pick their wife's side, even when the wife is right. It is very important for people to notice, and especially a black woman, that stand by your woman, regardless of what people feel.
You guys are one. You guys are one.
You're one. And even if it means that, you know what, I'll live a different life, but for her, and she's right, and this feels right. Why should I throw her under the bus because I'm a prince? And guys, he's 7th in line. This whole he's like this.
It's not like an emergency. And then we all know whoever started all this story. We know it all started from Meghan. I'm sure she complained to the husband like, oh, babe, these people are not treating me well. And he could have gone like, you hang in there. We are the royal family, and you hang in there. Do what you do. But he was like, yo, babe, we have to step. So he's a good guy.
So I have to say, I am 100% team Harry and Meghan move out if that's what serves you. And I can't imagine, because I saw that story about the flowers. I saw the one about the bump where they compare Kate holding her bump, and it's like, look at that, it's so precious. When she does it, it's like, can't you keep your hands off? You think you don't know you're pregnant? And I can't imagine. I spoke to someone who's like, complaining. I spoke to someone who was like, but she knew what she was getting herself into. So why is she acting? She's just, someone actually said that they think she's being weak. But if I truly believe that is the utmost display of strength when you say this isn't working for my mental health. And I have a family to raise. It's not just me and my husband. I have a child, and maybe they want to expand that. And I'm choosing not to put them through this. The fact that they are are they really the first? I think there's someone else who stepped out of line.
I'm not sure, I may be wrong, guys, but there was even if you watch The Crown.
There's that guy who went to America.
Before Queen Elizabeth, there's certain cousins who are living an amazing life, some designers. But the guy who was meant to be king before Queen Elizabeth, he decided to marry someone who wasn't considered pure. And even if when you watch The Crown, he's lived his life
in America.
And
just going back to even that, the fact, there's some things about the crown and the royal family that I don't know much about them. I'm not a royalist. I don't understand it. But there's some parts that seem dated. Like even how before you couldn't marry someone who's divorced. But I'm glad that they are establishing their own rules and kind of standing firm in that. Because this is the ultimate display of the in-laws want this. But where are you going to be?
We want this.
Like where are you going to fall? And they're saying, I'm choosing a new path for my family.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Come on, nice way to end that segment. All right, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gents, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Registration for January, May and September 2020 intakes is ongoing. Apply now. Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Growing reputation.
There's always crazy excitement when you join us each and every Saturday, and this Saturday is no exception. Tutakuwa hapa hivi on Grace because we'll be knowing more about horses on grind yangu. You can also send in your request. DJ Bash Banyana Fanyanga on the ones and twos, and same time Tracy Wanjiru and myself will be on the mic. Amazing guests watakuwa na come through, so make sure you keep your fingers on that Twitter handle, man. Hashtag Teen Republic NTV. Let's catch a vibe. See you there.
Teen Republic, in association with Fanta.
How to use our e-levy portal. Click sign up to begin the registration process. Once you have filled in all the necessary information, click register and complete the registration process.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're talking all the things that happened in the last couple of weeks and just touching on entertainment and giving our opinions on those stories. So I'm going to jump right into another story that's kind of linked to the last story we were talking about, which was Meghan and Harry wanting to leave, but there's someone else who's trying to get in to his country, that being Miguna and him not being permitted. And there's a story that came out, he spent like millions of shillings trying to get in. So what are your thoughts on that and, you know, the frustrations of that he's facing currently trying to get back into the country?
Yeah, like away from all the glossy English and everything that Miguna, you know, puts out on Twitter, there's someone that Miguna pissed off that will let me tell you guys. So,
step on toes.
Yeah, so I may be wrong with some specific details, but Miguna is now it's alleged. Because the government can sue me and say, why did you say he's a Kenyan? He's not a Kenyan. He's allegedly a Kenyan.
Who lives in Mexico?
He's allegedly a Kenyan who has a dual citizenship, Canada and Kenya. Yeah. So now all those things aside, I think the theatrics of him trying to get into the country is what people are probably obviously laughing about. But one of the things that is interesting is, in the words of Prophet Orengo, is that your own government, a government can eat its own children. And I think this is what people need to understand from Miguna's story, that one day you're high and one day you are in the gutter and nobody wants to touch you. So again, take care of your relationships. Be very kind and keen on how you treat people, because you just never know who you're going to need tomorrow and people will turn their backs on. Because one of the things I realized with the Miguna story is that, fine, people do see the moral issue of him coming back to the country, but then he's hurt so many people along the way that guys have washed their hands like, bruh, what you did to me, you wrote 2 books, you know, dissing me and everything, me, you can't keep secrets, bruh, me, I'm not with you. Even when people try to help him out on Twitter, he's like, don't text me, don't tell me what to do, you need to organize, mobilize, viva. So I'm like, bro, he was just supporting you, why are you being so mean, so mean?
What I'll say is snitches get stitches. He's been publishing books about people snitching on their business.
And now they're stitching him.
Now they're about to stitch him. But let me talk about Njonjo. He also wants to achieve something. Because he wants to get the country. Njonjo wants to shoot chimpanzees. And hang with them.
He doesn't want to shoot.
The monkeys.
No.
Okay, what is it? But I
know mountain gorillas.
Okay, what's the difference between chimpanzee, monkey, gorilla, and baboon?
A class it's like locust and praying mantis and grasshopper.
And I think we've made this joke before on air. You said chimpanzee, gorilla,
monkey,
baboon.
So, baboon, chimpanzee, gorilla. We've made it always clear. In this station, I'm the monkey.
What?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Obina is you're the chimpanzee.
I am not in this.
I think I'm the baboon.
No, you're the chimpanzee, and then Kingori is a baboon. So it's an inside joke. That's the story we have. Yeah. Anyway, Jojo
is standing up,
is out there
turning 100.
He's turning 100 years old.
Yeah.
And he celebrated it by going to
hang out with these gorillas and everything.
Yeah. Which I think it's a testament to you're never too old to be crossing things off your bucket list.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know what it is, but have you noticed Kenyans, we're not generally brought up to be adventurous. We're not the ones who are going to be like, oh, let's try jet skiing, water skiing. And I know some of the things are quite privileged. African.
Black people. We're like, jump from an airplane.
Exactly. So you could be rich and like wealthy and you've saved up and you've got like your 50K and you can finally jump off that plane. But skydiving.
And you're chilling in the house.
The biggest risk they can do is fly to the States and back.
I think actually the biggest risk that people, take is shares, stocks and bonds. Like, is that a risk?
Yeah, it is a risk.
That's why even when our CS jumped off a plane in Diani, like he trended all over Africa.
Yeah.
I think they made him chairman of every tourist board in Africa.
But he ain't like black 100%. Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Not going let me keep quiet.
Can we just say that?
Yeah.
That there's something that we all need to do as in our culture as a community that pushes us out of our comfort zone, and we don't have to break the bank. I'm not saying like save up to 250K for you to be able to do this, but we can be a little bit more adventurous. And I think for the most part we're taught to be just kind
save
of
up and you never know but then
come to Mombasa, come back.
We don't even try see outside. Like we'll kind of go back to the same places, the same Dubai, the same South Africa. We don't really explore. But I love that he did, and with that I want to move to another man who is doing big things in his country, and that is Akon. Is that
big music?
No, that is. I said the whole thing.
That's
Did he ever say Akon?
Yes, he actually says Akon. Then
It's the convict music, Akon. Yeah. It's his label. That's my man.
The thing,
my skin color in his. He's too dark. It's too dark, so Anton should not be talking about this.
Oh, it's your time.
Talk about
you
this.
go for it. So you're not saying what he's doing now?
Akon City. He's been financed now. He's creating a city of his own. It's like a technological city.
What is he creating?
A technological city.
Oh yeah, because I had cities. I'm wondering what
city.
is a city?
Yeah, when you watch too much Netflix, too much movies.
It's a city.
Just because you googled Pembroke, now you have an accent.
City.
What if you schooled there?
But in Kenya there was something called Konza City.
Yeah.
Wait,
I think it's still there.
It's still there.
Is it like a city?
Yeah.
Yep.
People are building.
Yeah, putting it up. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. Say. I know where you're going with this story.
So Akon City is
gonna be bigger.
Is this Konza City on steroids?
Yes, actually that's what it is.
And
floating cars.
I have to say, this is a prime example of, actually, here's a question. Why is it that when Muha was trying to build the school and, call it Muhammad Ali Girls Secondary, it was like, it's not tasteful. But when Akon builds a city, and he calls it Akon City, it's like,
because he's not using the public funds.
Because he is not an elected leader.
Thank you.
Prime example. So if you want to, but do you think that there's a space for an elected leader to do that?
An elected leader who probably, for example, before getting elected, they clearly have a track record of, for example, if they manage something like Konza City and there were no scandals, no nothing, and the infrastructure and everything was dope. And then one day he says, by the way, guys, I can lead your country, I can lead your city because my track record speaks for itself. So what we have in Kenya is people who we come to realize after who've amassed wealth the wrong way. They showed us that that's their track record. When they get into power, they clearly cannot be able to manage anything. And then whilst in power, they use our money to build their own Akon cities. So what Akon is saying is that because of being Akon and the respect I have globally, let me use that to build ourselves again. Because him is like, bruh, I'm always going to be an immigrant. I'm an American, yes, and everything, but Africa is always going to be home. So why not bring all these people home?
Yeah. And there's beauty in seeing someone achieve that in a dignified way. Maybe dignified isn't even by the book. So seeing someone dignified. Kind of like
gets funding, gets approvals from the government,
hustle his way to making it in Hollywood in America, and then coming back to build his own city. Which I think I also saw that it's the president gave him the land there, which would have been questionable. But for someone who's then saying, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show up and show out Senegal, you guys wait. This will be the main attraction.
I believe Senegal deserves that.
I love that. May we have more people like that.
Amen.
Lupita, if you want to build a city, I'm here to just support that. I would love that. So because he's besties with Lupita, whatever. Anyway, so last story that I just think is one it's a good way to end this show, and that is from our girl Cardi B, who is thinking, considering, contemplating of perhaps stepping into politics, because she's like, let me tell you, all these things that you guys are doing, there's one thing that you clearly have missed the mark if this is what you're about. So I'm gonna come in, I might just take political science and get into politics. What are your thoughts on us?
In fact, president.
What are your thoughts? A former stripper becoming president of the United States or any country. What do you think?
This is the world we live in, guys. The thing for me, and people must understand the politics of America, most girls are forced to strip, well, because of the things they go through, because it's not the rosy thing that we see that someone, you know, comes from being a stripper to being, you know, the Cardi B has had the most #1 singles from any female rapper from 2012 to 2019. Cardi B broke Lauryn Hill's 20-something-year-old record of being the first female with a #1 on the Billboard charts without a collabo, and staying on #1 for a very long time. Cardi B is about to get her second or third, I don't know, fourth 1 billion streams from one song on Spotify. This is someone who definitely the odds were always stacked against her. Latinas and black people are sort of put in the same group because they're not meant to succeed.
If you saw where she came from. Do you remember her teeth?
Her teeth.
How she looked.
Even, you know, her image and everything.
Yeah, how she spoke.
And even when she tweeted, there's a lady who went and still broke apart her grammar and said, you will never be. The thing about Cardi B that people must, and I think people are taking it like a joke right now, but in fact, I think Wendy was even saying that Cardi B, if you guys joke, if probably the presidency is too far, she might end up being the mayor of New York because she's very big in New York, and she could end up being. The lesson to most young girls is that truly, 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 your past will never determine your future. And most importantly to Cardi B, if she'll ever watch this probably one day, because you never know about Cardi B, manze, she's extra. The thing is, I don't believe you have to go to school to be a senator or a governor, because most of those people in Senate, in the States especially, clearly it's like they didn't go to school. So why do you have to go to school to match up with them? You can make it. Cardi B, viva! Organize, mobilize.
There's a bill that's been passed in the Kenyan government that if you want to hold an office, you have to be learned to a certain level. I don't know about the States, but maybe that's why she's saying she has to go to school. But about Cardi B, what I'll say is, from being a stripper, if you consider all the people in politics, what politicians do behind closed doors, even before they became do you think people get in politics for money? No, it's for power. They already got the money. And those are the most people. Even Cardi B is even clean. If you put the politicians like this and you put Cardi B, she's cleaner than all of them. Because she's just been a stripper, and she's maintained one boyfriend for I don't know how long. And she's raising a child. That means she's a good mother and she's a good wife. And this guy keeps messing up, and she keeps forgiving the idiot. Even bought the brother a house. They bought an amazing house, and she runs her business, and she has a good heart. If you have a good heart and you care about people, become president, become the queen, become the king. Amen.
And if she wants to come to Kenya, she can be the governor of Nairobi. So just come through.
Just come through. So do you think that there is a certain decorum that someone in office has to hold? Would you say that that it is important? Because and I'm asking this because Cardi B is not one to hold back. I'm throwing it out there just for us to have a conversation and think. So she curses a lot.
Yep.
She still is very. I mean,
means
I
she's
wonder.
open-minded.
Like, you know, it means she's open-minded.
Yes.
I just think she's living in
what do you think?
time.
Yeah.
Because again, look, imagine the strip culture. Obviously, the way they talk, the way people talk around it.
Yeah.
What I think is more important, decorum is clearly clear. You've seen her go to the courts and how she dresses, and people still have a problem and say, oh, but she's wearing an $8,000 bag or whatever. There's always going to be that issue of, you know, and especially in the States, being able to relate with a common person is very, very important. You find some of these guys are loaded, but they wear suits that look like they are suffering. Why? Because the common guy has to feel that you do feel, you know, about them. And it's American culture. But for me, it's about being real in your time. And the word that I love to use a lot with young people and anyone that I meet, intention. The fact that she's willing to, it means that this girl clearly, she feels like this is a problem, and she has the pulse of the mass. She has it, she feels it, and she performs, and she meets all these young people, and she feels she can change their lives. So what we're actually probably seeing is an ushering for, we have Ilhan Omar. We have the senator, the congresswoman in the states in New York. I've forgotten her name. Who was a bartender? AOC or something. Yes, AOC. Who was a bartender? But she was able to mobilize. She was able to. So Obama was a community worker. Well. When Obama was in Kenya, he was. This is on the record. It's a fact. He was insulted by the then government spokesman, who is the now governor of Machakos, Alfred Mutua, treated him like, this guy is just a senator, why should we pay him any mind? When someone's time has come, it doesn't matter the laws of the country, it doesn't matter what people think about
Nobody
that person.
can stop reggae.
You cannot stop Cardi B's reggae. Cardi B's reggae is not off, it is on set.
That's what's up.
Don't play.
It's not repeated for them.
Cardi B's reggae is not off set. It is on set.
That's what's up.
Don't play.
Okay, for the ones who didn't get it, Offset is the husband of Cardi B, and like Offset on like you are together.
Thank you for the breakdown.
She's doing this for the culture.
This
is for.
And you know what I think?
The culture.
The baby culture. He's
problem,
really good with the puns. Can I just say?
One minute. The only problem that Cardi B might have in office, she'll not be able to keep the secrets of the government. She'll go to Twitter in the morning. Hey guys, Iran, we're coming. We are watching you.
Just like it would be bad.
I got the baton.
That would be fun. Can I say? I think the main thing that I love about even her having this conversation is that she is having the conversation, and often you don't find people in the world of entertainment or rap really stepping into the world of politics, but she's making it interesting, cool, hip, and hopefully in doing so she's also making a lot more people aware. Hey, this is the reason why you should pay attention next election. So I love that she is the most unlikely person speaking about something that she loves. Same with Kim Kardashian. You love her, hate her. The fact that she's like, I'm going to study law and I'm going to try and talk about all the
reform.
Exactly.
That's true.
So I love that they're sort of driving attention to these issues.
True that.
And with that said, we're going to have to say goodbye. I have one question for you though, Obina. What is your 2020 resolution?
I want to travel more. It's not a resolution, it's a decision. Yes, I just want to travel more. I'm doing things for myself. I've spoken with Anto about it, and I do a lot of things for people who don't necessarily deserve it.
Okay.
So this year I'm doing a lot more for myself, and I started with a lot of shopping. This January I've bought much that I bought like the whole of last year. Like even myself, before I buy like a shoe, I'm like, do I really let me buy something for the kids? Let me do. So this year I'm like, what? It's nice. How much? Okay, here, ding, ding. Yeah, bring it. I'm like, that's what I'm doing this year. I want to travel more. I want to work out more. And I want to spend more money on myself.
Oh, I love that.
That's what I'm doing.
Unapologetic about it.
I'm not apologizing to anybody.
I love it. Thank you so much.
And
gentlemen.
you didn't tell us yours.
Oh gosh. Okay, so it's like I know I told you guys my word for last year, which was I want to create. I think I may have mentioned it. But the second thing, which I really want to tap into, is discipline. That's where I'm lacking, and especially when it comes to food. I just have an issue.
I saw you today having your keto meal right here.
What do you mean discipline of food?
No, I just eat way too much.
Yeah, that is me and Anto too.
No way.
But we gotta go. We gotta go. I have to go. Otherwise these guys will be talking the whole time. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gents. I hope you enjoyed today's show. I will see you on Monday at 9 a.m. By the way, our show time, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Really excited about that. And I wish you a great weekend. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye.
Be part of over 40,000 students pursuing and nurturing their career at Moi University. Enroll now. Moi University, the foundation of knowledge.
This week on The Trend, Tanzania
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
So many things that we struggle with, things that we fear to talk about, things that we fear to confide to people about because they will judge us. But I just want to tell you, whatever you're struggling with, always remember that the power is within you. How you started something, you have equal power to stop it. No matter what your struggle is, no matter what your addiction is, never give up on yourself. And always remember, power lies within you. You don't need anybody to make a decision or a choice in life. You are that decision maker. Never give up on yourself. Stop crying and start trying. Because when you do that, nothing is impossible in this life. The sooner you start it and the sooner you believe in it, the sooner it will happen. Never give up on yourself.
Good evening and welcome to the show. This is Unscripted. Today we're filming here at Waridi Suits. Very beautiful. Thank you so much for hosting us today. And with me, I have one of Kenya's funniest men. I'm not Kenya's funniest man. I correct myself.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. I'm humble. Yeah.
Terence Creative, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
I'm a fan.
I'm
Team Kamami. We are many, right? Team Kamami.
I've been a fan way back. Yeah.
Stop.
So,
no, it's about you. Thank you.
It's about us.
Thank you for coming, I have to add.
I'm so humble.
But as you know, we watch you online. We laugh. We watch you on TV, on Churchill as well.
Yes.
But I've heard a bit of your story, and
yes.
You have a journey. Umetoka mbali, Terence.
Sana.
Umetoka mbali. If you could take me back, rewind all the way back to your childhood, how you grew up and your life experience. Tell us.
I've never had that opportunity to get into details about my childhood, but
exactly.
Once in a while I say it. I grew up in a family of 3. Kizungu ni mbaya. You just understand whatever we are saying, that's it. Get the message, forget about the message. So I grew up in a family of 3. I'm actually the last born.
Okay.
I was brought up in Madare. Not Madare, there's a place called Mlango Kubwa. So there grew up with my brothers and my uncles. But now at the age of 10, that's when my mom died and my father.
Oh, poor.
So yeah.
What happened?
My mom succumbed to meningitis.
I see.
Meningitis. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
My grandma used to tell me my father was a pirate.
A pirate?
Yeah, something I've never told people. I'm not a pure. No. Like for instance, we alikufiaga kwa Mary. I've never shared this because I don't know.
So you don't know actually?
No, he was a Somali Borana.
Really?
Borana. So you know like mapua na nywele.
Kiasi kuna kakitu?
Hakuna kiasi, ni hivyo.
Ni hivyo.
So my grandma used to tell me babako alikuwa na shamba duka isiri. So I didn't know. I barely have those memories. I never. So yeah, he was that. So after they died, they passed on. That's when I went to the streets to try and fend for myself, because in the house that we were living it was 600 or I don't know something. So tuko hapo, my uncles, there are 3 of them. We have my 3 brothers. I'm the last one. Then kulikuwa na msichana mwingine wa sister ya shosho yangu.
I see.
So it was a small single room.
Okay. Mnakana shosho?
Yeah. Then nilikuwa naenda shule, but I found it's a bit congested.
Okay.
So I opted to go to the streets where I will sleep in the veranda and everything.
Wewe mwenyewe hujafukuzwa?
Hujafukuzwa, but now circumstance inakufukuza. So what happened, nilikuwa gachokora border. The scholars ni kawaida unaenda shule unarudi. So me I used to go to the street and go back home. Then with time nikaenda huko.
Oh wow. So Shosho anajua uko wapi ukienda?
She knew I was going to.
She was aware.
Yeah, she was aware, but now she wouldn't do anything because pia anaona pressure niko hapo. At that particular time, that was I was 9 years. That's when I started smoking.
Smoking bang or smoking?
I smoked everything, but not much on nini bang, but cigarette, because where the environment I grew in Mlango Kubwa, we had our neighbor used to sell glue. So I was sniffing glue, I was doing drugs, I was doing weed once in a while. Na changa, because what our grandma brought up with was changa money, and I was the person who was going to take the changa kabla niende shule na iendea. Then she was very specific, ukipewa onja,
haya,
ukifunga macho leta, usipofunga macho achana nayo.
Haya.
So
for real?
Yeah, like for real.
So you became addicted to it?
I wasn't much addicted to it. I was partially, because okay, say test go. I didn't concentrate on it, but I concentrated so much on glue, on cigarette smoking, because I find it so cool and it will relax me.
Wow.
So I went on with becoming a street boy, and I used to get a lot of money.
Unapata pesa?
Because niko chokora naongea kizungu.
Because you're going to school?
Yeah. I was going to school. Then at times I go to the street with the uniform. Then people will pity me. Say, mpatie pesa. Hey, help me, mommy.
Alafu ukipatia pesa, what do you do with it?
Ingine napeleka home, ingine nilikuwa na do. When I was young, 9 years, napata 200-250 per day.
Wow.
I had a lot of money, so I take it home. Ingine tu I decide naamua tu kutesa huko kwa streets. But it was a tough thing. Street life is not easy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
What was in that? I mean, you're 9 years old. So that happened for how long?
Until I was 13.
Till you were 13.
Yeah. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So hiyo ndio chokora ilinitoka kabisa. It was like 6-7 years hivi.
Lakini nakutoka vipi?
You know, my brother was adopted in Muli Children's Family by Dr. Charles Muli, MCF. So when he went there, he said, niko na brother yangu pia mdogo anakuanga kwa street, kama mnaweza msaidia ni sawa.
I see.
So
you went to a home?
Yeah, I went to Muli Children's Family by Dr. Charles Muli. So there I was able to go and to undergo what is called rehabilitation.
I see.
For
2
years. Yeah. Before I went to Charles Muli's place, I had already finished KCP. Nilikuwa nasoma hapa Nairobi.
Yeah.
Ile system ya 700, and I scored.
How did you do?
201 out of 700.
Where? near Bangi.
No, Mali.
I don't mean to laugh.
No, you should laugh. You know what? One thing I tell people, the reason why I don't share my story is because I don't want people to pity me, and I actually tell people who are orphaned, don't sit there and wait for people. Don't cry. Try.
Oh, I like that. That's tweetable. Don't cry. Try.
Because at the end of the day, nobody cares about your story. It's about you to work on you.
I know.
So I really tell my story because it's very emotional. Times nasikia kulia, but I say no. I tell people, babangu na mamangu walikufa. That's what I used to use when I was in street begging. Nisaidie. Babangu na mamangu walikufa na tuna chakula, nimekaa siku 3 sijakula. Who will stay, you know?
People of course will
pity. But now when I grew up, I realized I need to get off that and focus on life. So where were we? Moli Children's Family. So I had to go to 2 years. I had to repeat so that I'll have a period to do detoxification, get all these things, go and
the rehab was all happening at the Children's
the Moli Children's Family. It's a very good place, and I thank Moli Children's Family, Dr. Charles Moli and Esther Moli for really accepting me to be part of their family. I don't call myself a foster child to them because they've been real parents, and actually my grandma, she really pushed me.
I was going to ask, how was that transition from grandma's home, street?
It was very
children's home.
It was very easy. You know, my grandma got tired at some point. I said, Molly, kick it out of thing. If you finish class 8, I just want you to leave because alikuwa amechoka. Imagine uko na watu. Mimi sisi ni watatu, anko yangu ni watatu na kuna ule msichana mwingine. We are like nani, we are looking at.
And even that's what drove you to the streets.
I felt like wacha iishe tu, let me go fend for myself. And also frustrated, my mom is dead, my father is dead. No, my brothers are hopeless, my uncles are hopeless because all of them are drunkards. Walikuwa na kunywa vibaya.
So you didn't have any
wenyewe wasaidii mama yao. Yeah. So like I don't have a father figure in my life. Like I could look up to someone and say, oh, this is my father. I didn't have that. And growing up in the slums, people don't care. It becomes so obvious. You are an orphan. We don't give up. We don't care. You understand?
And before we go on a break and talk about Terrence Creative and the journey to who you are today, within that time period of losing your parents, being on the street, being apart from your grandma, your siblings, through it all, what was the toughest moment for you, and how did you overcome? Nini likupatia hiyo uwezo or the encouragement to keep going?
I think I'll be honest with you, I didn't realize anything. Life had no meaning to me, and I saw life is very normal. You know, when you're living in the slums, sorry to say this, but I always fight this to get that mentality out of people. People are very comfortable. If you have 200 shillings in the slum, you can sort your meal. You can always buy 10 bob and everything. Yeah. When my bro took me to the slum, out of the slum to the Muli Children's Family, that's when it hit me. What happened? What kind of life was I living?
That's when you realized.
Yes, because more are the times that I almost got killed because of victimization from the public. You know, you're a thief. I'd already become a drug peddler. Then I look back into my life. I nasemanga ni mali bangi lishuka, gam, sigara, nini. At that moment, I go, hey, hii life nakasi poa. And if you're living to the slum, in the slums, you have to get out. For you to see, watch it while you're outside. Then you realize there's a problem here that needs to be fixed. So when I went to Muli Children's Family, sobered up, then I look where I come from and say, this place need to be fixed. There are people that they were my chokora mates. Up to date, they're still sniffing glue. Some of them, vast majority of people that we grew up together, they got killed by a bullet because they became drug and they became crime.
Yeah. And now you think back, that could have been you.
For real, I see them, I see me, and I thank God that it's not me, and I thank God that I can be able to do something to them. So with what I have right now, in future I'm focusing on giving back to the society by transforming the streets.
Look at that.
Yeah.
We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with our Farajati while we're here at Baridi Suits. Keep it here.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Did you know our market capitalization of $9.7 billion makes us a leading African banking group? Absa Group, serving Kenya as Barclays.
Mummies and daddies are advised to engage with their babies while they are still in the womb.
Sasa zingine tunamwambia ukifika umechoka, hata unaweza mwambia mzee akushike.
Learning starts from home.
We introduced the womb classroom so that we can focus the holistic development of a child.
Brain development happens in the first 2 years of life.
Hili shamba ni lake bwana, na amekuwa nalo zaidi ya miaka 15 hata kabla muwe mke wake.
Mbona una kimbelembele kuliko muuzaji mwenyewe?
Huna lolote wewe. Ufai shamba wala sokoni. Kazi ni kusumbua wale wanaotaka kukusaidia.
Hivi wewe ukipewa ruhusa kunisaidia si utaniangamiza?
Wewe mwambie Jabali aje nyumbani, aje ampose mwanangu Sonia. Na mimi nakuhakikishia
kufikia kesho, pesa zote unazozitaka zitakuwa ziko kwa akaunti ya benki yako.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Top spot wa mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya But good to see you there.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies. The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's LAPSET corridor boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
How to use our e-levy portal. Click sign up to begin the registration process. Once you have filled in all the necessary information, click register and complete the registration process.
And welcome back to Unscripted. I'm here with Terence. Thank you so much for coming on the show and telling us how far you've come, Terence. So if we could, there's something you mentioned during the break that you battled with for a very long time. Unbelievable how far it went. Tell me about your addiction to gambling.
I was addicted to two things. We may be talking about the other. I was addicted to cigarette and I was addicted to gambling. So cigarette started immediately when my mom died. That was 9 years. By the time I stopped smoking, I had smoked for 22 years. I was smoked for 22 years. Spent over 800,000 on smokes.
800,000?
That is the estimate. So it's 1 point something. You understand? Because I used to smoke 2 packs of cigarette. Now, when I started gambling,
2 packs a day?
2 packs plus. Especially when you used to do the Churchill show, we are directing there, we are running the program, there is so much pressure. I would smoke a lot. And my boss used to tell me, hey Churchill, what are the nice of you to ban?
Now how are you? How's your health?
Very fine.
Today
I have like 529 days without smoking.
Oh, well done. Your lungs are okay, your health is
very, very okay. I'm enjoying my breath.
How do you stop? Cigarette smoking is not an easy thing to stop. You don't just wake up in the morning and...
It has been a struggle. It's been a struggle for me and my wife, Mindy Chebi. She really pushed me to quit smoking because I can tell you for more than 3 years, I never kissed my wife because of the stench.
Cigarette smoke.
Yeah, it was a turn off to her in everything else.
So it affected your marriage?
Me, yeah, it affected my marriage so deeply.
Your intimacy.
What really affected my marriage as well was gambling. Because before I met her, I used to gamble. The reason why I went to casinos is because casinos are very comfortable. They make you very comfortable.
How? What do you mean?
You get there, you're given food, you're given free liquor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you're a heavy gambler like I used to be, Churchill used to pay me very good money from way back. Then I used to gamble money. So sometimes maybe he realized and said, "Where could you peleka pesa yako?" Yeah, I realized later I was a gambler. And said, "Hey, manzi wache kitu itakuwa."
Lakini nini ulifanya wanza?
I really struggled because you want money, you want quick money, and you think this is a fixed fortune. Because gamblers, gambling companies, they have a way of spreading it out there that do this, you'll get this money, you'll get 200 and something.
And once you win a little here, you're like,
you'll
then
win a little.
I can also get.
Gambling is like a loan, a very bad loan with a very high interest. Because once you get, I don't know how they do it. Once you go into gambling, whatever, if it's online gambling, is it casino, you will win at the first time.
Oh, you will, eh?
Yeah, you
it's almost a guarantee you will win.
Yes, it will entice you and you will think you'll get a lot of money. So what makes you become a very bad gambler is because you're trying to chase the money that you've lost. Sometimes back I had a deal of, my biggest loss was 1.2 million in 3 days. I got a deal with some people.
3 days?
Yes, they paid me 400. It was a business between me and my wife. So I took the money secretly without telling her. Then I went to the casino. I gambled the whole day. Then I couldn't go back home for like the next 3 days.
Because what do you say?
How do you say? Because she knows. She actually called the boss and then, Sasa, umepata kuna pesa?
Yeah. Where is it?
Manze sijapata pesa and we need to pay people. I was just doing this influencing job. So it was a Muindi, a very good friend of mine. So say, lakini mimi nilishapatia Lawrence pesa kitambo. So Millie calls me, babe, do iko happy? Because we are actually supposed to purchase a land.
Oh no.
We had already paid some from our savings. We had done
that was the plan.
Payment, yeah. So we were very sure next week we're getting the money, and out of our profit we will pay the land and clear with the guy.
Budget maribu.
Tumelipa budget. Ndio iko hapo, aelewi iko na nini na nini. It was so bad, and I was a very big gambler because I used to carry very heavy money.
Really, you'd work hard with cash.
My company paid me very well, and it still paid me very well.
You're blessed.
Enough industry. So I used to take the whole money. I take the check, I break it, then go straight to casino. So after pay, I will actually go like 2 or 3 days missing because I'm in the casinos. And they used to invite me. The bouncers know me. So at some point, Chebet will come to the casino to look for me. Then I'll pay the bouncer. Huyo msichana siingia hapo.
Abu wana bibi yako?
Yeah.
Akiterans.
Like I didn't care.
It's almost like a sickness, isn't it?
Yeah. And I remember at one point they chased her outside. Then she had to wait there until 4:35. She was crying and I said, and I woke up and they say, wachana na mimi. Then when you're in the casino, you're gambling, it never hit you. There's one thing with casino or with gambling in general. It makes you feel like money is so worthless. Because you have like 200,000, you have 300,000.
And you blow it.
But when in the casino, you don't feel it. Then once you leave the casino broke, you don't have money for fuel, you don't have money for fare. From my place, from town to my place was 40 bob. And I will tell you before I got a car, nitakuwa namaliza na naomba. You understand? And why didn't I have a car earlier? It's because the money that was supposed to purchase this car, I used to gamble it. And I had a target in my mind. Siku moja ndashinda hapa milioni 5, ndashinda milioni 10, mtajua mimi ni nani. That day never came. That never came.
It's important you pointed that out because with what we're seeing now happening locally in Kenya, there is a betting company every corner you turn, kuna mpya ina pop up. So I'm sure this is not a struggle that only you are going. It's not unique to you. So to those at home, what can you tell them with all that?
I need to say something. Right now, I'm an influencer, and I thank God because of my boss. He has really taught me a lot in terms of nuggets of wisdom. I'm an influencer, and I put it to myself that I'll never I'll never do any influencing for a betting company.
Oh, you were very clear.
Yeah, that should be very clear. If I won't get that money, I believe God will give me so much money from other companies.
Indeed, will be
because I know the weight of gambling in this country, and I know where gambling can take you. Because I would have developed long time ago, I would have accessed a lot of things, you know, but I wasn't able to reach that because I believe there is greater money here.
There is.
I have done all those. Each company that comes with sports, whatever they come, I download their app, I place my bets. I never win.
How did you stop?
I win the first things. No, I sat down and realized I have some goals that I need to reach. And all these companies and all these casino houses that have been, none of it has been able to pay for my bill. You understand?
You realize hii pesa inisaidi kumbe?
Pesa inisaidi na hakuna kampuni yote hii nataka kuachieve kitu. Hakuna pesa ninaweza kumbuka nimetoa. The money I remember.
And money, that quick money you get goes just as quick.
It goes. And I say it's very simple in casino. It entices you. You get money, you lose it. If you lose it, you go after it. If you go after it, you lose more. If you go in a casino, you win more, you will want to win more. It's okay, you may win 1 week, 1 month, but now the house always win. You will never win. You will never. All these companies that are coming up, and it's I see every now and then there's a new company being advertised on TV.
Yeah.
I say, God, we are done. And if the president could hear people like us, the best favor he can do to us is just ban all these companies.
Can shake my hand on that one.
Just ban them. We have very many avenues you can make money.
Just for clarity's sake, for those who may be offended at home, maybe you know they don't really relate or agree with what you've said. I'd like you to paint a clear picture of how it affected you, from your finances to the family. Take us through that.
I believe there's somebody out there saying, wachana na sisi, kitu inatulipa. You understand? It will pay you right now, but it will come after what you have made, what they gave you and what you have made. And I want to make it clear. I lost my family at part of it. I didn't have that touch to my family. I lost all my finances. And the worst of all, I lost my dignity. Because I go to a casino, I have to leave in the morning. You understand?
You're there all night.
Same clothes. Wanafunga saa 11. Unlike me, who was a very heavy gambler, they used to tell me, wake up. Because they know they are
money.
They go to siphon. And what happens with casino, you start selling out your things. I had my phone. There's a Shylock inside the casino. And ngoja usote, then if you have this phone is 100,000, they'll tell you, yuko sawa, lakini tutakupatia 15k. Because you're so desperate, you want to go back to the machine, you want to go back to the roulette,
one more hit,
revenge. You get the 15,000, you go gamble, you lose it. So what the agreement is with the Shylock, you need to bring their money and their profit within 7 days. Trust you me, after 7 days you won't have that money. Your phone goes like that, or whatever you're placed. And I just want to say, and I said clear, if the president, whoever becomes the president, who is the president right now, who will become the president after here, or whoever is listening to us, the best thing that I will do,
you need to govern this.
You don't need to curb it, you need to ban it. Because in the next 2, 3, 5 years,
it's gonna get worse.
All the Kenyans youths, actually hata wa baba wana bet. Kenya, we will die to gambling.
So I hope you're listening. On that note, we take a short break. We'll be right back with more from Terence, hear about his creative side, and I hope whoever is watching at home, please keenly listen to what Terence has said.
Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Registration for January, May and September 2020 intakes is ongoing. Apply now. Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Growing reputation.
Molfix breathable surface developed with Airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high-quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. Panadol Extra, now with new Optizorb technology to fight multiple tough pains with 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most. Seeing them support themselves makes any pain worth it. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies. The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's Lapset corridor boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
I have decided to follow Jesus. No turning back, no turning back.
Philippians chapter 4 verse 4 says, rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Agape is like a river, agape is like a river, agape is like a river in my soul.
Everybody praise the Lord now. I will praise Him every day. Praise Him every day. I will praise the Lord. Oh, let's praise the Lord now. I will praise Him every day.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Gari ndio hii eh? Haya, kujeni tuangalie.
From 4 to 8 p.m. on the Nation Drive. More music.
Haya, ngeni muangalie. You people have been found guilty of listening to Nation FM. Anton Naubinda. On that note, everybody in this matatu is being paid for fare today.
Tunakemea January.
Just move to more music and less talk. Nation FM will be rewarding all Mathris tuned in to Nation FM. Watch out for the team as we visit various parts of the county. Nominate a circle that tunes in using the hashtag JustMove. Tag us and we will pay your fare. Kemea in January, only on Nation FM.
Mapenzi na washika mnaendelea, watu wa vitenge tuko pamoja. Yenye mnaandika moja is king, ile ingine she is. Ulikosana na bwanako umevaa he is king, mtu akikuuliza nani? Jehova Nyisi.
You heard President Mwai Kibaki. Uganda had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. You have Uhuru Kenya. Uganda is still having Yoweri Museveni.
So if you look clearly
What's happening here is
kama uko hapa na ujaoa bado, wacha leo tusaidiane. Inafaa utafute wachana bibi kwanza, tafuta
that you can relate. Good. You understand? You watch this and say, okay, I'm just trying to give you a sigh of relief and say, oh, aki huyu ni caretaker wetu, aki huyu ni sistangu, aki huyu ni auntie yangu.
Actually, as we wrap, before you reenact for us these characters, wale nyumbani upcoming and that love to be comedians like yourself, what tips can you give them quickly?
I just want to talk to two people. Just want to talk to the established comedians and the upcoming. For the established comedians, it's okay not to forget where you came from. Time will come, you become a star.
Yeah.
And you really forget that people who stood with you during your journey. You forgot people. You'll start abusing, you'll start insulting. Like I see very many people go on bloggers online, they start insulting Churchill, how they are not satisfied. But if you will see the selflessness in him and the platform that he gave you, that he made you, you will sit back and appreciate before you start castigating.
Okay. So you want to remind them to be humble.
Nimesema castigating.
Hata na hiyo 200 we have tumetoka mbali.
So before you start criticizing, appreciate these people that are giving you a platform. Appreciate that runner, appreciate that costume designer, appreciate motor continuity, appreciate cameraman, all these people that wanakufanyia kazi. And when you get there, look back, these are the people that helped me. Try and bring them somewhere.
Read in your mind, help someone else.
Yeah, and for the upcoming comedians, don't sit there and pity yourself.
That's good.
You have to work hard.
No matter what you're doing, don't sit back and pity yourself.
Kenya is a very good country, but we have a very unforgiving audience. Today you make them happy, tomorrow you don't make them happy.
Yeah, you're trending
tomorrow you are off. Tomorrow you are off. So what you need to do, concentrate as a upcoming comedian, consistency.
Yes,
it's very important. All these things come before you pray. You pray to God to give you the right direction as a talent, because you may be very multi-talent direction.
Okay, so mentorship is important in that.
Very important. True. And don't abuse those people that are guiding you. You will be a star. You will get all this. You know, I walk in the street, people say, I can't need to pick this fan. I'm like, hey, you understand? It's what
so for you, you're very intentional.
And I'm not bitter about it, and I don't want to say that mulifanya mbaya, but I want them to learn something, that when you get there, always try to look back, not to go back there, but to learn from it.
That's true.
You understand?
Thank
you. For the upcoming comedian, don't cry, try. Understand?
Don't cry, try.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Nobody will pity you. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Everyone is thinking about their own life.
It's all about you and your God. So you work, you look forward, consistency, commitment, discipline. That's what my boss tells me. My boss never talks a lot. He said, kama una adabu, it's about discipline.
It's about discipline.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Terence.
Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful that you made time for us.
I so much appreciate. Thank you so much.
Nashukuru sana. I am looking forward.
Thank God we stopped. I was almost crying, but it's okay.
You're almost crying?
Yeah, you know, it's very bad.
You never know when a comedian is serious.
No, like right now I'm very serious. Unafaa kuwa na deni yangu ndio ujue.
Oh wow.
Time niko serious.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. I hope you've enjoyed, you've laughed, you've learned something, you've been challenged in a way, but I'm so grateful for you watching the show. This is Unscripted. Thank you so much to Aridi Suits and of course Faraja T for being part of the team. Do have yourself a lovely week. We'll see you next time.
Part of over 40,000 students pursuing and nurturing their career at Moi University. Enroll now. Moi University, the foundation of knowledge.
In your paper this week, trade wars, threat to economies. The split milk between Kenya and Uganda, just a continuation of a fostering protectionist policy in total disregard to common market protocol. Subscriber switched off. 20 million Tanzanians risk being switched off mobile networks on January 20 SIM card biometric registration deadline. Going continental. Kenya's LAPSSET corridor boosted by African Union adoption to reach West Africa and now expects to attract funding from various quarters. Plus our opinion leaders. Unpredictable weather. Governments are better off waking up and taking notice. Climate change is now at the heart of every activity on Earth and deserves to be addressed by the best brains among us. By Charles Onyango Obo. Death on the cheap. Merchants of fake medicine prey on the poor and vulnerable in society since they are the most likely to seek cheaper products. David Richmond. The magazine for the love of birds, artist and conservationist. Farid Mahfoud. The East African, understanding the region.
Ile ugonjwa alianza nayo ilikuwa ni kama pimples kwa uso, zilikuwa zinatoka na usai. Sasa tulianza matibabu Kenyatta, na hapo ndio alipimwa akapigwa picha, na hapo ndio alionekana ako na hiyo shida.
We are talking about an infection that starts as a sore throat. The body tries to fight it, and then subsequently you have the army of the body, which is the immunity, turning against its own.
As it developed, there was the shortness of breath because the moment you try to do something, the heart, because of the infection, struggles to pump the blood and the oxygen.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Gari ndio hii eh? Haya, kujeni tuangalie.
From 4 to 8 p.m. on the Nation Drive. More music.
Haya, ngeni muangalie. You people have been found guilty of listening to Nation FM. Anto Naubinda. On that note, everybody in this matatu is being paid for fare today.
Tunakemea January.
Just move to more music and less talk. Nation FM will be rewarding all Mathris tuned in to Nation FM. Watch out for the team as we visit various parts of the county. Nominate a circle that tunes in using the hashtag JustMove. Tag us and we will pay your fare. Kemea in January only on Nation FM.
Tuimbe kaimbo kamoja tu mfurahishe.
Mommies and daddies are advised to engage with their babies while they are still in the womb.
Sunana na chesa. Sasa zingine tunamwambia ukifika umechoka, hata unaweza mwambia mzee akushike. Learning starts from home.
We introduced the womb classroom so that we can focus the holistic development of a child.
Brain development happens in the first 2 years of life.
There's always crazy excitement when you join us each
This is NTV.
Ndo nini sasa Makori watatuelezea?
Atatuambia. Lazima sauti itoke ana.
Lazima sauti itoke.
Ikipiga sauti itoke ndo starehe.
Ndo starehe yake basi. Basi mtazamaji, ni 31 mwezi Januari, siku ya mwisho mwezi Januari mwaka 2020. Kama unavyoona tuko na wana karate ndani ya nyumba, lakini kina dada sijui umejificha. Waje hapa karibu.
Wako wawili.
Fanya fujo uone leo. Unajua nani nikusema? Makuri atakuwa nao.
Atakuwa nao.
Na pia katika sehemu ya udaku sasa tutakuwa na ule msanii ameimba 2020 atakuwa hapa ndani ya NTV.
Leo naona umejipanga.
Sasa lakini kando na hayo kuna mengi ambayo tutafuatilia. Tukumbuka kumekuwa na mkurupuko wa virusi vya corona. Na siku ya leo shirika la ndege la Kenya Airways limesitisha safari za kwenda Guangzhou, China kutokana na hofu hiyo ya mkurupuko wa virusi vya corona. Tutakumbuka kuna mwanafunzi aliyewasili kutoka China na yuko katika hospitali ya kitaifa ya KNH, alifanywa uchunguzi na mpaka chembe zikatumwa Afrika Kusini. Tunaelezwa kwamba Wizara ya Afya imesema kwamba matokeo yako sawa.
Alafu hiyo Uchina ndio mashindano ya riadha angefanyika. Yale wanakimbia ndani ya ukumbi. Lakini sasa shirikisho la riadha duniani limeahirisha kwa sababu ya hiyo corona.
Kutokana kando na hayo tutakumbuka baba yao jana alipaswa kuwa ndani ya NTV Tonight, lakini akakuwa mteja hapatikani. Hii ni baada ya kubanduliwa na bunge la Senate. Na siku ya leo tunatarajia kwamba James Nyoro ataapishwa na kuwa gavana wa 3 wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Hiyo jana shughuli hiyo iliahirishwa. Mwanahabari wetu Leila Muhammad yuko Kiambu katika eneo hilo, shughuli ambayo inapaswa kutarajiwa kufanyika leo. Leila, hiyo jana walisema kwamba taratibu zifaazo hazikufuatwa na kwamba kulingana na sheria ilibidi shughuli hiyo ya kumwapisha James Nyoro ihairishwe. Siku ya leo mambo yako vipi huko? Naam Jen, hapo jana uliweza kutazama kwamba kulikuwa na tangazo rasmi kutoka kwa katibu wa kaunti hii 22 na kutangaza rasmi kwamba siku hii ya Ijumaa tarehe 31 mwezi wa Januari mwaka 2020 ndio siku ambayo James Nyoro ataweza kuapishwa rasmi kama gavana wa 3 wa kaunti hii ya Kiambu. Hapo jana yeye katibu pamoja na spika wa bunge la kaunti hii ya Kiambu waliweza kukutana na maafisa wakuu katika idara ya sheria na kuweza kuweka wazi mikakati ambayo ilitarajiwa kuwekwa kabla ya shughuli ya kumwapisha James Nyoro kuweza kuendelea. Kwa hivyo sasa ilikuwa imetangazwa kwamba saa 4 kamili shughuli hiyo itaweza kuanza, lakini hadi sasa shughuli inayoendelea kwamba ni watu wanasubiri shughuli itaweza kuanza saa ngapi. Lakini kabla ya kuweza kuzungumzia mengi zaidi, ni kuna baadhi ya wabunge wa kaunti hili la Kiambu ambao wanaweza kutueleza mawili matatu kuhusiana na mawazo yao kuhusiana na shughuli hii ya leo na matarajio yao kwenda mbele. Wanatarajia uongozi wa kaunti hii ya Kiambu utakuwa namna gani? Wa kwanza ni bwana Kalpesh J Antilal, ye ni mwakilishi wa wadi ya Juja. Habari za asubuhi, karibu sana katika NTV. Sasa siku hii ya Ijumaa, wewe unahisi vipi kama mwakilishi wa bunge la kaunti ya Kiambu kuhusiana na shughuli hii ya kumpata gavana wa 3 wa kaunti ya Kiambu?
Tumeona ni mzuri sana, tumepata gavana wa 3. Gavana wa 2 alikuwa anatupeleka mbaya, hata macontractors hawajalipwa na ilikuwa na ufisadi nyingi. Tukiwa pale Senate wakati hiyo walikuwa najadiliana, huyu gavana watu wale wote wanajua nani ni bibi yake, anatuuliza wapi marriage certificate ya hiyo harusi, na hata watoto anawakataza. Kwani kiongozi mzima namna hiyo tutakuwa na tutangulia hii kaunti yetu ya Kiambu? Kama mtu anaweza kataza bibi na watoto, ni nini hata kataza?
Lakini sasa tumeweza kutizama kwamba mulipata kujua maradhi yako wapi na mumepata tiba. Kuendelea mbele, mnapata gavana watatu. Huyu gavana ambaye anaingia mamlakani hii leo, mna matarajio yapi kuhusiana na uongozi wa kaunti ya Kiambu, na ni vitu vipi ambavyo mnahisi ni muhimu kwake kuanza kuzingatia kwa siku ya leo, kuanzia siku ya leo?
Kuanzia siku ya leo tunaona gavana wetu mpya atashughulikia mambo ya hospitali, barabara na maji. Ni muhimu hizo zote tatu. Maendeleo itaonekana, tunawatarajia hivyo. Pamoja pia wiki hii ingine tuko na maoni kama pesa ikikuingia kwa akaunti ile saiba haijafika, tutakuwa tumegawa basari kwa watoto wawe saidi wa shule wanawafukuza bado. Ndio tukipata hiyo pesa hela kwa akaunti tutawagawia. Ndio itakuwa kazi ya gavana wetu mara moja.
Asante sana. Hayo tu ni baadhi ya maoni ya mmoja wa viongozi. Wako wengi ambao tunatarajia kuzungumza nao siku ya leo. Wa pili ambaye tunazungumza naye ni Kamagathi Lawrence. Tueleze siku ya leo unahisi vipi wewe kama kiongozi katika kaunti hii ya Kiambu, na ni kipi ambacho unahitaji James Nyoro kuanza kuzingatia kama cha muhimu sana kuanzia leo?
Kwa kweli jina yangu ni Mheshimiwa Kamagathi, but ningependa tu niseme ya kwamba siku ya leo ni siku ya maajabu Kenya hii na haswa Afrika mzima, kwamba sheria imeonyesha kwamba ikiwa wewe umeonekana na makosa ya kushindwa na uongozi, unaweza kuondolewa na bunge, unaweza kuondolewa na seneti, na pia unaweza kuondolewa hata na koti, kwa sababu court order zililetwa jana na kwamba tumekataa hiyo maneno. Na ukweli ni kwamba leo tunaapisha gavana wetu Dr. James Karanja Nyoro. Tunatarajia ya kwamba kulingana na vile tumefanya na yeye akiwa naibu wa gavana, na hata isipokuwa ni vile anapingwa sana kwa mambo ya miradi, hata kuleta kwa ile knowledge yake, teknolojia zile anaelewa. Kiambu ni county kubwa kushinda mtu mmoja. Tunatarajia atafanya mengi. Mimi kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya maji na mazingira, mimi kwangu najua tumeongea mengi yale nataka kuona ikitekelezwa, na haswa kuweka kwamba maji na chakula tutazalisha kwa wingi.
Mwelekezi wangu Jackie ananiambia kwamba sina muda, lakini niko na mgeni mmoja wa mwisho, mtaniwia radhi. Bwana Kimani Wanjiku, swali ni moja. Mulitarajia nini, mulizingatia vitu vipi katika hatua yenu ya kumuondoa aliyekuwa gavana Ferdinand Waititu?
Asante sana. Kimani Wanjiku, MCA Keno. Ni kweli mambo yale tuliyozingatia ni wakati tulipoangalia tukaona sisi tumechaguliwa kama viongozi, lakini hakuna mahali kaunti yetu inaenda mbele, kwa sababu Waititu amekuwa mrafi sana, amekuwa yeye corrupt, anatumia mali ya umma vibaya na hataki maendeleo. Sasa tukaona tukiendelea hivi 2022 hatuna kitu ambayo tutaambia wananchi wetu tuliwafanyia. Sasa pia tukaona yeye pia hazingatii hata sheria, hafutaki kufuata sheria. Tukaona huyu ni mtu hawezi ongoza kaunti yetu. Tukaenda pale kotini. Mimi nilikuwa kati ya wale MCAs 10 ambao walienda kushtaki Waititu kwa sababu ya kuleta ile supplementary budget last year 2018 April, ambayo ilikuwa na pesa hatuelewi inaenda wapi, pesa mingi sana, more than 700 million. Na tulipoenda kotini tukapata ushindi, ikatutia nguvu na tukajua ya kwamba vita dhidi ya ufisadi tutapigana hadi tamati. Na siku ya leo tuna furaha kubwa kwa sababu hiyo kazi tulioanza 2018 April siku ya leo imefika kilele. Na Kiambu, tunataka kuambia wananchi wa Kiambu sasa wajipe nguvu. Tunaanza ukurasa mpya na Kiambu haitakuwa vile tena.
Asante sana. Kama mpiga picha wangu anaweza kuelekea upande ule katizama wale akina mama vile wanavyo jivinjari na kufurahia siku ya leo. Kulikuwa na muziki ambao walikuwa wanaweza kuimba na kusherehekea wakisema kwamba huu ni mwamko mpya katika kaunti 22, kaunti ya Kiambu, ambao wanasema kwamba sasa wameondoa kidonda kilichokuwepo. Wanatarajia kwamba mwamko huu mpya James Nyoro akishaapishwa siku ya leo ataweza kufanyia kaunti ya Kiambu kazi ipasavyo. ipasavyo. Kwa sasa wanasema kwamba kulikuwa na mtafaruku wa kisheria hapo jana, lakini leo wanasema kwamba kila kitu kishwari. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa hapa kutizama kuona ikiwa mwendo wa saa 8 ambapo kisheria inakubalika iwe ni muda wa mwisho wa gavana kuweza kuapishwa, tuweze kukuletea taarifa kamili. Lakini kabla ya hapo na kurejesha kwake Jane Ngoiri na Makori.
Shukran sana Leila Mohamed akiwa katika kaunti hiyo ya Kiambu. Tukirejea katika kaunti ya Nairobi, bila shaka tutasubiri kuona kama James Nyoro ataapishwa na kuwa gavana wa 3 wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Bila kupoteza muda, nataka kumpisha mwanaspoti Joshua Makori afanye mambo yake na wanakarate hapa ndani ya studio. Lakini nashangaa utakujaje? Ngoja niambie, mtu anakuja karate alafu amevaa suti, si makosa sana hiyo?
Sio makosa, inategemea kama suti yake pengine iko na ile allowance, anaweza kuinua mguu wake.
Hebu tuone, Makori, mpatie instruction moja tuone pasuka hapa. Mpatie instruction moja tuone. Makori, leta hiyo microphone.
Ningependa uweke mguu moja, mguu wa kulia nyuma. Wa kulia nyuma.
Hata ajui ni gani hiyo, ndio lazima fanye hivyo.
Alafu kisha uweke mkono kwenye karibu na kidevu hivi. Tayari kupigana.
Nipige
simpige. Kisha sasa utatumia huo mguu wa kulia kupiga teke na kurudisha nyuma, hivyo tu. Utaweza?
Acha nisonge nyuma.
Naweza?
Utaweza. Haya, Makori, nataka sasa ufanye mambo yako, lakini naeleza tuko na picha kutoka shirika la Kenya Airways. Nakumbuka tulitangulia kusema kwamba shirika la ndege la Kenya Airways imesitisha safari ya kwenda Guangzhou, China kutokana na virusi vya corona kama unavyoona. Hivyo basi wale wote ambao walikuwa wamepanga safari ya kwenda Guangzhou, China, watabidi wasitishe safari. Na pia ulikuwa umesema kulipaswa kufanyika nini katika
mashindano ya ulimwengu ya wanariadha ambao wanakimbia ndani ya ukumbi. Yalikuwa fanyike Machi, lakini sasa imesukumwa tena hadi Machi mwaka ujao.
Hadi mwaka ujao, na bila shaka tutasubiri pia kupata taarifa kamili kutoka Wizara ya Afya kutuelezea kuhusu hali ya afya humu nchini, tukiangazia virusi vya corona. Haya, Makori.
Sasa naomba uondoke Jane.
Nimeondoka.
Nijitawale. Hawa ni wana Kenpo Karate, au sio? Yaani kwa muhtasari tu, Kenpo Karate ni tofauti aje na ile karate nyingine?
Kenpo Karate ni tofauti na hiyo nyingine sababu huu mchezo ni mchezo wa kisasa. Umeweza kuchukua vitu mingi kutoka kwa zile mchezo za kitambo, that is traditional martial art, na ukaweza kubuni namna ya mchezo ambayo ni wa hali ya juu sana. Kwa hivyo tunafikia kuna ile kupigana kama umesimama, kuna mieleka, kuna kupigania pale chini, kuna kunyonga mtu, kuna kuweza kuweka what we call locks, kuzuia viungo pengine kumove kwa direction fulani. Kwa hivyo ni mchezo wa kisasa kabisa ambao umejumuisha hayo yote.
Kwa hiyo mtatuonesha hayo yote leo?
Tutakuonyesha hayo yote.
Tuanze na gani?
Tutaanza kwanza na jinsi tunavyosimama, jinsi ya pengine kurusha ngumi, kurusha teke, alafu baadaye sasa tutaonyesha hayo mengine.
Tuanze basi.
Asante.
Pigwe mbele ya umma.
Right leg back, move. Here. Front punch, reverse punch. Ready. So, move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Switch. Repeat it. Front punch, reverse punch. Move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Switch. Front punch, reverse punch, front leg ball kick. Ready. So, move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Switch. Front punch, reverse punch, front leg side kick. Front punch, reverse punch, front leg side kick. Ready. So, move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Move. Here. Switch. Front punch, reverse punch, front leg ball kick, spinning side kick. Ready? So, front punch, pass punch, front leg ball kick, spinning side kick. Ready? So, whip. Up. Whip. Up. Whip. Switch. Leg forward. Ready? So, front punch, pass punch, front leg ball kick, side kick, spinning side kick. Ready? So, whip. Up. Whip. Up. Whip. Up. Switch. Now, front punch, reverse punch. Rear ball kick, front punch, reverse punch. Rear ball kick. Ready? So, whip. 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 Switch. Again, front punch, reverse punch. Rear ball kick. Ready? So, whip. 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 Switch. Now, side kick, spinning side kick. Side kick, spinning side kick. Ready? So, whip. Up. Whip. Up. Whip. Up. Whip. Up. Switch. Side kick, spinning side kick. Ready? So, whip. Up. Whip. Up. Whip. Up. Front rounders kick. Front punch. Switch. Left leg forward. Front punch, reverse punch. Front leg roundhouse kick. Ready? So, move. Move. Switch. Front punch, reverse punch. Front roundhouse kick. Ready? So, move. Move. Switch. Okay.
Wacha nianze na madada kabla tuende hiyo mieleka. Umesema mieleka ipo? Ngoja nikuashie hii. Iko vizuri. Haya, tuanze na wewe. Jina lako na uliingiaje katika hii Kenpo Karate?
Kwa majina ni Elegwa Jaruha. Nimekuwa nikitrain sasa ni kama 1 year. Nilikuwa nimejaribu napenda physical fitness. So I tried hizo zingine kama aerobics hizo zingine. Sisemi ni mbaya lakini mimi nilikuwa
hazikukubali.
Hazikukuwa zinaniguza pale. Nilikuwa nataka kitu intense. Kitu yenye sasa ukitoka kazini uko na pressure nini ukikimbia unaacha pressure hapo chini kabisa. So nikaona karate niko nimejoin gym, nikafanya aerobics, nikaona karate vile wana train. Because other than just doing the skill, you have to be physically fit. So nikaona the physical part of it, nikasema this is the art that I should be doing. So that is why I joined and it has been 1 year, around 6 months right now.
Imekusaidiaje katika muda wote?
Kitu kubwa sana ambayo imenisaidia nayo, na hata walimu wangu wananikumbusha, when I joined, I was very impatient. And then discipline yangu sikuwa najua kumbe ukikuwa mzima pia unaweza kuwa, ukikuwa mtu mzima pia unaweza kuwa in discipline. Ile unaambiwa fanya kitu unakataa. Lakini hapo karate hakuna kukataa.
Hakuna kichwa ngumu.
Hakuna kichwa ngumu. Unashukishwa chini hasira nini. So mimi imenirekebisha hasira. I know how to control all my anger. Niko focused, at least personality yangu imebadilika. Now you see the way unaambiwa moves unafanya, you have to be keen. So even in the outside life you're keen like that. And then inakufunza there's a certain control that it gives you. Pupa inashuka.
Inashuka.
Yes.
Unakuwa huna pupa tena.
Huna pupa tena because you know your capability.
Sasa Ngoiri na mwelekezi wangu Jackie na naona mpiga picha wangu mmoja hapa Eve. Wanataka kuingia.
Okay. Wakaribishwa sana. Jinsi ya kujoin mwalimu atawaelekeza.
Atasema. Yes. Lakini utawafundisha?
Nitawafundisha wafike hadi hapa.
Tuje kwako, jina lako na imekuwa kwaje katika kipindi chote tangu ingia?
Kwa majina naitwa Rose Njeri. Niko na kama miaka 2 hivi tangu ni join karate. Na namshukuru coach wangu kwa sababu sasa niko na ile imani na jiamini. Naweza simama mbele ya umati nikawa address, kawaongelesha bila kuwa na ile uoga, na ningewahimiza wenzangu wenye wako nyumbani, wasichana sana sana ndio wako kwa ile hali ya kuchokozwa wakitembea, ndio wako kwa watu join, waweze kutrain na sisi, at least watajihisi kuwa mtu anaweza ji protect akiwa nje. Yeah, hata anaweza protect watu wake wakitembea. Yeah.
Sasa kama kuna sheria labda ndio kuingia, labda wewe ni mnene kidogo, kuna sheria?
La, hakuna sheria.
Uje tu hata ukiwa bonge la upunguze.
Tutakufunza, utatrain na sisi, tuko watu welcoming sana na utajihisi ukiwa nyumbani pale. So, you are free to join us.
Yeah. Ndugu yangu, niseme naye. Bro, naona jasho lina kutiririka. Uliingiaje wewe kimaoni yako?
Kwanza ni katika ile hali mahali nilikuwa naishi. Kuna zile estate ukiishi Nairobi wajua vile kuko. Unapotembea hali si hali Matoka na simu ingia mitaa. Matoka na simu yako asubuhi na unarudi nayo jioni. Na lazima utanunua nyingine. Yule alienda naye ameenda kuuza, kula aliuza pia ameunda kafaida kidogo kweli. So lazima niliona kwamba nikiingia kwenye karate kenpo itanisaidia kujitetea. Itanisaidia pia kuwa na ile niweze kusoma jinsi mtu anavyokuwa anatembea. Inakufunza pia kuelewa hali iko vipi, kuavoid mambo mengi ambayo ambayo inaweza fanya ujipate pale au kufaa kupatikana. Pia imenisaidia kuweza kuwa na hali njema na ile tu kuweza kujua jinsi ya kufanya vitu jinsi inavyofaa, na pia mwelekeo ya kuwa organized. Unakuwa very organized and that is the best part.
Wanakuita nani?
Naitwa Wilson Yeswa. Niko mkanda wa pili, naitwa second degree black belt.
Sasa una maana gani mkanda wa pili? Manake naona mikanda ni tofauti, hata rangi ni tofauti.
Yes.
Maana yake ndo nini?
Ukishafika black belt kuna vitu ambazo kuna hizi level ambazo unaziona green, purple, ukisonga. Kila mshipi uko na challenge yake. Unakupa hiyo challenge uweze kusoma mambo ambayo yako kwa ule mshipi mwingine. Ukisonga unafika hii mshipi. Mshipi mweusi unamaanisha kuna zile changamoto umepitia, kumeweza kustahimili, kwa hivyo kuna vitu unaweza zisimamia mwenyewe.
Wewe ni shujaa.
Wewe ni shujaa. Ndio maana unaona
mkanda juu kabisa ama kuna mengine juu yake.
Baada ya mkanda kuna zile vitu una contribute, kuna zile vitu unafanya. Kwa hapo unaweza kuongezewa, kuna zile maarifa, pia research zile unafanya ukiongezea kwa ile system. Ndio umesikia ni modern martial art. Unaongezea yale maarifa. Ndio maana utapata kuna wale wakubwa wangu wamesonga kulingana na ile experience ile wameongeza hapo.
Nimekuelewa. Maana yake ndo gani mkanda? Ambapo ni rangi tofauti yake.
Huu ni mkanda wa purple. Nyuma yake kuna mikanda kama 3 hivi.
Umepiga hatua.
Yeah, ndio nikafika hapa kwa mkanda wa purple.
Na huo green akona yake.
Hiyo green inaitwa soldier level. Hii ni level ya 4. So at this stage unakuwa expected kukua na speed, unakuwa for lack of a better word kama mnyama yani.
Yaani ni mnyama kabisa. Kuja bosi yangu.
Sorry.
Acha ndugu yangu akwe na hii. Naona mkanda wake pia ni tofauti sana.
Nashukuru kweli kabisa.
Sasa huu wako ndo hali ya juu. Maana huu sijaona ukiwa na maandishi.
Hapana. Bado ukifika level
tumia microphone.
Ukifika level ya black belt, hiyo ndio degree kwa karate. Black belt ndio degree kwa karate. Ina mpangilio kama masomo kabisa kama shule.
Sasa hatua baada nyingine.
Baada ya kila mkanda kuna vitu unafanya ndio unaenda hiyo hatua nyingine. So ukifika black belt unakuwa umefika degree ya kwanza kwa karate. So kuna degree ya pili, kuna degree ya 3, ya 4 hadi 10. Ukifika 10 unaitwa sasa style head. Ukitaka hiyo hali yako namna kupigana iitwe makori, itaitwa makori.
Unajitawala.
Unakuwa umefika kiwango ya juu kabisa sasa ya karate, 10th degree black belt.
Acha niseme na huyo haraka ndio mtuoneshe mambo. Jina lako naitwa nani na ulianzaje?
Naam, nashukuru kabisa. Kwa majina naitwa Professor Boniface Ng'ang'a Ndugu.
Professor mwenyewe.
Professor kwenye karate. Na mkanda mweusi wa 6, yani 6 degree black belt.
Kwa ushapanda unaelekea 10.
Naelekea sasa
ndo baba lao sasa.
Ni safari baba. Leo tuzidi kusonga. Nina mwaka wangu wa 26 kwenye huu mchezo.
26
years in the art
Mungu ni mkuu.
Naam, nashukuru. Ingawaje kabla sijafanya huu mchezo wa Kenpo ambao tunaita African Kenpo System, kwa nimefanya michezo mingine. Nimefanya traditional arts, karate, shotokan, nikafanya taekwondo kidogo, kufanya wonado kidogo. Kidogo pia nimeweza kuguzaguza mchezo zingine kama za ground fighting, yani Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu na MMA, na bado tuzidi kusonga kwenye Kenpo. Tuzidi kunyenyekea. Asante.
Acha niseme na wale watatu kisha mtuoneshe mieleka. Mpe huyo ndugu yangu. Hata jezi yake ni tofauti. Karibia kidogo.
Asante.
Sasa wewe jina lako ndo unaitwa nani, alafu mbona uniform yako ni tofauti kidogo? Manake long yake alafu inaoana na hiyo yako.
Asante Makori. Kwa majina naitwa Ken Zomo. Mimi na ndugu yangu Yesu hapa ni mapacha kwenye Kenpo Karate. Kwa sababu kama yeye pia mimi ni second degree.
Ndio manake nyekundu hivi.
Sio hivyo. Kuna pia kule kuhitimu ambapo tunaitwa, kuna kile kiwango kinaitwa warrior. Ambapo kuna ile challenge ambayo unapelekwa na hawa walimu wetu. Ukishahitimu sasa unakuwa warrior. Ukiwa warrior sasa unaweza ukacheza na mavazi yako kulingana
na vile unataka.
Sasa ndio maana unamuona juu chini nyekundu, juu nyeusi,
alafu unaamua
na nini
alafu nyeusi yake.
Alafu ukimuona mwalimu pia unaona
pamba yake nyeusi.
Pamba nyeusi, lakini kuna ule mkanda mwekundu kwenye upande
hapo.
Upande wa longi.
Una miaka ngapi sasa?
Kwenye art na miaka karibu 11 sasa. Niliingia mwaka nadhani wa 2008. Mwalimu Boni hapa amekuwa mwalimu wangu toka huo wakati. Ameweza kunifunza mambo mengi, na sio mambo ya karate peke yake. Huu mchezo pia unakusaidia kule kustahimili mambo ya kimaisha, na pia kuweza kujua changamoto za maisha ziko pale na lazima utaziface pale head.
Usikimbie, kabiliane nazo.
Ama usijue.
Ama usiende chini. Haya, unaitwa nani na uliingiaje?
Kwa majina naitwa Bebo K. Niliingia karate, hii ni mwaka wangu wa 3 katika karate.
Hadi dakika hii unaona faida yake?
Nimeona faida yake sana. Faida yake ya kwanza ni mambo ya tumbo.
Umekata utambi.
Umekata utambi. Hata hivi wakati wa Christmas iliyopita ilikuwa inarudi tu kidogo, lakini sasa vile nimerudi tayari imeenda
mahali pake.
Yes. Kitu cha pili ni discipline. Karate imenisaidia sana, na nashukuru sana walimu wangu kwa vile saa zingine wana demand kwako sana. Wanasema lazima uingie class mapema sana. Kitambo ulikuwa unalala kidogo, lakini siku hizi unaingia class kama saa 12 asubuhi na una train for 2 hours, lakini imenisaidia sana na nimeshukuru sana.
Ule wa mwisho ama mkwisha? Ndugu yangu wa mwisho. Alafu ndio tuonesha mieleka ile ya chini ndio tuone vizuri.
Kwa majina Mgwete Douglas. Nilianza karate 2011, na kiini hasa cha kuanza karate, kuna siku nilidhalilishwa sana na makanga kwa stage, nilikuwa na mrembo. Sababu kweli walinipiga na nikanyang'anya mpaka na kila kitu.
Bros kubali.
So kutoka hiyo siku nikajiambia kwa roho kabisa inafaa nijisaidie, nitafute mahali vile naweza jizuia. Hata wewe mwenyewe unajua kudhalilishwa mbele ya mrembo
sio vizuri.
So kutoka hiyo siku mpaka kwa saa hizi najijua vizuri. Kwa karate sio vita tu, inakusaidia kujua mahali pa kuengage na mahali pa kuondokea.
Tuonyeshe. Lakini kabla mtuonyeshe mashindano yapi huu mwaka? Angalia huko mbele ya umma uko na huko.
Naomba coach atanisaidia.
Haya coach, mashindano yapi huu mwaka?
Nashukuru sana, tumeweza kuandaa mashindano kama 6 kwenye huu mwaka. Mashindano yetu ya kwanza yatakuwa yale tunaita team championship, ambapo wachezaji wamekubalishwa kushikana kwenye vikundi vya wachezaji 5, alafu wakaweza kujipa jina lenye timu hiyo, alafu tukaweza kuingia kwenye mashindano. Yatafanyika mwezi wa 3 tarehe 15 kwenye ukumbi wa Pumwani Social Hall pale Majengo, Kamkunji County. Tutakuwa na mashindano mengine ambayo tunayaita individual championship. Hii mashindano tumewalika watu wote kutoka Kenya. Tutakuwa na mamia wachezaji ambao wataweza kujumuika nasi hapa Nairobi, na itakuwa mwezi wa 5 tarehe 31. Baada ya hapo tutakuwa na mashindano ya watoto mwezi wa 6, alafu tuna mengine mwezi wa 8 ambao tutatembea kule county ya Nakuru, itakuwa ni inter counties, alafu tutamaliza kule Mombasa, tutakuwa na michezo kufunga mwaka, ambapo baada ya michezo watu wanaweza wakajivinjari kule. Asante
sana.
sana.
Mombasa msiniwache. Haya tupigie basi nione.
Ningependa kuonyesha kwanza namna ya kuweza kupiga mtu mweleka. Pengine tuseme,
shika hiyo ndo ieleweke.
Ningependa kuonyesha namna ya kuweza kumwangusha mtu, kumpiga mweleka, kumpeleka chini. Kisha ukishampeleka chini, unaweza piga lock ya mkono ama unaweza piga lock ya shoulder, nategemea unataka kuendelea namna gani baada ya hiyo. Sasa nitaonyesha hiyo, alafu dada yangu mmoja ataweza kufanya sasa ile ya ground fighting. Ukiwa hapo chini, pengine unataka kunajisiwa, utafanya nini?
Hiyo muhimu. Haya ipigwe.
Sasa niko kwa street, niko mahali popote, kisha
anakuja na ngumi kunishambulia.
Sasa anapokuja nitaweza kufanya ngumi kuiblock iende kando, kisha kutoka hapo nitaamua namna kumpeleka chini. Nitaenda nishike shoulder ama naweza shika shingo, kisha nimpeleke chini. Kifikisha chini ninaweza mfinyia hapo.
Hapo si utaua.
Namna nyingine sasa
nikitaka kumpeleka chini face facing up, nitaifanya tofauti kidogo.
Tazuia kisha nimpeleke chini hivi. Nikifika chini hivyo, ninaweza amua kuvunja mkono wake nikimfinyia hapo, ama niendeleze kwa njia yoyote. Sasa kuna hiyo kujifunza
kutoka kwa standing fight mpaka sasa kuenda pale chini. Lazima kitu ya kwanza unapofanya kenpo karate ujue utatoka namna gani wakati umesimama, uende chini na uweze kuendeleza hiyo vita, namna ya kuangusha mtu na namna pia wewe kuanguka hapo chini.
Hiyo madada ya kujikinga hiyo muhimu.
Wakati tunazungumza kuhusu kwenda chini, kunazo zile majina ambazo tunatumia wakati tunafika pale chini, na tumeweza kuyafanya ni yawe mepesi, mchezo uwe mwepesi kwa kina dada. So wakati tunajiunga na Kenpo, kuna ile section ambayo tunadeal na kina dada, kuna ya watoto, kuna ya wazee na kuna ya vijana. So tumeweza kuitailor make ili iweze kufit kila mtu kwenye society. So kwa sasa nitazungumza kidogo kuhusu mchezo wa kwenda chini ambao tunaita ground fighting, sana sana nikizingatia kina dada. So mara kwa mara utajipata ya kwamba wakati mnapigana vita vingi vitaishia chini, ama utapata umejipata kwa hali ambayo sio hali mzuri, umejipata ukiwa chini. So dadangu ataenda chini. Jambo la kwanza ni kujua jinsi ya kukaa wakati uko pale chini. Kuna aina mbili ya adui ataweza kuwa. Wakati adui yuko hapa juu yako, ambao tunaita mount position. Mount yani inamaanisha kwamba adui ako juu yako. Yeye tunasema ako kwenye guard. Akiwa ako mwili wako uko ndani, inamaanisha huyu jamaa nia yake ni kukuchapa. Lakini akiwa miguu yake iko ndani, hapa kwa Kenpo huwa tuogopi.
Ni mbele au
mama sana. Hii tunajua nia yake ni ipi. So kwa hivyo tutaanza kwenye hii position ambao jamaa yuko ndani, dada hako pale. So tumesema kwamba tutazungumza zaidi, tutajionyesha jinsi ya kufanya. So naomba nishikiwe.
Fanya basi tuone.
So this position, jamaa yuko pale kujifanya kwenye shughuli zake. Huyu dada ana mambo mengi sana anaweza kayafanya. Atasubiri ya kwamba aone kwamba nimezubaa. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu akijikaza na mimi nitazidi kujikaza, labda nitamshika mkono, nitafanya mambo mengi sana pale. Lakini kwa sasa ametulia. Akinapotulia na mimi pia natulia roho yangu, najua sasa amekubali jinsi ninavyotaka. So wakati niko kwenye shughuli, dada anaweza kainua mguu wake, akanipa teke lake, alafu baadaye akaniweza kuhesabu teke. Alafu kwa hapo nitampa nafasi ya kutoroka, kuitana, mambo mengi sana anaweza kuyafanya.
Kwa ufupi haumrepu.
Mambo kwisha. Nimeambulia patupu.
Aki walae. Sasa tufunge basi. Piga ile moja ya wote ile ya kukafunga sasa. Au sio? Nzito ile ya kukafunga. Nipe hii. Ini wenyewe.
Ready? Begin.
Kill. 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 Kill.
Mungu ni mkuu. Mtu akiwapata wapi? Wapi?
Kwa Mfangano Street. Building inaitwa Terry House, first floor. Lakini kando na town kuna maeneo mengine. Kuna Kaloleni, kuna Pumwani, kuna Kangemi, kuna Premier, Koinange Street, kuna Rongai. Tumeenea kila mahali. Nakuru, Kericho, Kisii, tumeenea kila mahali.
Kwa kila county ni kama mnaingia.
Yes.
Mungu ni mkuu. Tena mashindano yakifanyika mje, au sio?
Asante sana.
Shukrani sana.
La mwisho pia ningependa kuongeza kwamba kwenye huu mchezo pia tuna wale wageni wetu ambao tunawatarajia. Tuko na wageni 15 kutoka mji wa Amerika. Tutakuwa na baba ya karate wa ulimwengu mzima ambaye anaitwa Sijo Steve Mohamed. Tutakuwa tunatembea mwezi wa 3 hadi mwezi wa 4. Hivyo tunatumai kwamba atapotembea ataweza kujumuika nasi na ongezea maarifa kwa upande wetu.
Itakuwa starehe. Pia kiwezekana aje hapa niongee naye kizungu.
Tutashukuru sana.
Niko vizuri. Asanteni sana Siku nyingine mje. Sasa nataka nikupeleke katika kandanda, alafu shirikisho la mpira miguu nchini lilifanya kikao chake speciali kwa faida ya kuweka mikakati kabambe kwa kiki na kuhakikisha kwamba uchaguzi unafanyika mapema. Tuone hali ilikuwa kwaje.
Dear delegates, we are now beginning our SGM. Kindly settle down.
Gaza sauti wajueni na sifa. Makula yako ni inside. So if you support the board, please lift your hand, stay up so we can count. Inua mkono tafadhali kama una support. If you don't support, please keep your hand down. Wangapi wewe? Wewe 35, wewe 33. And stay out of this. So are you abstaining? Are you supporting or are you opposing? Give me 5 minutes. Tuko wangapi GS? How many are we? How many are we? Wewe labda wewe ndio unatuhangaisha hapa na hesabu umefanya vibaya. Yeah, thank you. So let's go to the electoral code numbers. Thank you members. Let's go to the electoral code.
Abstain. And we'll also have a very quick photo session which will be guided by our communications team just behind this hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Shirikisho la mpira miguu nchini Kenya FKF lilifanya kikao madhubuti siku ya Jumanne na kuweka mikakati kabambe na kubuni tume ambayo itasimamia uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka huu, na ni kwamba walikuwa wakuu wa FKF wakuu kutoka serikalini wasafiri kwenda kule Zurich, ukipenda Zurich itawale vile utaisema, ni kizungu hiki kilikuja huku kwetu. Sasa hawakuenda, lakini tujui itakuwa kwaje. Haraka upesi nilete ndani wageni wangu wafanikishe siku ya leo. Dennis Sampaio, karibu sana.
Shukrani Kigogo.
Pamba ya wekundu wa Msimbazi.
Simba kama hata wafanya kazi ya ziada kule Tanzania. Anafurahia leo, anajivunia.
Mungu ni mkuu. Gladys, karibu sana.
Shukrani, nashukuru. Taka umenitupa kidogo.
Tafuta.
Sawa. Hai nitalipa.
Haya. Tuingia moja kwa moja kwa kandanda. Wamefanya kikao FKF. Uchaguzi unafaue mapema. Tuseme mwezi Machi hivi. Viongozi wa aina gani? Manake wale viongozi wamekuwa kutoka miaka ya nyuma kuja hadi wakati huu, alafu pia inaonekana kwamba tena Nick kwa mara nyingine hana mshindani.
Ukiangalia ushindani wa FKF na chama na wengine wanataka kushindana, ni kama Nick Mwendwa na wenzake wanatengeneza aliwe wao waweze kushinda. Elections zilikuwa ziwe December, lakini zikakataliwa baada ya kwenda mahakamani kwa kuwa ile mikakati iliyowekwa ilikuwa inamsaidia Nick peke yake ashinde. Na FIFA wakataa, wakasema elections ifanywe kabla ya mwezi wa 3 kuisha. Wakarejea, wakakaa chini, wakasema watatengeneza, wakapatana na Amina Abdi, wakapatana na Cabinet Secretary Amina, wakapanga waelekea kule Zurich, representatives wa FKF, representatives wa serikali, wapatane na wa FIFA, wapange vile elections zitafanywa. Lakini kabla waende, siku moja kabla waende, wakapatana wa FKF na wa serikali, wakasikizana, wakasema kuwa hamna haja twende kule, kwa sababu tunajua zile regulations tutafai kuweka ndio elections ziwe, tunaweza baki na tufanye. Hilo ndio lilifanya wasielekee kule, ilikuwa kuharibu pesa, kwa hiyo kila kitu, kila mtu kashapewa visa waende, ni pesa nyingi wangetumia kwenda kule. Lakini walisikizana zifanywe hapo, inaonekana ya kwamba Nick walikubali kulegeza kidogo ili yule ambaye yote anataka kushindana awe na nafasi ya kushindana.
Kwa maoni yangu Makori, unajua wakati mwingine ukikuwa katika ile kiti ambayo inakupa uwezo, unataka kufanya vitu jinsi unavyotaka, lakini Nick Mwendwa anastahili kukumbuka ya kwamba alipokuwa anataka kuwa chairman wa FKF pia yeye alipewa nafasi kama wenzake. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa vyema watengeneze mikakati ambazo pia zinaweza kuwasaidia wapinzani wake. Ukisema ya kwamba anastahili kulipa hizi fedha, pia wewe mwenyewe unajua una hizo fedha. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa vyema waketi wakubaliane, kwa sababu tena FIFA ingeingilia, ingekuwa tena maneno mengine kubwa. Na najua Kenya inajitayarisha, inajiandaa kwenda katika mchuano wa AFCON mwaka ujao, kuna World Cup. Kwa hivyo hatungetaka FIFA ingilie, kwa sababu hiyo ingemaanisha kwamba labda kuna uwezekano ya kwamba Kenya haingeweza kushiriki katika hizo mashindano. Kwa hivyo ni vyema waliweza kukutana na serikali, wakaweza kukubaliana, na tuombe hivi sasa tutapata kiongozi. Lakini pole kusema kweli, mimi sioni mtu sioni mtu, hakuna haja nipake mafuta, sioni mtu.
Kuna swala limetokea mapema hivi kwamba Ayubu Timbe ameingia reading.
Nilikuwa naongea na Sampaya jana tukisema kwamba Ayub Timbe massive talent, ni ako na talanta kweli yule kijana. Naona ni kama muda wake hata ulikuwa umepita kitambo, lakini unajua huwezi sema ilikuwa kitambo hivi sasa. Hata tuone jinsi atakavyocheza. Reading ni timu ambazo one of the hardest playing teams. Ukiangalia jinsi wanacheza ule mpira wao, unahitaji kuwa na nguvu. Ayub Timbe ako na nguvu, ako na uwezo, ako na skill ambazo zinaweza mfanya afit katika ile team ya English Premier League. Hivi sasa huwezi jua, labda anaweza wasaidia waweze kupanda, kwa sababu ukiangalia jedwali kule chini katika championship hawako mbaya sana. Kuna uwezekano kwamba wanaweza toa Leeds katika ile nafasi kisha waweze kupanda. Kwa hivyo chochote chaweza fanyika. Very many congratulations to Ayub Timbe. Tunajivunia kuwa Kenya, hata ile Samata ni wa Kenya, wa Tanzania hata maneno.
Aliingia Aston Villa.
Huyo ni Mkenya huyo, sisi tunajua ni Mkenya. Wanaweza kutuingia hata sisi tuchukue moja.
Hiyo atafanya kwanza. Ayub Timbe ni kati ya wale washambulizi bora tunao hapa nchini, na tutafanya kuwa ameelekea kule Uingereza kucheza na Reading. Mimi kuchukua muda mrefu kufika kule. Kwanza tunajua ni vigumu kutoka China kwenda kucheza Uingereza ama Europa, ni vigumu sana. Wale scouts wa
China ni kumalizia,
lakini yeye ametolewa kule, amekuja Reading. Lakini tusisahau Reading na Beijing Reni zote zina timu moja aitwa Dai Young, zile timu zake zote
maana yake.
Kwa hivyo pale Beijing Reni walirelegatiwa, waliteremka chini, akaangalia wachezaji wazuri, akaona Ayub Timbe anafanya kazi nzuri, anafanya kazi nzuri, wacha amlete upande mwingine aone kama anaweza saidia, na ni loan ya hadi msimu uishe. Kwa hivyo anza kuja England, timu nyingine nzuri zimuone, Dai Young atengeneze pesa pale, na nzuri tutafurahia, tutamuona sana akicheza, na tunatumai wachezaji wengi wa Kenya wataenda kule nje. Jana tumemwona Mark Makwata ameondoka, ameelekea Zesco. Naangalia Duke Abuya alienda Nkana, shafunga bao. Humphrey Mieno juzi ameondoka. Wachezaji wengi wa Kenya, huyu Teddy Akumu alienda Afrika Kusini. Kwa hivyo wachezaji mcheza mchezo mzuri ambao unashinda, kuna nafasi kubwa ya nyinyi kwenda kucheza pale. Ingine pia timu ya kina dada Corazon ameelekea Atletico ya Portugal, sio ile Atletico Madrid. Walidhani ni ile ya Ureno, walidhani ni ile ya Spain, lakini ni nyingine ya Portugal. Ni vizuri pia Mwanalima ilikuwa kidogo aelekee Sweden, sijui kama ilienda through. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri, mkicheza vizuri, mkishinda, mkijionyesha, mtapata nafasi ya kucheza nje.
Sasa Mark Makwata kuondoka FC.
John Mark Makwata ametoka FC Leopards kama yeye ndio mchezaji ambaye ako na magoli mingi zaidi hivi sasa. Anapewa anapewa wale vijana ambao wako FC Leopards nafasi ya kujionyesha. Hivi sasa FC Leopards haina fedha, kwa hivyo hata kumweka ingekuwa tu ile kumdhulumu zaidi. Kwa hivyo ameenda kule Zesco. Zesco hivi sasa ukiangalia wananunua wachezaji kwa sababu ya vile ambavyo wanacheza kule nyumbani, hawachezi vyema. Hivi sasa wameshinda mechi 5 zikifuatana. Kwa hivyo inaonekana ya kwamba wanajua ni wapi wanafaa kuongeza na kukaza ile nut. John Mark Makwata si mara yake ya kwanza kuchezea Zesco, itakuwa mara yake ya pili kwenda huko. Labda tenda akaokoa jahazi, kwa sababu unajua ile kwenda kucheza CAF tena kurejea nyumbani inachokesha, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo wale watu ambao wale wachezaji ambao wako Bandari wanahisi hivi sasa vile Zesco wanahisi. Ndio kwa maana waliona ni vyema waongeze wale wachezaji ambao wanajua watahitaji. John Mark Makwata lethal striker, wanahitaji mabao hivi sasa. Kwa hivyo ni sina maneno mengi ya kusema, itabidi nizoee.
Zesco wamepigika waliporudi kutoka michezo ya CAF. Angalia kwa ile kundi lao wako nambari 3, wana pointi 2, kwa hivyo wanaweza ondolewa teremke. Na kucheza CAF na mchezo ligi ya nyumbani inakuwa vigumu, inakuwa si rahisi. Ukiwa kama kocha uwe na timu mbili, kuna ile timu inacheza CAF Champions League na kuna ile timu ambayo inacheza ligi ya nyumbani, itakuwa virahisi kwako labda wachezeshe wachezaji wawili watatu na unabadilisha. Kwa hivyo kwa timu mbili ni bora. Ukiangalia pia Zesco walipoteza wachezaji wazuri, walimpoteza Teddy Akumu, walimpoteza Lazarus Kambole ambaye pia aliondoka akaenda Afrika Kusini. Kwa hiyo kuja akaangalia kwanza kuona pale nyuma kuna Vuja, kuna mlinda lango yuko sawa ile banda, wakamchukua yeye na Otieno ambaye ni mlinda lango wa Harambee Stars. Ameenda kule na tumai atakuwa mchezaji nambari ya kwanza. Wakaangalia kuna pia wafungi mabao, wafanye nini, wakamchukua John Mark Makwata ambaye anafunga mabao mingi. Mark Makwata aliangalia kuna ndio tuna basi, lakini siwezi kula basi jinja nimekuja. Sasa hata ndio mali kuna pesa.
Sasa FC inaweza amua ichukue basi moja iweke huko kwa bebe ilete pesa. Jamani kuna basi. Angalia, mbona unasikia
Gor Mahia na FC Leopards. FC Leopards wamepoteza karibu timu nzima. Walipoteza kocha kwanza Kasa Mbungo, sio unapata wapi kocha mwingine mzuri kama Kasa Mbungo. Wakampoteza Sosta Kayumba, wakampoteza Diara, wakapoteza Ndikumana. Wachezaji kama 8-9 hivi na ni wale wachezaji wa kutegemea. Sasa mchezaji ambaye alibaki sasa ni Austin Odhiambo. Na sidhani atakaa sana. Isuza aliondoka akaelekea kwenye ni Wazito ama ni Wepesi.
Lakini hata hajasaidia Wazito, hata vile alipoenda huko hakuna kitu anaona kule. Kuna tupe muda wewe.
Alafu ukiangalia Gor Mahia, Gor Mahia wanaonekana kama bado wana uchu wa kuendea taji kwa mara nyingine.
Hata wakiendea taji wanashinda pesa gani? Wakati na sisi wenyewe tunamaliza league namba 6 namba 7
waende CAF Champions League.
Wataenda CAF Champions League, lakini pia kwenda kule itawasaidia sana Gor Mahia. Tunajua Gor Mahia ni timu ambayo iko na uwezo wa kuinua jina ya Kenya, na huu msimu hawakuweza kufika mbali kwa sababu ya yale matatizo ambayo wako nao, lakini hivi sasa Gor Mahia kurudi kule juu, naweza sema timu kama Tusker, Homeboys hawafanyi kazi ya ziada, hawafanyi kazi ya kutosha, kwa sababu hizo ni timu ambazo ziko na uwezo, hawana shida ya kifedha hivi sasa, na ukilinganisha wao na Gor Mahia ama wao na FC Leopards, hata FC Leopards timu ambayo haina fedha hivi sasa, tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba watakuwa namba 11, 12, lakini msimu huu wamejikaza sana, wako katika nafasi ya 6, na ukiangalia vizuri kuanzia nafasi ya 4 mpaka nafasi ya 9, pointi ni kidogo sana. Kwa hivyo kuna uwezekano ya kwamba Gor Mahia inaweza beba hii ligi tena, lakini ukiangalia vizuri Kakamega Homeboys na Tusker wanafanya kazi ya ziada kujaribu kusukuma mpaka mwisho. Mara nyingi Gor Mahia ikiwa na zile mechi ambazo hawajacheza wakaenda kucheza, unaweza pata mara nyingi moja huwa wanapoteza na nyingine huwa wanaenda sare, kwa sababu huwezi hesabu mechi ambazo hujacheza. Kwa hivyo Gor Mahia kitu ambacho wanafanya saizi, na naona Steve Pollak anafanya, ni wanajaribu kuchukua kila mechi inavyokuja. Walicheza juzi na Sofapaka wakaweza kupata ushindi dhidi ya John Baraza na vijana wake. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ligi ngumu, ndio wanaweza shinda, hatujui Matano na mwenzake kule Kakamega Homeboys wampanga vipi.
Sitaki utoe kauli yako kuhusu Gor Mahia. Stima, kampuni ya umeme, imesema kwamba udhamini wake kidogo imeweka pembeni. Western Stima wanatingika, Nairobi Stima wanatingika, Coast Stima wanakwenda chini. Hili linaonyesha nini? Taswira mbaya sana.
Unajua kila siku mimi nikiona mpira nikaa pale nyumbani, natumai tutapata mfadhili ambaye atakuja fadhili hizi timu za hapa Kenya, at least songe mbele. Kwa hivyo pata ripoti kama ile unasikia Kenya Power ameondoka, inavunja moyo kabisa. Kuna kampuni za sukari, Sony, Chemilin, Muhoroni zote zilienda chini, wakaondoka. Hizo timu vile zinaumia. Timu kama Sony ilibeba KPL 2006, Muhoroni walikuwa wako sawa, Chemilin walikuwa wako sawa, lakini sasa kwa sababu kuna mfadhili inakuwa shida. Kwa hivyo kama unaondoka, KPLC walikuwa na sponsor team 3. Moja iko kwenye KPL, Western Stima, kuna mchezaji mzuri Benson Omala ambaye ni mwanafunzi wa kijana cha 3, ana mabao, alipoa, yeye ni mchezaji wa kwanza mchanga kabisa kushinda ile award ya SJack. Angalia, ni timu ambazo zinakuza wachezaji. Western Stima ilikuwa pale kwa muda mrefu, na hizo miaka yote imekuwa hapo, imekuwa ndio ishindi ligi, lakini ameanza namba 4, 5, 6 hapo, imekuwa timu nzuri. Kwa hivyo Kenya Power kuondoka inavunja moyo, inaumiza. Na pia tukitekelezea tunangoja tupate wafadhili, lakini hizi timu zenyewe hazina accountability za tuangusha. Juzi nilikuwa natazama game ya Gor Mahia na Sofapaka. Wakaenda akasema kule sisi kama mashabiki wajaribu kusaidia kule ambao wanajiita Nakuru branch. Wakasema sababu timu ina pesa, wacha hata tukomboe ambulance, tujaribu kuwalipia kidogo tu tuwasaidie. Wakalipia ile ambulance ilikuwa nadhani 8,000. Lakini kwa ripoti ambayo mweka hazina wa Gor Mahia analeta kwenye public ni kuwa ati Gor Mahia nililipia ambulance. Kwa hiyo pesa iliingia wapi? Kwa mfuko wa mtu. Kama wewe ni mfadhili, utaenda sasa pesa yako hapo.
Tuingie kimataifa kidogo kwa sababu ya muda. Naona United wote na mmetoka kumfunga jirani.
Ushindi ambao haukuwa na uzito sana, lakini ilisaidia Manchester United kupata ile confidence ambao wanahitaji. Ukiangalia siku ya Jumamosi wanacheza na Wolves. Wolves haijawahi kuwa timu rahisi sana, lakini ukiangalia jinsi Manchester United ilicheza ile mechi dhidi ya City, waliweza kuonesha ukakamavu zaidi, na huwa nasema mara nyingi ukiweza kumfunga Pep Guardiola wa kwanza, jua ya kwamba Pep Guardiola hatashinda hiyo mechi. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa tu kazi ya ziada. Manchester United walishindwa kuweza kupata bao nyingine, lakini ilikuwa ushindi mzuri. Hata wakisema hatu kufika katika finali, point ilikuwa ya kwamba watu walisema Manchester United haiwezi shinda, na walishinda. Na hata kama Nemanja Matic alipata ile kadi nyekundu, watu hawakukasirika kwa sababu ile bao ambayo alifunga na ile kazi ya ziada ambayo alifanya pale katikati. Ukikumbuka kwamba yale majeraha ambayo Manchester United iko nayo pale katikati, hawana Scott McTominay, hawana Pogba, inaonyesha kwamba kuna wale wachezaji ambao unaweza leta na waokoe jahazi. Msimu wake inaenda kuisha baada ya msimu huu. Matic hata kuwa na contract, lakini tunatumai kwamba itakuwa renewed kwa sababu lazima uko na depth, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo imesumbua Manchester United. Katika mechi nyingine Aston Villa na Leicester, tulikuwa tunazungumza na huyu Sampaio na akaniambia Leicester itararua Aston Villa. Kwa Sampaio sioni kama kule King Power Leicester ilishindwa kuweza kufunga ile mechi, hawangeweza kuifunga kule Villa Park, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo Manchester City walifanya. Walihakikisha kwamba mechi ya kwanza kule Old Trafford walikafunga na kakafunga kabisa. Wakija kule Old Trafford waliweza kuwapa Manchester United kazi ngumu sana. Unajua ukiweza kuweka katika kazi ya ziada, you use twice the effort. Kwa hivyo hongera kwa Aston Villa. Itakuwa finali ngumu, hata kama tunasema Manchester City
Villa bebe
wote washindi wapya. Shida iko wapi?
Kwa sasa anasikia anajiita Gladys Fernandez.
Sajili ile.
Ndio kapiga sajili ya maana, na ni mahali ambao pia mko kasumbua United pale katikati. Pogba ameumia, Scott ameumia. Kwa hivyo inabidi tunajaribu. Fred amekuja, amejidhihirisha kuwa ni mchezaji mzuri, kila atakuwa hata ile tuzo la mchezaji bora mwezi wa kwanza. Amekuwa mzuri, lakini bado tunahitaji ile depth hapo katikati. Pale mbele Rashford hayuko, Martial amekuwa mvivu sana, ndio unaona Ole Gunnar anatafuta huko konda akizunguka akimtafuta mshambulizi mzuri, mchezaji ambaye atakuwa rafiki mkubwa wa nyavu na adui wa linda lango ambaye anaweza funga ile mabao. Nitakuwa rahisi. Wale nyuma amejaribu kudhibiti Wan-Bissaka, William, Maguire wanacheza vizuri, wako sawa, na nilifurahia ile bao ambalo Matic alifunga, ilikuwa kama Juliani siku ya Ijumaa. Sawa sana.
Liverpool ni dhahiri kwamba
Liverpool ameandikisha rekodi kwa mara ya kwanza miaka 100 hawameweza kufunga kila timu kwenye EPL mara moja, kwa sababu zile timu bado hajapatana ile second leg, lakini wameweza kushinda kila timu pale kwenye EPL. Ni timu tu moja ambayo iliweza kupata pointi pale Liverpool. Mechi ya pili walijaribu sana, ni vile tu wako na mshambulizi mzuri pale mbele, lakini ukiangalia kwa sasa Liverpool wana uwezo wa kushinda ligi, na natumai watashinda kama hajafungwa. Ndio ile timu nyingine, kwa timu nyingine kidogo kupiga kelele sana, at least isiwe tu ni yao peke yao.
Lakini wamefika 41 na ile iko 48,
mechi 8 tu. Na hivi sasa ukiangalia mechi ambazo zimechezwa katika ligi kuu, imebaki mechi karibu 10 zaidi ya 10. Kwa hivyo inawezekana tutakupa shoulder kila mmoja wetu. Uje usiseme kwa Liverpool tunajua wewe ni wa wapi.
Sasa pale unakojua nafasi ya 10 Arsenal.
Arsenal wanakafunga pale kwa 10. Juzi ndo wameweza kupata point ambazo zinaweza nunua KDF hivi sasa 30. Lakini kwa maoni yangu Arsenal na Manchester United ni timu mbili ambazo zimekuwa na msimu mbaya zaidi. Watu wengi walikuwa wanatarajia kwamba Chelsea itakuwa na msimu mbaya huu msimu, lakini Lampard amefanya kazi. Ukiangalia Arsenal na Mikel Arteta bado anajaribu kujipanga. Amefanya sajili juzi, amemnunua
beki moja,
amemnunua beki, kumaanisha kwamba hivi sasa anajua kuna uwezo katika timu yake ya kufunga mabao. Kitu ambacho anastahili kuzuia ni yale mabao tena yasifungwe huu upande mwingine. Hata ukiangalia mechi yao dhidi ya Bournemouth Jumatatu, walishinda mechi ndio 2-1, lakini lazima wafungwe. Kwa hivyo Arsenal wanastahili kujua kwamba kuanzia namba 10 mpaka namba 14 wote wako na pointi sawa, ni mabao tu. Kwa hivyo alijua kwamba akiweza kuhakikisha wanashinda hata kama ni 1-0 itamsaidia katika ile goal difference. Kwa hivyo alinunua kulingana na jinsi anajua anaumia. Mikel Arteta, ukiangalia mchezo wa Arsenal, mpe haki, amejaribu sana. Hivi sasa Arsenal wanajaribu kuwa na more possession. Unaona wale wachezaji ambao hawakuweza kujitokeza, lakini kuna wale wachezaji ambao wanapotea. Ukimwangalia Lacazette hivi sasa utamtafuta na touch akija kwa uwanja. Aubameyang ni kama amekuwa reborn. Ukiangalia wale wachezaji ambao ulikuwa nadhani hawatapata nafasi ya kucheza kama Bellerin, hivi sasa inaonekana ni kama atapata nafasi. Kwa hivyo Arsenal tutazidi kuombea, tunaongoja pia, sio hata mbali sana lakini
usiseme mambo ya Arsenal, sema Chelsea. Utende haki pia ndani ya bora.
Kuna Leicester, ukiangalia kwanza Chelsea wako among the top 4. Kwa sawa, Lampard amejaribu kuimarisha kikosi, lakini mashabiki wengi wamekuwa kimsuta kumwambia mbona apigi sajili, ile marufuku iliondolewa. Kwa hivyo anatarajia Januari atapiga sajili. Angalia shida iko wapi, atafute mshambulizi mzuri, atafute mabeki wazuri ambao wanaweza kufunga pale nyuma. Kwa hivyo watu wengi wanamtarajia kuwa Lampard atapiga sajili kwa pale
siku ya mwisho.
Amemwacha United na pointi karibu 6-8, amemwacha United na pointi mingi. Kwa hivyo ana uwezo wa kumaliza ile top 4. Kile tukirejea kidogo hapo kwa Arsenal, wampe Arteta muda, kwa sababu kile Arsenal sasa watapigania relegation. Timu kama United
na Chelsea wanapigania top 4. Kwa hivyo ile hizi kuwa vita sawa. Wale ambao wanapigania relegation kule namba Musa 14 hawako 10, lakini wale 14 na 10 hajaachana sana. Kwa hivyo wanaweza shushwa. Wajaribu wajikaze kwa sawa.
Sisi ni jedwali. Sisi ni jedwali.
Basi kauli ya mwisho sekunde kadhaa
nitaomba tu kwa kiduchu wache niguzie Sydney Sevens. Nafurahia kwa timu ya Paul Finney ilijaribu vizuri walipokuwa pale Hamilton, wakampiga South Africa, wakatoka sare na Japan na wakashindwa na Uingereza. Sasa wanaenda pale wanapatana na Wales, wanapatana na New Zealand, wanapatana na Fiji. Mechi ya kwanza ya Fiji ndio itaamua mahali tafika. Fiji wamebadilisha kocha, lakini wale timu yao bado iko chini kidogo. Kwa Paul Finney akiweza kuchagua kikosi chake cha kwanza, kwa hiyo ana shida ya kuchagua kikosi. Akiweza kuchagua kikosi cha kwanza kizuri ambacho kinaweza mpiga Fiji, kwa hiyo ina maana kwamba Fiji wakipatana na New Zealand itakuwa mechi ngumu sana. Na sisi tuna uwezo wa kumshinda yule Wales. Kwa hivyo ajaribu mechi ya kwanza tu ambayo inachezwa kesho asubuhi, ajaribu ashinda, ampige Fiji. Na ukiangalia pia hizi rugby hizi series ni kujitayarisha tu kwa ile kubwa ambayo ni Tokyo 2020.
Kwa maoni yangu nikiongezea kwa Kenya Sevens, Sydney haitakuwa rahisi. Nafurahi kwamba Kenya imejipata katika kundi ngumu kuanzia mwanzo wa hizi 7 series. Kwa sababu ukiangalia vyema tulianza kule na South Africa, tukianza Dubai hatukuanza vyema sana, tulimaliza namba 11, tukaenda South Africa tukaimprove, tukakuja huku tena tukaimprove huku New Zealand. Hivi sasa Sydney itakuwa kwangu itakuwa rahisi zaidi, kwa sababu ukiangalia mahali pale tumetoka itakuwa ile test ya kujiprepare for Olympics. Ukiangalia timu ambazo kocha anachagua inakuonyesha kwamba kuna kitu ambayo anajaribu. Swala langu ni ya kwamba hii Sydney ataweza ile second half kufunga, kwa sababu first half tuwacheza vizuri sana, ikifika second half
tunalemewa,
kila kitu inaenda kila mahali. Kwa hivyo all the best to team Kenya. Kesho saa 12 tuamka tushabikie.
Asante sana Sampaio, asante sana Glado. Siku nyingine tena inyonye mbele ya umma. Weka ile hashtag ipo siku, tuonane saa 10 kwa sasa. Kesho Makori naondoka hewani. Kwa heri ya kuonana.
Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Registration for January, May and September 2020 intakes is ongoing. Apply now. Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Growing reputation.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
This life is not an easy one.
The same.
2020 sita sota.
Milango ya pesa itafunguka.
Milango ya pesa itafunguka.
Yes.
Milango ya baraka itafunguka.
Milango yote ambayo shetani amekuwa akifunga itafunguka.
Itafunguka.
Na nitamuona Mungu, nitakuwa na kibali. Na kama vile unaona niko na Jena hapa live. Mlango umefunguka, huu ni Mungu. Nikiwa NTV nimekuwa nikiomba kuja kwa show kama hii.
Na Samir mwenyewe jameni. Na huyu Samir, nini itafanyika?
2020 Mungu atatupea kibali. Tutakopesha, tutakuwa watu wa kuhangaika, kukopa hapa na pale, you know. Mimi nilipokuwa naimba huo wimbo nilikuwa
nitambulishe kwa watazamaji wetu. Tunazungumza na nani 2020?
Naitwa Justina Siokao. Mimi ni binti ambaye nimeokoka. Yesu ni Bwana. Mimi nina mtoto mmoja, mimi ni single mother. Mtoto wangu anaitwa Nixon Musioka.
Wewe ni mhubiri, wewe ni mwimbaji?
Mimi ni msanii. For 10 years I've been singing. I started singing 2009. I was working with Kijabe Hospital. Now I'm not working. I'm self-employed. Mimi ni MC na pia nimeandika vitabu. Nimeandika vitabu kwa sababu nimekuwa motivational speaker for a long time. So nikaona wacha niweke maandishi kwa kitabu kwa sababu hatuwezi toshea kwa jukwaa kama wahubiri wote. Na pia nyimbo zangu ni kama mahubiri. Mimi natabiria tu watu, nawaambia tu milango itafunguka na ikafunguka. Chochote unaongea kwa mdomo wako ndicho Mungu anatumia. Na pia niko kwa YouTube kama Justina Siokao, niko kwa Instagram kama Justina Siokao 2014, Justina Siokao katika Twitter, kwa Facebook wa like page yangu wanisukume na waniiti events.
Na unasema 2020 hiyo ilitokea wapi? Ni mambo ambayo ulipitia mwaka 2019 sasa ukasema 2020.
Na kwa kitu cha kwanza mimi 2019 nilikuwa the 10th year of my music industry. So tarehe 1 ya Disemba nilikuwa na kongamano kubwa pale Machakos na watu wakarespond sana. Nikawa na watu more than 10,000 wakaingia kwa ile mkutano. Nikaona kumbe Wakamba wananipenda. Mimi huwa naimba Kiswahili sana. Sasa nikaona ni vizuri niwachapie kibao ya Kikamba. Nikaimba wimbo ulikuwa unaitwa Kilisimas. Kilisimas. Kilisimas zimevika, kilisimas. Sikoko. Sikoko nevikie sikoko. So nikaona watu wamepokea wimbo vizuri ni Kikamba. God nikawa namwambia, naona watu wananipigia wimbo wako unacheza, wimbo wako unacheza. Nikaona wimbo umepokea kibali katika mwaka wangu wa 10. Unajua? Nikasema lazima sasa nimuone Mungu. This is my 10th year. Nitaimba nini? So watu wanakupigia wanakuambia wimbo umehit wa Christmas. Then utafanya nini? Unajua kutafuta content ya kuimba ni ngumu.
Uko na pressure sasa.
Pressure ni mingi. Watu wasikudanganya ati wanaamkanga tu wimbo unakuja. Unaspend sleepless nights unatafuta utaimba nini ambao itapokelewa. Unajua nilikuwa nasema nitaimba mwaka mpya. Sasa nitasema nini? And you know everybody mwaka mpya itafika na itakuwa mwaka mpya. So I was trying to come up with something different, and one day I was so broken on a Sunday. Hiyo Sunday watu tukiamkia Christmas sikuweza kuenda church. I'm stressed. Watu wananipigia kila mahali wanataka huo wimbo wa Christmas, wananiambia guy, na sasa mwaka mpya si utatuua. Sasa hiyo sina song. Natafuta nitaimba nini na kosa mpaka yani sina amani. Saa 9 saa 8 nikaenda kulala. Nikasema hii nataka tu blanketi nisahau chenye kinaendelea. Nikiwa pale kwa usingizi watu wananipigia na ni wale watu huwezi kosa kuchukua. Wanakuambia unachezwa hapa. Nikasema sasa nitaimba nini then? Sasa nikasikia nikiwa hapo kwa Matless. Hapo tu nikasikia tu mwaka mpya yani nikasikia ienda 2020 milango itafunguka. Nilifunguka mpaka kwa blanketi nikapigia jamaa wa studio, nikaenda studio nikaenda studio. Ananiambia tuma kwa WhatsApp chenye unataka kuimba nianze kukiwakia. Mimi sioni ukikuja leo. Naenda pale nikakaa pale na ngojea. Watu wenye walikuwa studio wakaninotice wakasema huyu msichana yule wa Christmas. Wacha nimuondokee tu aimbe. Nikaondokewa tu na client. Nikaingia pale ndani sitaki mtu asikie, nikalock mlango. Na sio kwangu, ni studio nikalock juu naona naimba kitu aingiane na naimba kitu haiko. Sasa nikalock, lakini nilikuwa nakuwa na ile conviction that milango itafunguka. Wimbo wangu nilikuwa nimeandika stanza 2, lines 2 tu. Milango itafunguka na nitambalikiwa. Hivyo Kikamba vile ilikama. Nitambalikiwa.
Sasa ukikuwa ndani ikakuwa sita sota.
Yes,
ikakuja sasa
2020 ikakuja. Yani
Unajua nilikuwa nakopa sana. 2019 nilikuwa na changamoto juu kukuwa na mkutano wa 10,000 people, it's not easy. You need a lot of money, there is no money. Alafu mkutano wangu kaleta pesa nyingi sana. Nilipata milioni kadhaa. Lakini hizo milioni nawajenga, mimi ni mama single, sina bwana.
Yaani kwanza nielezee kuhusu hapo ikakuwa vipi sasa ukakuwa wewe ni msanii wa muziki wa injili, alafu umesema sasa uko single.
Nilianza kuimba nikiwa kijabe na nilipokuwa kwa mwaka wangu wa pili nikiimba, nikapatana na ndugu. Ndugu akanipenda akanioa. Wakati alinioa ndoa ikaisha tu. Hakukuwa amani. Mamake akawa ananidharau ananitu. Yani mamake hakunipenda, hakuwa accommodative. Yani na ule ndugu pia akaanza madharau. Ni mommy's boy tuseme. Na pia yani akawa anitaki. Mara ananitoa kijabe kazi, mimi mwenyewe niende nikakae kwao. Naenda kule mimi ndio wakuchota maji na mapunda kule unajua. Na mimi sikuwa nalalamika. Ni kwa sababu umeolewa hapo utakaa tu. Vile vile navumilia, narudi huku Nairobi ananiambia usione vile babangu ameongea na mimi nikukubali huku Nairobi. Ni kwamba nitakaa na wewe.
Sasa hivyo basi mwisho
ukasema anitaki,
ukatoka kwa ndoa.
Yeye ndiye alinifukuza nikiwa na mtoto wa 5 days.
Na sasa hivi
Kaland kwa streets za Nairobi, sina fare, mimi ni msanii, niko na album 2 sasa hiyo. Sina fare, sina mbele wala nyuma. Na unajua ukizaa uko na operation huwezi tembea sana. Una pesa utafanya nini?
Na nani akakushika mkono mpaka ukafika
mimi kwa mahali? Street machokora walikuwa naenda wanatafuta hizi mafood mbaya tunakula, you have to survive. Then one day God akanispikia the word, mimi ni mtu wa neno sana. Ile neno inasema you will overcome. Jesus alipotoka kwa kaburi alisema the way I have overcome the world you will overcome. So nikaanza kuputio neno kwangu, nikaanza kuimba nataka niishi Yesu, nataka niishi maisha ya ushindi. That time una mbele wala nyuma, una pesa, una nini, utaishi ushindi wapi? Sasa hiyo ushindi ndio sasa naiona ndugu ya dadangu.
Na nani alikusaidia kutoka kwa street na familia yako ilikuwa iko wapi?
Fair nilipewa na hao machokora wale. Alafu nikaenda home, babangu hapo welcome. Alikuwa anakunywa anakuja kunitetesha usiku wote, rudi na mtoto unajua. Nikarudi huku Nairobi. Dada mmoja anafanya Kenyatta alikuwa intercessor kwa church na mimi nilikuwa praise and worship leader. So akanichukua kwake, nikaenda kwake tu kujionyeshana, nikamwambia nikalie na mtoto niende nitafute nyumba ya mabati. Yeye mwenyewe akaniona vile niko na kizunguzungu akanichukua. Wakati huo natoka uzaa. Kwa sababu unajua damu ikikaa kwa tumbo sana
inakuwa na matatizo.
Inakuwa mbaya. Nashukuru mama huyo alinisaidia. Alikuwa ananibaia mpaka chapati, masupu. Ilikuwa kubwa. Nakuja hapa Nairobi, hapa St Paul University hapo basement. Nilikuwa naimbisha hapo every morning glory. Mpaka hata sijapona. Nakuja na mtoto namweka kule nyuma, napanguza church, nafanya kila kitu. Nilikuwa career woman but mambo yalikuwa mangumu sasa. Lazima ni survive. Lazima ni survive. Naweza ambia wale watu wako pale nje, you must survive. You must come out of your storm. You must pick your pieces and start moving. Usikae kwa sympathy corner. Usikubali shetani akuue. Wakati mwingine matatizo yanakuja kuwa confidence ambao God ameweka ndani yako. Usikubali huo lioness ama huo lion. Kuna wanaume wako pale nje watu wamevunjika moyo juu ati alikosa kazi. Enda ofisi nyingine, endelea kila siku, toka kila siku hadi ukose fare utembee ukitafuta kazi kwa sababu Mungu anafanya kazi na kile uko nacho kwa mkono. Mimi nilikuwa na sauti. Kwa naenda naimbisha praise and worship pale kanisani every morning.
Ukakuwa na imani siku moja Mungu atanisaidia.
Nikarudi studio nikaenda kwa Jonika na mtoto Jonika ananiangalia ananiambia hapana. Anaimbisha kina Mikosgay. Kina yani wale wasanii wakubwa. Mimi
lakini sasa wewe ni msanii.
Sasa hiyo uko na mtoto una mapambas vizuri unajua.
Samira kuna swali nataka kukuuliza.
Twende kwa swali nyingine. Najua umeshasikia hii story ya muziki wa Gengeton.
Gengeton najua.
Unachukuliaje?
Mimi bora mtu asimbe matusi. Mtu asimbe matusi. Mtu aimbe kitu safi tu. Kwa sababu mimi naweza sema ya kwamba muziki naupenda. Kuna hata watu wa secular wanaimba muziki ambao ni muziki mzuri ambao wa love. Mimi napenda love juu unajua mtu siku moja nitapendwa.
Unaamini siku moja utapata yule mtu wako?
Siku moja nitakuwa queen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
So ndugu yangu, kwa hiyo swali nasema ya kwamba napenda muziki yote. Ile iko ni kwamba vijana waangalie wasimbe wimbo ambao nikiwa na mtoto wangu siwezi tazama. Kwa sababu unajua watoto wetu saizi wanaimba hizo vitu wanaona kwa TV. Kwangu saa zingine naona ina affect.
Ule ni DJ ambaye anakuwa kwenye club. Na wimbo wako 2020 unafanya vizuri kwenye club.
Wimbo wangu unafanya vizuri kwenye club. Na nashukuru sana kwa sababu anacheza ule wimbo na hata walevi nakutana na wao wanaambia, "Aya, Mrs 2020 uko hapa."
Walevi unakutana.
Ulipo release huo wimbo tumeufurahia.
Ukipata show ya club.
Na ukipata show ya club unaweza fanya?
Siwezi fanya show ya club, sijaifanya. Maybe watu wakitaka niwaombee naweza riba handarabo. Naweza waombea.
Lakini sisi tufanye show huko.
Sijafanya show yoyote ya club. Sijaifanya.
Na kwenye runinga tuko na picha zako, hapo ulikuwa uko wapi?
Hapa nilikuwa naimba kwa Natasha. Lucy Natasha. Hapo ni award nilipata last year ya Best Gospel Artist of the Year. God alinisaidia nikapata hiyo award kwa muziki Afrika. Na sasa hii niko Best Gospel of the Year. Mungu ameitenda.
Kuna kitu ambacho umesema na nimekifurahia na ningependa uzungumzie kwa kina. Kuna wasanii wengi ambao wanachipuka. Na kama ulivyosema unakwenda kwa producer ama mtayarishaji anakuambia wewe ndo nani? Mimi najua na deal na
anakuangalia haoni msanii. Kwa sababu nimebeba mtoto. Vile nimevaa sikai kuchapa look ya msanii.
Sasa niambie kwa wale wasanii ambao wanajaribu, unaambia bado hujajijenga wewe, bado tukutambui. Utawaambia nini?
Mimi naweza sema
na lot of disappointment. Uliambiwa wewe si Emikosgei, mimi na deal na kina Emikosgei.
Mimi pia kuna producer wa video anaitwa Young Wallace. Nilimlipa 60k last year. Watu wakanichangia. Watu walikuwa wanachanga kwa group 150 bob. So kufika 60k it was a lot of money. Sikuwa na dola last year. Nilipomlipa hata wale wajai nishutia video. Jua naona mimi Justina siwezi peleka production yake mahali ananidharau. Yani kitu yenye naweza sema
Justina, manake Young Wallace hayuko hapa kujitetea, hiyo tutaiweka tu kando, lakini uzungumzie wale ambao vipi ambapo utaweza kusonga mbele mtu akikwambia bado wewe hujatosha.
Mimi naweza ambia wasanii wasikufe moyo. Kitu cha kwanza kama uko na content usikufe moyo. Content yako ndio itakutoa. Si producer, unajua. Unaweza produce kwa mtu hata anajulikana famous na usiinuke. Mimi ni msanii nimefanya kazi na watu ambao wamejulikana sana. Na hizo kazi zangu for 10 years hazijainuka. Kitu cha kwanza nilikuwa na shida. Siwezi blame wale producer. Nilikuwa na shida behind the scenes, sina chakula. Hatuna hata mavazi hayaingiani, unajua. So nitaenda kutafuta chakula ama nitapeleka leo hapa TV wimbo. Yani hata wakati wa kwenda interview hakuna kwa sababu unatafuta vile mtakula.
Na sasa hii 2020 kuna matunda unapata sasa?
Milango imefunguka yote ya pesa, ya kuvaa kama vile unaona nimechapishwa look na sawiri.
Sawiri nimekubali, nimeenda shule. Na yule mzee wako anakupigiaga simu.
Mimi nilimsamea, atupigiani simu, tuliachana cha ukweli ile kabisa.
Ile duro safi.
Hata akiniona napendeza alioa, aliendelea na maisha yake na pia mimi nitaoa. Siku moja Mungu atanikumbuka. Nitapata ndugu ambaye ananipenda. Mimi naweza ambia wale wako huko nje kama unapenda msichana usimtese. Yani usioe mtu mtekia advantage na usitekie advantage bibi yako because kuna watu huko nje wanampenda hata akiwa hapo kwa nyumba
wanamtegea.
Yani ni vizuri sana kumlinda moyo wa mtu.
Nataka tumalizie na 2020 lakini niambie tutarejea nini pia 2020?
Nina nyimbo nyingi zinakuja already tumerecord na naendelea kujitayarisha kushoot video. Naomba tu wale wasanii ambao wako huko nje. Wasanii wengi wamevunjika moyo. Usivunjike moyo. Mimi nimeimba 10 years. Every year I do an album. Hata wimbo moja.
Lakini baada ya miaka 10
lakini mimi nakula muziki. Naenda nauza hizo CD zangu, nachapa kwa mageto, nachapa hiyo benga yangu, nachapa. Nauza CD tunakula. Wakati mwingine hata siku anakumbuka nimepea mtoto nani. Nachapa tu, nachukua mtoto baada ya pesa naenda naye nyumbani. Watu waache kuwa disappointed. Endelea kufanya muziki mpaka ikutoe.
Na kuchagua kazi.
Usichague kazi. Kama mimi nafanya MC, unaweza nikuta nikifanya deco na pia nashona wigs pale Insurance Plaza mtu akikuja hapo. Utanikuta nikishona wigs na nauzia wanawake warembo sana.
Unaweza nitengenezea wig.
Naweza kutengenezea 40k, 70,000. 30,000, praise the Lord.
Wewe.
Kwani naweza kukupakejea wedding yako. Mimi ni event organizer.
Lakini wewe ya wig hapo tuzungumze.
Nitakuvalisha mimi, nitakuvalisha.
Lakini si free.
Hapo sasa nitakuvalisha.
Tukimalizia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, unaweza kupata vipi?
Naitwa Justina Siokao katika Facebook, like my page tafadhali. Na uniitie event. Katika YouTube naitwa Justina Siokao, subscribe to my YouTube channel. By the way, hii mwaka ndio nimeanza YouTube channel. Na Mungu amefungua milango, watu wamesubscribe. Naomba wale wananitazama, usiniwache nyuma, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Make sure you are liking and commenting. Hapo ni acha comment tu hapo chini. Na kitu kingine, niko katika Instagram, wanifollow na Twitter katika Justina Siokao.
Twende hiyo 2020. Lakini sisi hiyo mguu hivi. Sitaweza.
Naona you're looking cumbersome.
Yellow. Niko najua unakuja. Shughuli inaendelea, tutakwenda huko
of heaven and earth. He says, He will not let your foot sleep. You watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, you watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. And Lord, that is our prayer today. That you who never sleeps, you who never slumbers, you will protect this county. You will protect the leadership. You will protect each one of us, O Lord, from the beginning of the day to the end of the same. He says, the Lord will watch over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night. Lord, our eyes are on you like David, saying that only you can watch over us, O Lord. When things are difficult, you will be with us. When things are easy, you will be with us. And so we surrender the leadership of this county to you, as we surrender all of us to you as your children. And as we surrender the leadership of this nation to you. Lord, your word also tells us that I will keep you. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore. Lord, we ask you today for our incoming governor, for each one of us. Oh Lord, keep us from all harm. Protect us from all those who scheme, all the challenges of the evil one. We pray, keep us, oh God, and protect us. Keep us safe. We also ask, Lord, bless each one of us as we wake up every morning. Bless us as we come back. We can only depend on you, Lord. So we surrender this ceremony to you. We surrender ourselves to you. And we ask that your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend. We may have our seat. Your Excellency, the Governor, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kiambu, the Deputy Governors from various counties present, the Area Member of Parliament, the other members of Parliament that are with us today, the MCAs and the leadership of the County Assembly of Kiambu, and all our distinguished guests. We want to welcome you to this function, and we want to thank God ya kwamba amefanya siku ya leo ifike. So without much ado, we want to first go direct to the business of the day, and the first business of the day is to swear in the governor. And therefore, I want to take this chance now to bring in the County Secretary, Dr. Martin Jogu, who is the County Secretary for Kiambu and also the Head of Public Service, who is going to lead us into that very important exercise by bringing in the judge who is going to administer the oath of office to the governor. So, Mheshimiwa County Secretary, uje ndio utuletee the judge.
Thank you, Bwana Kiongo. Tusikizane. This is a very solemn occasion, so we need to be very attentive to details. So, Your Excellency, Governor James Nyoro, in a few minutes, all the other leaders from national government, all our honorable members, our speaker, the county members of the assembly, the county executive, county management, and all the leaders, including Bishop, I can see you, Bishop Gakuya, I can see you, and all the members of the public, from corporates who've joined us. I can see all the banks are here, and wananchi at large. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure and an honor to be here. This is a very, very important occasion, and I'll say very few words. It is only God who plans. That He knew at such a time we would be here for such an occasion. And therefore, I wish that this will mark a new beginning for Kiambu, and I believe it will. And therefore, I don't want to waste much time, because I know this is a function of the judiciary, and we have been eagerly awaiting. It has been a long journey from yesterday, but here we are. So as they get ready, okay, let's have some music. DJ, some music. Ready? Because I want to hand over to the magistrate, Madam Patricia, to take over this part. Karibu.
Your Excellency, James Karaja Nyoro, Your Excellency, incoming Governor of Kiambu County, kindly listen to me. I'll not proceed unless there is silence. Kindly let's have some order, please. Yeah, your Honorable Judge, Senator, Women Rep, Members of Parliament, Members of the County Assembly, the County Commissioner, County Commanders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patricia Gishohi. I'm the Chief Magistrate Kiambu. I am the MC now for this occasion. This is now a judiciary function from now on until I hand over the microphone. The law requires that the governor, the incoming governor, takes the oath in public, and that is why we are here. On my own behalf and on behalf of judiciary, our chief guests today, that is the governor, the incoming governor, and the committee for assumption of office of the governor, Kiambu County, I welcome you all to witness this crucial ceremony. So I want you to sit, listen, pay attention to what I'm saying. The purpose of today is that Honorable His Excellency James Nyoro takes the oath of office as the governor of this county. You recall that on 19th of August 2017, we put him in office as he came in as the deputy governor. But now he's taking over as the governor. So and this is pursuant to the Constitution of Kenya, Article 181 and 182, the County Government Act of 2012, the Assumption of Office of the Governor Act number 4 of 2019. We have 2 Gazette notices, the one that was given by the Speaker of the Senate, and we have the other Gazette notice from the county government, signed by the Secretary. Now, I wish to call upon Your Excellency, the incoming governor, to take your position to take the oath. And I wish to first introduce you to the Honorable Judge. The Honorable Judge, this is our guest today. Now I call upon you, Your Excellency, to come and take your position. Sit here. If it pleases Your Honor, I call upon you to come and administer the oath of office to the incoming governor, His Excellency James Karaja Nyoro.
Go ahead. I read from the oath? Do I read from the oath or just from I?
Okay, let's have some silence. The incoming governor is going to take his oath of office. Please be silent. Welcome you, Your Honorable Dr. James Karanja Nyoro, to take your position and take oath of office for the office of county governor. You'll be taking the oath as read through the oath.
I, James Karanja Nyoro, do swear that I shall always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Kiambu County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment, that I shall do justice to all. So help me God. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Silence. I wish he has taken the oath, but until he signs this document, it's not done. I call upon you, Your Excellency, to come and sit down here and sign the oath of office.
Tunaomba watutulie wakati gavana anapotia sahihi kile kiapo ambao amekiapa siku ya leo. Kwa hivyo tutulie. His Excellency the Governor is signing the oath of office as prescribed in the law. So we are requested to remain calm as the governor signs. And you can see he is able to do it. And also the judge has to sign. Kwa hivyo sasa ni wakati wa jaji ambaye pia anaweka sahihi yake kuhakikisha kwamba imefanyika na imefanyika kwa njia ambao inastahili. Na Mheshimiwa Governor anasaini kopi hiyo ingine pale, na kama mnavyoona kando na yeye hapo nyuma kidogo ni the incoming first lady of the county. Asanteni sana. Honorable Justice na yeye pia lazima aweke hiyo sahihi. Kwa hivyo tunaulizwa tutulie kidogo anapomaliza shughuli nzima. Tafadhali waheshimiwa. I know it is exciting. Kiniwacha tumalize hii shughuli, mengine tutafanya baadaye.
Your Honor, the judge, I wish to call upon you to present that oath he has signed to His Excellency, the Governor of the County of Kiambu. Thank you.
DJ, tafadhali,
Thank you.
simamisha.
Your Honor, the judge.
Tafadhali tutulie, magistrate amalize kazi yake.
Silent. Your Honor, I wish to call upon you to come and present the certificate of inauguration to the governor. Let me prepare it for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor will sign his certificate of inauguration as the governor of the county of Kiambu. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Governor of Kiambu County, has signed his certificate of inauguration, and I call the judge to present the same to him. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we've had some very interesting leadership in this country. But money has been the biggest issue.
Why did you? Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Governor committed himself to the Leadership and Integrity Act, or Code, in 2017, that is on 19th of August. But he took it as the Deputy Governor. That was his commitment. Now that he has taken the office as Governor of the county, he is required by law to commit himself again. But now he'll do this as the Governor of Kiambu County. So, Your Honor and His Excellency, pursuant to the provisions of Article 79 of the Constitution and Section 40 of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, as led with Regulation 34.2 of Leadership and Integrity Act 2015. He's supposed to commit himself to Leadership and Integrity Code, and he can do so within 7 days, but he can also take it at the same time with the oath, just like he did last time. So, Your Honor, I call upon you and His Excellency to commit. So you witness as he commits himself to the Leadership and Integrity Code.
DJ tafadhali weka muziki kidogo tu.
We are still proceeding. If it pleases you, Your Honor, I now call upon you, the Governor of the County, Kiambu, to officially present the certificate of office, inauguration certificate, and certificate of commitment.
Haya, gavana anaonyesha certificate yake. Cheti ndiyo hicho. Kabisa kabisa.
I'm done. Have you congratulated him? Have you congratulated him?
That's what I'm.
Your Honor, I call upon you to officially congratulate the County Governor of Kiambu. The Speaker of the County Assembly, you can.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kiambu County, the people of Kiambu, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and honor to present to you your new Governor of Kiambu County. And I say congratulations. You have all the powers and the authority to lead your people. Thank you so much for your patience, but you managed to go through the exercise, and we thank you so much. May God bless you.
And now,
His Excellency anapanda kwenye dais, anapokelewa na viongozi ambao wamefika siku ya leo. Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda anamkubatia hapo. Wanapoenda, tafadhali watu wasikuje, tafadhali please. Hakuna mtu anaruhusiwa kupanda pale. Mudhamaki, tafadhali utangojea, tafadhali utamsalimia baadaye anaporudi pale katika magistrate, bado hajamaliza. Kwa hivyo His Excellency hapo anasalimiwa na Deputy Governor wa Nyeri, na anapita MP wa Githunguri, ndiye huyo anamkubatia. MP Roiro yuko hapo. Tunaendelea tu tukisukuma, na bado magistrate hajamaliza.
So I see.
After.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the judiciary's part of this function or this ceremony. Thank you for participating. And I now hand over the microphone to my co-MC, Mr. Karanja.
Asante sana. The magistrates is done. The business is done. And now we have the governor with us. I know everyone is excited. DJ weka kidogo DJ. Sawa. Kidogo tu. MC sawa. Tunaulizwa kwa heshima tuketi kwa sababu bado hatujamaliza. We will have time to dance. Kwa hivyo let us clear ili tuweze kupata speeches, na governor bado hajaongea, na pia tutakuwa na maneno ya kuongea ya kusalimiana. DJ tafadhali weka microphone ikiwe sawa. We return this program to the CS ambaye, hebu tutulie tafadhali. His Excellency kwanza ataketi, tuondoke tafadhali. Tuondoke. I know the most excited people, Your Excellency, is the MCAs. And therefore, it is within their right to celebrate. Na tunashukuru sana. Your Excellency, with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, please, MCAs, waheshimiwa, kidogo tututulie kidogo, mnaulizwa kwa heshima. MCAs, wananchi, viongozi wako hapa wamejaa. Tunataka kupatia County Secretary tunapoendelea na program ya siku ya leo. County Secretary.
Tulie, thank you. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Governor, I want you to request you, the judge has requested with the magistrate, you have one photo here. Just one photo. I think we can do it now because when we start with the speeches, I know it will change. So you can quickly come. The photo, take a nice photo with now the governor, with the judge and the magistrate.
Delegating with authority. Asante sana. The next item is the county flag, ambao ndio symbol of unity. Hiyo ndio itatuunganisha kama wana county, na mheshimiwa governor ashaipokea. Thank you very much. Makofi jameni, kwani hamfurahii? The next instrument of power is the Constitution of Kenya and the County Government Act, ikionyesha kwamba ameapa atakuwa akiichunga na ndiye atatumia kutawala ama kuhudumia wananchi wa Kiambu. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, County Secretary. Tuwapigie makofi wanapomalizia hiyo biashara. The other one, I think we are done with the instruments of power. Back to you, Bwana CS. The CS congratulates the governor anapoenda kuketi sasa. Your CS, ni wakati wako.
Very quickly, I know the politicians are here. They are eager to give their speeches, but quickly I cannot forget to introduce my team. The CECs, Simameni Mahali Mupko, the county executive. Just wave, I think we want to move fast. We'll have another time. That is the county executive. The chief officers present, can you stand and wave? The directors who are present, maybe they are not at the podium, they are within us. Wale wako, asanti sana. There are some who are here. Then the governor's office, now officially the advisors. Political Mogo yako hapo, Kireko, Joki, wako hapo. And then we also have the board, the members who are present, the board members, County Public Service Board, wave. Then asanteni sana. Then we have the municipal managers who are helping us run the counties together, asanteni sana, together with the sub-county administrators, wherever you are, those who are here, Asanti Abdi the tallest, asanteni sana. So serikali iko imara. That is the structure of the government, and we respect all the others. And for me, we are going to change Kiambu. I know we have had discussions, and we are raring to move. And the structure is set. We will work day and night. So that is my promise. And without much ado, I think I want to invite Mheshimiwa Jude Jomo. Okay. We start with the speaker. Okay. Kiongo. You changed. I was not there.
All right. Situpigia CS makofi mazuri. Now, kwa sababu magistrate na judge wanaweza ondoka kwa sasa, with your permission, Your Excellency, we want, with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, kama wanapoondoka, because we had organized one group to do an entertainment na wametoka mbali, as they move out, tafadhalini wakitoka, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ataweza kuwa kiongea wakati wana nini. The vehicle is here. So we want to bring one entertainment group, tafadhali. Prete in order. Kigamba group, tafadhali, ingieni. Kigamba group, as they do what we are doing. Kigamba group, tafadhali. One entertainment and we move on.
gwita Kiambu etotienda kawana toria muthamaki mwega igoko gwi etotienda kawana toria mutha wega ena nyara o maita eromia giti wega goko karutwo ni Ngai o maita eromia giti wega goko karutwo ni Ngai ena nyara eromia giti ena mahaya maita Ngai ni aramaiguire rĩu twĩna gavana mwega mahaya maita Ngai ni aramaiguire rĩu twĩna gavana mwega ena maha Ngai ni ara Egoko gwitũ Kiambu etena mũtongoria hatirĩ ũndũ tũtigĩtie gwitũ Kiambu etena mũtongoria gũtirĩ ũndũ tũtigĩtie egoko gwi etena mũ tia egoko gwi etotire jamera ya Gĩkũyũ endera mũndũ ĩthũire no anga mũici na mũrogi egoko gwi gũtirĩ mũ agi egoko gwitũ Kiambu gũtirĩ ũndũ tũthũire no anga mũici na mũrogi agi egoko gwi gũtirĩ ũndũ Mheshimiwa witũ Mwathi enyitia nyara wega no wĩra ithuĩ tũrĩ akenu Mheshimiwa Mwathi tirithia nyara wega no wĩra ithuĩ tũrĩ akenu Mheshimiwa tirithia Mheshimiwa no egoko nĩ kwao egoko nĩ kwao egoko nĩ kwao ndĩtemania Wasimia mũtiũkĩre tũire ena nĩ kwanyora hayana nĩ kwanyora hayana nĩ kwanyora wenda gwĩte eni ena nyoro agĩũka hayana nyoro agĩũka hayana nyoro agĩũka twarĩrĩte Dira moto ena nyoro agĩũka haya gaka nĩ gaitũ haya gaka nĩ gaitũ gaka nĩ gaitũ ti karĩake rumagĩrwo gaka nĩ gaitũ ena nyoro agĩũka ena nyoro agĩũka ena nyoro agĩũka twarĩrĩte na mũtwe ena nyoro agĩũka ena nyoro agĩũka eni na nyoro agĩũka ena nyoro agĩũka twarĩrĩte ena nyoro agĩũka ene ugĩrwo ngemi ematire ngemi cia kera jama ematire ngemi erigana hinya erigana hinya
tafadhali
erigana hinya wareriro yana nyama
asante sana Nairia tuwapigie makofi Kigaba Dancers pamoja na Murera watakuwa wakirudi baadaye, lakini kwa sasa Your Excellency the Governor, with your permission and the distinguished guests, tunataka sasa kumleta County Commissioner ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Wilson Wanyanga, the County Commissioner of Kiambu County, ambaye atafanya his remarks kumaanisha na kudhihirisha kwamba siku ya leo ni siku ya muhimu sana. So we'll have the County Commissioner and then after that
Mheshimiwa
Governor wa Kiambu County, Mheshimiwa Dr. James Nyoro, mkewe Governor Mheshimiwa Judge ambaye ameongoza sherehe hii, na waheshimiwa wote kwa jumla. Nataka kusema hivi, tulieni huko, hii ni sherehe ya maana, tulie. Nataka kusema hivi kwa Mheshimiwa Governor Nyoro, hii safari ulianza 2013, haukufaulu. 2017 tukakushawishi uwe deputy, ukawa deputy. Siku ya leo umepewa mamlaka, na mimi sio kijana, nimeona mengi. Nataka kusema hivi, Mheshimiwa Governor, hii kazi umepewa ni one of the most difficult jobs in this country. It's very challenging. Hawa ambao wamekushangilia hapa ndio wale wale. So nataka kukusihi, I want to request you, unapoanza kazi, build teams, jenga team, empower your teams, allow them to work, demand for results. Manake the most important thing, team zako ziwe in place, zifanye ile kazi umezipatia, walete results. Kuna watu wanaitwa watu wa fitina. Be very careful na watu wa fitina. Kwa sababu mimi Makai County, it's headed to 4 years. So kuna watu watakuja, fulani anataka kukufanya hivi. Use the machinery in place to establish kama ni ukweli ama ni fitina. Kwa sababu watataka kukugonganisha na watu. Waheshimiwa MCAs, mumefanya kazi yenu, na waheshimu sana, na watolea kofia, lakini najua hata nyinyi ni wembe. Nasema hivi kwa sababu 2017 tulikuwa na nyinyi, mulifanya ile kazi mulifanya, na baadaye tena mkafanya nyingine. Kwa hivyo nyinyi ni watu mko na nguvu, hizo nguvu tutumie vizuri ili tujenge Kiambu County. Nikimaliza, I want to finish by saying this. We must always remember, whether you're a governor, a member of parliament, a county commissioner, an MCA, Wanjiko is king. Hiyo lazima mkumbuke. Whatever you do, we should never forget kwamba Wanjiko ni nani? Ni king. Nitamalizia hapo. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, kwa kunipa nafasi niseme machache.
Tumpigie makofi mazuri County Commissioner wetu. Asante kwa maneno yako ya busara. With your permission, Your Excellency, would like now to bring in the leadership of the County Assembly, whereby I bring in the Speaker, Honorable Bishop Stephen Dicho, to make his remarks and introduce the House and the leadership. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Your Excellency, Governor Dr. James Karaja Nyoro Esquire, Your Excellency, Madam Mrs. Karanja, the governoress, if there is such a terminology, our judge ambaye umetekeleza wajibu mzuri sana pamoja na our sister, the chief magistrate, the honorable members of parliament ambao wako hapa, senator wetu bwana Mwaura, women rep wa Mushomba, na waheshimiwa wengine ambao watatabuliwa wakati wao ukifika, honorable members of the county assembly ambao ni waajiri wangu, wananchi waheshimiwa, hamjambo. Bwana asifiwe. Sasa wakati wa mambo official imeisha na kamishna amefunga na mambo official, sasa ni wakati wa siasa. Na waheshimiwa wangu hawa wananiambianga ya kwamba hapa sio cathedral na sio kanisa na sio msikiti, ati ni mahali ya kupiga nini siasa, na kwamba ati leo sio Sunday ama Saturday siku ya Sabbath, ati ni Friday, ati ni siku ya siasa. Na mimi nakubali hiyo. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi, lakini kwanza ningetaka kuchukua fursa hii kwanza kuwashukuru waheshimiwa wa bunge la Kiambu ambao saa hii wanaogopewa sana Kenya mzima. Mumeweka magavana wengine wasiwasi kwa sababu anasema ati mumefunza ma MCA wao ya kwamba inawezekana. So Kiambu leads, others follow. Mimi nataka kuwapongeza kwa sababu mumetekeleza wajibu wa oversight. Sababu kazi ya MCA ni tatu. Ya kwanza ni oversight, kuangalia mambo inaenda sawa sawa. Ya pili ni registration, kutengeneza sheria. Ya tatu ni representation katika bunge, watu wale ambao wamewachagua. Kwa hivyo mmetekeleza wajibu wenu wa oversight, ya kwamba mtu akifanya jambo baya shidano ni ile ile. Kuna wakati mwingi mimi niliponea chupu kwa sababu mambo, na mimi nawapongeza kwa sababu wananichugulia kwa darubini. Na kama alimulika governor na akamulikika, sasa speaker ni nani asimulikike? Kwa hivyo bwana governor, kama vile commissioner amekuambia, wani wale tu sio wengine. Hatujafanya uchaguzi mwingine, but you have done a great job. Kwa sababu sasa hakuna governor in the Republic of Kenya atacheza na mambo ya raia, pesa zao na mambo yao. So I would even ask the central government through His Excellency the President, awatunuze MCAs wa Kiambu a trophy for showing the way that it can be done. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana because mulitekeleza wajibu wenu. Na sasa kila mmoja ambaye wako Kiambu katika serikali ya Kiambu, nyote mko chini ya macho ya waheshimiwa hawa wabunge. Kama wewe ni speaker, governor, CEC, CEO, nini, wakikumulika hivi ati umefanya makosa, I'm telling you my friend, kwenda utafanya nini? Utaenda. And they are doing that on behalf of Wajiko. Kwa hivyo hilo jambo wamefanya. Okay, nakuja hapo. Kamwa kiroga bere ya drama. Mimi nasema kazi yao wametekeleza mzuri. Lakini hata wao wajue kuna wengine ambao pande hii wana oversight ama namna gani. Lakini Wajiko naweza kuambia for the 2.5 years tumekaa na hao waheshimiwa, they are focused na wanataka kazi ifanywe vizuri. Ni kule hawakupata nafasi hiyo, but now they have the opportunity to do it. Kwa hivyo hapana sema hivyo, mimi ndiye speaker wa wote. Hata Yesu, wakati Yesu alikuja, alisema watu wale wabaya wana wale wazuri wote amewaita katika ufalme wake. Na Yesu alisema hakukuja kwa watu wale wazuri, alikuja kwa watu wale wabaya. Na tumezungumza hiyo maneno na governor hapa. Tumekubaliana ya kwamba it is now time for inclusivity. It is time for togetherness. We want to work together now as 93 members of the assembly. We want to go back to the drawing board, mahali tuliachia tuseme ya kwamba let us now work for Wajiko. Because after all, we have 2.5 years remaining. Na tumekubaliana na wao ya kwamba for those 2.5 years remaining, you must go back to your wards and work for Wajiko. However, hawawezi kufanya kazi bila pesa. Sasa pesa, Your Excellency, you are a good manager, and we have talked at length with you ya kwamba you want to work with these members. Lolote lile wanakuletea kutoka the awards na pesa ziko, itekelezwe mara moja. Kwa sababu hiyo kazi ni kazi ya wananchi, sio kazi yao. I want also to say this nikimaliza. Governor ameachishwa saa hii. Na ameapishwa saa hii. Nimesema kitu gani? Unajua Kiswahili na Kizungu zilikuja na Mary, my friends. Ameapishwa saa hii. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuuliza governor apatiwe nafasi. A settle down vizuri, aone mambo iko namna gani katika kaunti mzima. Sababu kuna watu nimeona wanaanza kutuma messages kwa social media kwamba anataka kuwa now deputy, because the position of deputy governor is now vacant. It is now open to anybody. Na anybody in this county can apply. Lakini Your Excellency, ningekuuliza ya kwamba, na nimetumwa na watu wengi, uconsider gender, kwa sababu kumepitishwa kule Nairobi ya kwamba governor akiwa mwanaume, governor deputy awe mwanamke. So hiyo ni tiki. Na governor sijui kama ana shida na hiyo, amenihakikishia ya kwamba he has no problem. Lakini ingine ni ya kwamba ubalance region. Ya kwamba governor akitoka Kiambu West, naye deputy anatoka Kiambu East. So hiyo tu, Your Excellency, ndiye tungetaka tukuulize ya kwamba utekeleze hiyo. Ya mwisho ni ya kwamba katika sisi assembly ya Kiambu tuna support the initiative of the government in BBI. We embrace it, na tunasema ya kwamba we want unity pamoja. Kwa hivyo sisi sio watu wa kukataana na mambo ya kuleta watu wa Kenya pamoja. Kwa hivyo governor as the speaker of these people and the chief as the chief oversight officer, we want good roads. Wakulima wanataka majani chai lipe vizuri kama vile rais alisema, na maziwa na kahawa, na watu wa biashara watengenezewe conducive environment to work and get malipo yao. Kwa hivyo sisi siku ya leo tumekubaliana na governor ya kwamba tusifanye mambo mingi ya speeches, lakini tutatafuta sasa siku ya siasa ile watu wote watakuja, hata MCAs waongee na mtu aseme yake. Ya leo ilikuwa tu kuapisha governor na kuanzisha sasa mdo mpya na kusema ya kwamba now we have a new chapter. Sawa? Your Excellency, kunikubalia hii mambo wananchi hawa wajue ya kwamba sio kitu ilitoka tu jana. It was a wrong journey ambayo ilianza last year, na kukawa na mgogoro, na hata kukawa na vita kwa bunge, na hata nikafukuza wengine wa bunge nje. Hiyo kitu sio kitu ya kufikiria utupilie mbali. Kuna watu wanaitwa the first 10, wale walichokoza nyuki na walifanya kasturiona kama kwanza mnafanya baya, lakini kube nyinyi ndiye mlikuwa mmetumbwa na Mungu na mkawa na wafuasi wengine wengi. Kwa hivyo wale ambao walianzisha hiyo tunawapigia salute. Na mimi nataka kuuliza mmoja wao, oda wa Mugishukumwa, oda. Mimi nataka kuuliza mmoja wao, waliniuliza wao 10, mmoja wao akuja aseme ni kitu gani iliwaingia baada ya hao ya huyo ambao wamechagua mbunge wa Mugoga Dhidhia, the Honorable Gashara, the majority. Order Bakari. The Honorable Gashara, who is the majority leader, atakuja introduce members wao 93, aonyesha tu majina, tutatengeneza siku ya wao kuja kuongea. For you honorable members, I salute you. May God bless you for doing a good job. Dhidhia ndiye huyu ndiye aliongoza kikundi hiyo ya 10. Mlianza namna gani hii mambo bwana?
Asante Speaker, Gavana wetu Dr. James Nyoro, First Lady, and all protocol observed. Hamjambo? Hatujambo. Leo ni siku kubwa sana katika nchi ya Kenya na nchi ya Kiambu kwa ujumla. Kwa sababu sisi tukiwa hawa 10, sio mimi najua kuongea sana, lakini wamenichagua leo niwaambie ya kwamba tumeshukuru pia kwa vile Wajiko wa Kiambu na Wajiko wa Kenya ametuombea. Kwa sababu sisi tulisema tutafukuza ufisadi katika Kiambu. Tukaambiwa ya kwamba hatuwezi. Ati ni kama kupigana na Goliath na tulikuwa David. Tukaambiwa sisi ati ni watu hahe. Lakini pahali waitutu wako saa hii angalie, tuseme Nyoro ameapishwa na hakuna wakati mwingine pesa ya Wajiko itaibiwa. Na ni lazima tufanye kazi kwa sababu tumepoteza miaka 2 tukigombana. Ukienda kwa mabarabara zetu, katika wadi zetu, kila kitu kimeharibika. Na pia namshukuru rais kwa sababu hiyo miaka 2 hajakuja Kiambu kwa sababu ya hiyo vita. Wale nimwambie tumemfukuza muisi akaribishe akuja hapa Kiambu na sisi tunamngojea. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, nasema waheshimiwa hawa ambao wako hapa, pengine hakuna mtu aliwaona, wasimame hivi muone ambao walifanya kazi ambao inastahili. Simameni namna hii, wapigie makofi. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana mheshimiwa wa Muguga. It is now my pleasure to invite the majority leader, the Honorable Gashara Gideon Gitao, ili afanye introduction kwa MCAs na wataja majina, alafu arudishie Master of Ceremony. Karibu majority.
Asante sana Bwana Speaker, Your Excellency the Governor and the First Family, the Honorable Judge, MP wa hapa na waheshimiwa wale wengine, County Commissioner, County Executive Members, Honorable Women Rep, Senator, waheshimiwa wenzangu, mabibi na mabwana. Hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? Your Excellency the Governor, honestly speaking, you are the governor. Sincerely, you are the governor. And I'm here to assure you of our unqualified support as members of the County Assembly. Also, I want to salute my colleagues for the work which we have done. It is a job well done. It is a path which has been tried by many. Na ilikuwa inaonekana ni kama haiwezekani. Sasa tumeonyesha ulimwengu wote ya kwamba inawezekana. Never again anybody
Coming live to you from the Kiambu County headquarters, James Onyoro has been sworn in as the Kiambu governor. He becomes the third governor for Kiambu County following the impeachment of Ferdinand Waititu by the Senate, and that follows the impeachment motion that was passed by the Kiambu County Assembly. He was impeached over gross misconduct and an attempt by the former governor, Ferdinand Waititu, to stop this swearing-in this afternoon was not allowed by the High Court. He did move to the High Court, challenging the process through which the Kiambu County Assembly impeached him. Now, Nyoro is yet to speak following the swearing-in ceremony. We have heard from the Speaker of the House and heard from the mover of the impeachment motion. Let's cross back to Kiambu County.
Tutakusupport. Nilikuwa nimepatiwa kazi ya kuintroduce, although they have also guided me because of their number, that I may not call them by their names. I just want to ask them, wherever my colleagues you are, kindly be upstanding, you wave to the crowd. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki sana, na Nyororokia Kiambu.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Gashara, Leader of Majority. Thank you very much, MCAs. Na sana watu MCA Gashara walikuwa wanataka kuona yule Soro aliyekuwa pale kwa TV, lakini ataona baadaye. With your permission, Your Excellency, I want to bring in the area MP, Honorable Jude Jomo, ambaye atafanya introduction ya members of parliament ambao tuko nao hapa, na pia senators, na pia CAS ambaye anaweza kuwa amefika hapa. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Jude Jomo.
God is good, and all the time. Ngai nĩ mwega, na hĩndĩ ciothe. Ngai nĩ wa ma, na hĩndĩ ciothe. Ngai nĩ wa kĩhoto, na hĩndĩ ciothe. Ta ngeithia ici cia Jubilee, ta ngeithia ici. Asante sana. Your Excellency, the Governor, na bibi yako Mrs. Karanja, Your Lordship, Justice, our judge, na our senior magistrate, wabunge wote ambao wako hapa, senators wale wako hapa, our women rep, all the visiting deputy governors, all the officials na directors wa county government, our MCAs, na kila mtu wananchi. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Kwa sababu tumesikia lugha ya koti hapa, nataka kutumia lugha ya koti kidogo. Niseme, if it pleases you, Your Excellency, allow me to congratulate you. Nikuambie hongera sana. Kwa sababu tumetoka mbali. Mara ya kwanza wakati His Excellency alijaribu hii kazi ni 2013. Tukafanya campaign na haikuwezekana. 2017 tukaanza tena. Na wakafanya campaign wakiwa kila mtu yule anataka kiti ya governor. Sisi kama viongozi na wale wazee wengine wa Kiambu tukawaleta pamoja. Tukawaambia kwa sababu tunaona Kiambu haiendi njia mzuri, na mkigawanyika namna hii hamtafika. Si mkuje pamoja. Na wakaunda kitu ilikuwa inaitwa United for Kiambu. Na tukafanya campaign, tukafanya, na wale mlisema ati wananchi ni wale hawa, si ndio mmesema? Hata Jude Jomo ni yule. Mimi mwenyewe wakati tuliyapisha baba yao, mimi ndiye nilikuwa MCA. Na sasa tena ni mimi huyu tena. MC. Sorry, MCA. Ni mimi nilikuwa MC wa hiyo sherehe. Na mimi tena hapa ndio MC wa hii sherehe. Kwa sababu ile itufanya hivyo ni ile hope tulikuwa na kaunti yetu. Kuwa tutabadilisha kaunti yetu, iache kusonga nyuma, iende mbele. Lakini wakati uchaguzi iliisha, ahadi zile tulikuwa tumepewa, ati United for Kiambu itakuwa na Council of Elders, wale watakuwa wakikaa chini, wana advise governor na administration wake. Mzee kukaribia kwa hiyo ofisi hakuna. Hata wale watatu walikuwa wameshikana hapo mbele, au teenager, Mimi nataka kushukuru Mrs. Karanja kwa sababu wewe ni mwanamke wa nguvu. Kwa sababu najua ile stress huyu mzee amekuwa naye akiwa deputy governor, hata yeye ako na roho. Na agweciria nigithumba ndithumba ihotanaga na maundu macio. Kama huyu ni mtu wa kawaida angekuwa na ugonjwa wa roho. Lakini Mungu amempatia nguvu. Tumeona ile mambo yamefanywa yeye. Ofisi yanafukuzwa. Magari yananyang'anywa. Ofisi na mogwa maji. Huyu ako na nguvu. No gutiri utathiraga. That era iko wapi sasa? Iko wapi sasa? Nataka kuwashukuru nyinyi MCA kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mmefanya hiyo kazi. Na mmeifanya kisawa. Nilikuja hapa baada ya kitu miezi 6-7 baada ya kuhakisha the governor. Nikamwambia bwana governor, ile njia ambayo umechukua, ile njia ambayo tunaona sio mzuri. Tafadhali badilisha. Na saa hiyo unajua niliingia kwa ofisi yake. Na I'm sure ukiingia kwa ofisi you'll be more organized like that. Nikakuta ofisi kwa meza yake kuna watu. Pale kwa conference kuna watu. Kwa sofa kuna watu. Kwa corridor watu wamejaa. So goja. Sasa nikashindwa kwa sababu ile mambo nataka kumwambia ni private. Nitamwambia nikiwa wapi? Nikamwambia governor, ile kitu nataka kuambia hatuwezi ongea hapa. Akaniambia kuja nikuonyeshe. Akaniigiza kwa choo. Nikasema sawa tu. Kama hapo ndio watu wanaongea, tutaongea tu, si ndio? So na mimi nikamwambia nikiwa kwa choo, nikamwambia we are not going in the right direction. Akaniambia hiyo mambo tutaangalia, lakini akaniambia ukumbuke kitu moja. Siasa haina deni. Ate siasa itire ki? Siasa angekoro itire thire ri. Thire uri hagwo ni Jehova. Ndethengio mwathani ni twagucokeria ngatho. Ne kuri ha thire uyu ni thengio. Thire ni murehe githe tiguo. Tutikire na thire ungi ni wakiriho cio. So ngekemuhera horo na nie ngekatia. But mpaka wa sasa mambo ikaendelea. Lakini MCA ile kazi mmefanya imedhihirisha wazi ati hakuna gavana mwingine atapatiwa mali ya umma. Aangalie mali ya umma kama ni yake na bibi yake. Aangalie mali ya umma kama ni yake na watoto wake. Apatiane kazi bila kufuata public procurement procedures. Tunataka pesa za umma zitumiwe vizuri. Si ndio? Na tutaendelea hivyo hivyo, na najua nyinyi mtaendelea kuwa macho ili kazi iendelee vizuri. Bwana governor, najua sasa unaenda kuanzisha kazi. Mimi ningeomba kitu kimoja tu. Wakati kuna vita kama hii, lazima watu wagawanyikane. Kwa sababu hata Waitito si alikuwa na watu wake. Kwanza MCA wangu wote niliwapigia simu wakaniambia wako Bogoria, nikawauliza gai nike mureka kou muko Bogoria nyote? Nikamwambia you have backed the wrong horse. Lakini nataka kusema kitu moja. Kwa sababu vita imeisha. Kwa sababu vita imeisha. Sasa ni wakati wa maendeleo, wakati wa reconciliation. Na wataka kuambia kitu moja our MCAs kuwa baba yako akipata bibi mwingine au mama yako akipata bwana, huyo si ndio baba yako? Ithati guo? Ule wahikia nyoko niwe ki? Leo githe tutikira thoguo ngi. Atuike thoguo witu ithuo. Ithati guo? Nigetha tutige haro Kiambu. Kuma riria county government yambiriirio tutoire haro. Riu tutikwenda ki? Koguo tukwenda unity, nigetha division iyo ethire, team Bogoria tunine, team change tunine, tukonde tuna team Kiambu. Ithati guo? Tukue kitu kimoja. Nikimalizia, I want to give you a challenge, Bwana Governor. Our health services are in shambles. Tunajua you are a good organizer. Hospitali zetu, wananchi wanaenda huko, madawa hakuna, services are poor. Tunataka hiyo mambo ibadilishwe. I have gone to counties where medical service is provided well. Tusicompare regime yako na regime ya baba yao au regime yako na regime ya Kabogo. To compare regime yako with the best regimes in the country so that we can go ahead. Ile mambo ingine ni mambo ya barabara. Kuna barabara zilikuwa zinatengenezwa, zikawekwa bao, zikaambiwa zinaanzishwa, hata kutakuwa na inauguration ya barabara, miezi 6 ilipita, haitengenezwi. Na hiyo haitengenezwa na kila mtu mwingine kwa sababu the tenders have been awarded. Please look at those roads. Na ya mwisho, Kiambu tumesema ndio bedroom ya Nairobi. Ikiwa bedroom, let us be cautious about wale watu ambao wanafanya development waweze kufanya bila vikwazo. So mambo ya approving ya drawings, kugawa mashamba ikuwe ni mambo ya haraka. Sasa nataka kuwa introduce wageni wetu.
Mheshimiwa, kwa heshima.
Na mgeni wa kwanza ni Chief Administrative Secretary wa Ministry of Devolution, Honorable Abdu Bahari. Abdu Bahari, tafadhali uje useme neno moja.
Mheshimiwa, kwa heshima unaulizwa wakuwe kwa haraka kwa sababu ya muda. Tafadhali.
Bwana CS, harakisha Bwana CS. Wakati anakuja nataka kuintroduce Director wa Devolution Affairs, Angeline, Director Angeline Hango. Ako wapi? Hongo. Angeline Hongo, tafadhali. Huyo ndio director wetu. Na pia kuna ofisa mmoja wa Devolution anaitwa Jadhi Mwangi. Jadhi Mwangi, asante sana kwa kuja. CAS wa Devolution.
Dakika moja tafadhali mheshimiwa.
Thank you mheshimiwa Jomo. Mheshimiwa Governor wa Kiambu, Mheshimiwa James Karanja Nyoro. Bibi wako na first family wote, waheshimiwa wabunge walioko hapa, waheshimiwa MCS, jaji wetu, wananchi wa Kiambu, hamjambo. Jina langu ni Mheshimiwa Abdul Bahari, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Devolution and Assets. Na niko hapa kwa leo kuwakilisha serikali kuu na wizara. Yangu itakuwa ni machache najua kwa sababu kuna viongozi wengi na sisi tumekuja kuangalia kama hii kazi imeenda sawa sawa. Tumeshukuru sana, imeenda ipasavyo. Kwa hivyo pongezi gavana wetu. Ya pili ni ya kwamba sisi kama wizara tuko tayari kushirikiana na county, hasa county ya Kiambu kwa sababu ya mabadiliko haya, kuhakikisha ya kwamba nyinyi muko na capacity ya kudeliver services kwa wananchi wa Kiambu. Bwana Governor, jambo la muhimu I want you to keep your eyes on ni ya kwamba Wanjiku ni muhimu sana. Don't be distracted. There will be a lot of distraction. Focus on service delivery. And I am saying this on the basis of constitution. Kenyans chose this constitution, chose devolution, so that services come closer to our people. And we must not lose sight of this. Bwana Governor, sisi kama wizara tuko na nyinyi. We will check out for you. And there is no time now. There is no time. Between now and 2022, there is very limited time. Please, I want to ask the cooperation from MCS. I want to ask cooperation from the members of parliament. Please let us deliver services to our people. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, our CAS. Sasa nataka ku recognize the director, Director of Administration wa Devolution, Bwana Huka Gulocho. Madam, asante. Hata mimi naitagwa sometimes, naitagwa Mrs. na nakubali tu. Pamoja nasi tuko na former member of parliament wa Lari, Bwana Jogona. Tuko na former member pia wa Rimuru na tunamjuanga kama Kayaba au Honorable Nyanja. Pia tuna former member of parliament for Dagoretti, Bwana Dennis Wawero, ambaye amefanya kazi haya. Dennis, kusalimiana tu.
Hi, God is good. And all the time. Iniki jo moranyi makameme. Nyoro, congratulations. Yangu sio mingi. Kwanza ni kushukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Na nizo ndio na tuhutire dikwaria muno. Rero ukuririkania no gete gutunyo ngari twi nawe. Ni mundu wa kayore. Uko ndira manyare gutunyagira eku. Kwa hivyo tushukuru Mungu. Ya pili, mimi nimesikia vile watu wamesema hapa Bwana Nyoro, na hawa watu wanataka kufanyiwa kazi. Na hawa watu ni wa Uhuru. Simko chonjo. Hawa watu ni wa Uhuru. Na wamekula shida mingi sana. Sasa ile kitu mimi ningekuuliza, kwanza hawa MCAs waangalie sana. Kwa sababu MCAs wa Kiambu, they have set the standards. Sawa sawa? Mimi hata ningeuliza MCAs wa counties zingine, instead of kwenda Singapore, wawe wanakuja hapa benchmarking on how to impeach and how to do oversight.
And that concludes our live coverage of the swearing in of James Nyoro as the Kiambu County Governor. He becomes the third governor for the county following the impeachment of Ferdinand Waititu by the Senate and following an impeachment motion passed by the Kiambu County Assembly. The event successfully takes place today following a failed attempt yesterday following what the judiciary said was unavoidable circumstances. Well, Leila Mohammed is on location and will be providing a more comprehensive report at 4 p.m. on NTV Alasiri.